Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Volume 4 Part 1. Chapter 301 Grandson. Chapter 301 Grandson. Peasant felt his heartbeat thumping faster. Though it was a game, he had normal physiological reactions. 10 other gamers who were tanks were in place. Lord Sherlock had grabbed Samuel's skull and was smashing it into the ground. A ray of light shot out from where Sherlock was smashing and sent Shirley flying out. It's now, this is our chance. The gamers thought that it was a new stage of the boss fight. Peasant charged forward. In the pit smashed out by Sherlock's fist, the bloody Samuel stood up. A few naked gnomes with shields walked over and shouted vulgarities. "DM you grandson. Your dad you silly dude. Hit me come and hit me. Catch me and I'll give you some intelligence syrup." War. Samuel's clothing was completely destroyed. His damaged flesh and muscles were vibrating, and his wounds sealed up. His body looked lacerated. Samuel emitted black murmur as he opened his mouth and bellowed in a non-human voice. Roar. With his bellow, his mouth was opened in an exaggerated manner. Even his cheeks were torn into shreds. The charging gamers stopped in their tracks at this terrifying scene, but after a pause, they continued their charging. Samuel widened his stance and aimed his pike at the gamers. A figure flashed by and hit Samuel's body. Sherlock's knee smashed into Samuel's chest, then he raised his sandbag fist and pummeled Samuel's face. The gamers were now beside Samuel. The tanks went of much use as Sherlock had restrained Samuel under him. The close combat DPS gamers charged in and inflicted as much damage as possible. Horizontal/berserker strike. Horizontal/berserker strike. The double dagger burning chest hair rolled to Samuel's side. He stabbed in a frenzy at Samuel's upper body as though he was drawing an intricate picture. Compared to burning chest hair's ineffective attacks, Peasant's attack was more powerful. Peasant stabbed deeply into Samuel's ribs with his pike. The shaft was immediately dissolved by the black liquid. Samuel was bleeding. The weapons of the gamers were corroded once they touched Samuel's body. The better the quality of the weapon, the less the corrosion. The gamers inflicted damage in a frenzy while Sherlock held down Samuel. Then, Samuel bellowed so furiously that the gamers scampered away. Samuel got up. The boss was extremely powerful. Without Lord Sherlock, none of the close combat DPS dared to get near him. Close combat DPS, retreat ranged DPS, attack tanks, get ready ranged DPS, don't injure Shirley. The commanding not wearing pants shouted. The close combat DPS retreated rapidly and a volley of arrows was fired. Sylvaners and the archers shot arrows at Samuel at a fast pace. Samuel was facing a pincer attack from Sherlock and the gamers. The damage inflicted by the gamers was negligible, but the harassment was effective. Samuel's muscles bulged out. He wanted to deflect Sherlock's attacks, but he was unable to focus his attention on Sherlock. While Sherlock and the gamers were damaging Samuel, the muscles on his body became larger and larger. The serpent-faced servants who were fighting the gamers collapsed to the ground, their blood flowing towards Samuel. Some gamers attempted to stop the blood, but they failed unless they had jars with them. Some gamers even attempted to drink the blood, but it flowed out from their buttocks and proceeded towards Samuel. The restrained Samuel exploded with a ton of energy, forcing Sherlock to back up. Samuel then sucked in all the blood flowing towards him. The blood streams accumulated in Samuel's body. The archers fired arrows at Samuel, but the arrows didn't have their previous damage. Samuel's body became distorted after the accumulation of the blood and the expansion of his muscles. A second bald wing sprouted out from his shoulder with a loud tearing sound. Samuel's aura became more dominant with the growth of the second wing. "Gosh, Lord Sherlock, your superhuman punch isn't effective against Samuel," Bruce said worriedly. "Shall we try the magic cannons? I'm curious as to why we didn't use the magic cannons and why you prohibited the gamers from using them. If you're worried about draining Marner, as long as the cannons are able to blow Samuel into smithereens, it will be worth it." "Don't worry, I'm still in control of the situation," said Sherlock as he observed the expanding Samuel. The two bald wings started to become black, and feathers started appearing. Sherlock pondered for a while and said, "More or less." After his transformation, Samuel flapped his wings and shot into the sky. The huge black wings extended in the air. Then he dove at the gamers. His goal was to annihilate them. "Tanks, prepare for battle!" Not Wearing Pants shouted. At the same time, Peasant came forward and braced himself courageously against the diving Samuel as he shouted, "Grandson!" Chapter 302 Because of this. Chapter 302 Because of this. Samuel charged into the gamers like a wolf in a herd of sheep. He swung his pike wildly while he contemplated trapping the souls of the gamers before torturing them viciously. He wanted to see them tortured and in pain. He wanted them to be like ants and give up their dignity before pleading for mercy. Samuel came up with millions of ways to torture them. First of all, he wanted to have a taste of their fear. Samuel had seen fear in those pathetic mortals before. As such, he didn't kill all of them. After diving, he stomped the naked gnome that called him grandson to death. Then he grabbed the double-deader gnome that tried to retreat. Samuel intended to slowly squeeze him to death. The gnome was panicking, but he wasn't fearful like Samuel had anticipated. Instead, the gnome wildly stabbed at him. The gnome, burning chest hair, was strangled by Samuel and his face turned maroon. However, he used his remaining breath to shout, "Horizontal/berserker strike, horizontal/berserker strike." A gnome below shouted, "Chest hair is dead. I told you not to pull his aggro. Fight without shouting nonsense. All DPS retreat. Don't die. Throw your weapons to a convenient spot before dying." The group of gamers dispersed and moved with military precision. Two of the gamers hopped and executed a 360-degree somersault. Samuel didn't understand why they did that. The flea-like green-skinned creatures dispersed rapidly, so Samuel wasn't able to kill all of them. Samuel pulverized the gnome that he held in his hand and threw the lifeless body to the ground. Samuel then walked towards the gnome that was shouting. The boss was chasing after an OT gamer after killing his previous target. As for the pulling of aggro, D-men, aggro is determined according to the loudness of one's voice. That's cracking me up. Pants, you're dead. Pants, the boss is coming for you. Laugh all you like. Pull the aggro of the boss. Not Wearing Pants fled while he shouted. The fact was that he had nowhere to run. The naked tank gamers charged at Samuel, shouting at him, "Tonight, your mom will die. I'll let your mom wear a reviving armor and then kill her twice. The tall boss is hot on your trail." Gosh, what does that mean? Chasing after the sun. Howie is hot on your trail. Shooting the sun. How about the Titanic? What about the creator goddess is that good? If there are storm and wind, well, rule the world. That's hilarious, you silly dudes. Where did you learn all of these? Ha. If you're not a learned person, you can't fight monsters. I've learned a lot in online games. Why are all of you so low class? The gamers were shouting vulgarities at Samuel to pull his aggro. Though Samuel was initially going after not wearing pants, after hearing their insults, though he couldn't understand some of the words and he didn't have a mom, he was infuriated. Samuel turned his head and swept his pike. He killed the gamers who were within his attack radius. However, the gamers were still smiling merrily. They weren't fearful at all. They were extremely happy and exhilarated. Those dead gamers vanished into minor trails in the air. Then, a replacement came in and continued to taunt Samuel. When Samuel decided to kill off all the gamers, Sherlock walked back. His clothes were tattered, but he wasn't seriously wounded. Sherlock walked towards Samuel and said, "You can't defeat us. I have the bravest warriors in the Underworld. Even without me, they'll stop you. Are you referring to these green-skinned creatures? If you think these dirty little creatures can stop me, forget about it. Kneel down and yield to me, Sherlock." Samuel spread out his hands as though he was announcing his victory. His power continued to expand, and his shoulders bulged. With dark liquid oozing out, a pair of black wings sprouted out. Samuel had 4 wings fully extended out. With the addition of the new wings, his power seemed to have increased to a new level. Black feathers shed gradually to the ground. Samuel looked up and put his claws on top of his head. A powerful blow landed on the side of Samuel's head, and he flew out. He was pinned against the nearby wall. The wall had radial cracks expanding from where Samuel's huge body was pinned by a long black pike, which he was dangling from. The pike, which emitted a black aura, penetrated Samuel's head and drove deep into the wall. Samuel was in pain, and black mist seeped out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Soon he vanished. Samuel's pike disintegrated gradually, while the 4 wings behind his back withered and dissolved. Sherlock, was this your plan by releasing Samuel? Were you intending to create a ruckus? A slender figure in a tutu skirt stood on the pike. Compared to the humongous body of Samuel, Lilo's body was extremely petite. A pair of shiny black wings extended from Lilo's back, and the brilliance of Marner emanated from her. Of course not. Sherlock smiled as he gazed at Lilo and pointed to the dissolving Samuel. A large and precious pearl fell to the ground and was covered with grit. I did everything for this. That is the key to conquering the heavenly kingdom, Lilo. Chapter 303 Compensation. Chapter 303 Compensation. Winterfell had encountered another historical disaster. The Merchant Alliance investigated Samuel's invasion from the beginning to the end and obtained Andrew's voluntary explanation. He had recovered from the petrification, and the truth was unraveled. Andrew was a pawn in Samuel's plan. Samuel's main aim was to accumulate enough power from Michelangelo's relic to manifest his body from the spirit world to the underworld. His sinister plan was wrecked by the brave Lord Sherlock and his courageous warriors. What about the trial of Samuel? The Merchant Alliance didn't have such power. After discussing the matter and filing complaints with the Devil Management Committee, the Merchant Alliance planned to stage protests and objections to the spirit world. Devil Kings were also devils, and they needed to earn a living. They couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to these protests. Not all Devil Kings were obsessed with conquering the world and attacking the heavenly kingdom. For example, Lucifer was more cultured and responsible. He was the role model for the Devil Kings. After receiving the strong protests from the Merchant Alliance, Lucifer investigated the incident. He had afternoon tea with Samael and then sent a Hades envoy to the Merchant Alliance. After some discussion, they came to a resolution. We'll release all of the souls of the Winterfell residents who perished in this incident. They can go home without worry. For humanitarian reasons, we'll compensate each family with 20 magic stones for their mental anguish. The Grim Reaper, who was wearing a black hood, reported to a circle of Winterfell senior managers, a Merchant Alliance special envoy, reporters, and Lord Sherlock. We're thankful for Satan's concern for Winterfell. We know this was purely an accident. As Dungeon Lord Andrew was imprisoned, Baron Nicholas became the steward of Winterfell. He was an old friend of Sherlock. What about the losses of Eternal Kingdom? Nicholas gestured politely at Sherlock, while Sherlock nodded courteously at the Grim Reaper in acknowledgement. Please provide a detailed account of the casualties, the Grim Reaper said as he tapped on the table. 100,000 casualties. What? I said, 100,000 dead. Sherlock calmly took out a thick report. There were a few photographs that depicted the gruesome deaths of the gamers. In consideration of the effects on the public, the critical areas were covered by mosaics. The reporters picked up their Marner devices and snapped pictures in a frenzy. Sherlock pointed at the report and said, "Take a look. We are speaking with data. When Eternal Kingdom discovered something was amiss, we hurried to Winterfell immediately. I won't elaborate on the events. We tried to protect Winterfell, but we weren't Samael's match." Sherlock pulled back his sleeves and revealed his lacerated arm. He said, "Besides the stated number of deaths, Samael caused irreversible harm to me. The wound penetrated the upper layer of my skin. I went for a professional medical checkup, and the physician recommended an immediate amputation. This is my medical report." Sherlock placed the report with the label Fatality Hospital on the table. Many of the creatures present gasped in astonishment and pity. "That's unfortunate." While the Grim Reaper examined the medical report, Sherlock nodded and said, "I'm quite easygoing. I'll lose an arm at most. However, my servants suffered heavy casualties during the battle. They were all successful professionals with their own families. He is one of them." Sherlock picked up a photograph that depicted a double-dagger gnome with a broken neck, who was lying dead on the ground. Sherlock continued explaining, "His alias was Chest Hair. He was the bravest warrior in Eternal Kingdom. He is survived by 2 mothers and fathers, 30 brothers and sisters, and 4 pairs of grandfathers and grandmothers. He also left behind 50 children. Now his family has lost a grandson, a son, a husband, and a father. All of this was caused by Samael. I'm not blaming Samael or objecting to the spirit world's system of the Devil Kings. I know that this system has been in effect for millions of years, and I can't deny the contributions of the 7 Devil Kings to society. However, in my dungeon, there are 100,000 cases similar to that of Chest Hair. They have to obtain compensation. Hades will release their souls." Sherlock interrupted the Grim Reaper and said, "Apologies, their souls were destroyed by Samael using a special method. They are permanently dead. I managed to record a precious video before they passed on. It will be sufficient to explain everything." Sherlock took out a round adamantine rock and showed the images within. Thousands of gamers perished in the battle, and numerous gamers rushed out from the teleport portal and charged onto the battlefield. Samael was grabbing Burning Chest Hair's throat, strangling him to his death. The images stopped. Sherlock was shedding tears upon seeing the vicious bloodbath. The situation became extremely awkward. "I understand. I'll go back and do a detailed study. I'll give you a satisfactory answer. The Grim Reaper nodded. Let's move on to the next topic, Nicholas said. When Sherlock walked out of the conference hall, he saw a carriage stopping by the roadside. The door of the carriage opened, and a hamster peered out. He waved at Sherlock. Sherlock walked over and got inside the carriage. The hamster closed the carriage door. Lilo was sitting in the carriage. She was wearing a detailed and intricate floral lace skirt, and her hands were covered with lace gloves. Can I take a look at that precious pearl? You said that it was the key to conquering the heavenly kingdom, Lilo said. Chapter 304 Sherlock's Plan. Chapter 304 Sherlock's Plan. No problem. Sherlock took out a precious white pearl and said, due to time constraints, I'll omit the background information and other nonsense. Simply put, this is called the doppelganger precious pearl, and it's what allowed Samuel to walk out of the spirit world. It isn't very useful to anyone aside from devil kings that want to get out of the spirit world. However, if we use this item as an intermediary station for the underworld, we can invade the surface world a few hundred years in advance. Invade the surface world. That's correct, Sherlock said firmly. Without a huge army, we'll be surrounded by humans if we invade the surface world. With a doppelganger precious pearl, we can set up a dungeon core on the surface world and expand our dungeon. The most important thing is that we can recruit the surface world's races. Recruit humans and fairies, Lilo asked. What has this got to do with the conquest of the heavenly kingdom? The surface world has a lot of resources that we need, and it's all easy to obtain. It's not practical for the underworld races to maneuver within the surface world. By using the surface world races, we can obtain the resources easily. We can plant herbs that can't be cultivated in the underworld. We can obtain rare Oz and clay that has sunshine flavor. The hot and spicy flavored clay will definitely be popular with the underworld races. Sherlock spoke excitedly, but Lilo calmly responded, I'm only hearing of a merchant's crude plan of earning money. It's not what I'm interested in, which is the conquest of the heavenly kingdom. No, you have a misunderstanding of the conquest of heavenly kingdom, Lilo. Sherlock shook his head and said, if you want to conquer the heavenly kingdom, what do you need? Manpower and equipment. It all requires magic stones. Earning money is our first step towards defeating the heavenly kingdom. You are now making sense. Lilo nodded and pondered for a while. I have another matter for you to consider, Sherlock said solemnly. I intend to build the surface world dungeon in the near future. I'll assign 5,000 citizens to enter the surface world cities and work. Eternal Kingdom has to expand. With the reward from the Merchant Alliance and the compensation from the Spirit World, I'll be busy negotiating the terms. Therefore, I'll be unable to manage the surface world affairs. The dungeon core also requires a large amount of mana. Wait, I can understand what you've said. As for the mana supply, isn't your mana pool sufficient? Even the most common superior devil is able to supply mana to a dungeon with 100,000 citizens. Lilo frowned as she asked. No, the situation is different. The main area for supplying mana isn't the dungeon. When the time comes, you'll know, Sherlock said vaguely. Lilo didn't ask any further. For the construction of the surface world stronghold, Sherlock intended to spend time discussing it with Lilo. It wasn't easy to understand the details in a short time. Sherlock had to return to the conference hall and continue the discussion regarding the reward and compensation. Blacksmith Simber was very busy recently. With the commissioning of the large furnace, he taught countless apprentices. But those green-skinned creatures preferred to approach him to repair equipment. Also, only Simber could help to improve the equipment. Dan. Simber hammered down violently. He looked at the repaired equipment and threw it to the gnome in front. He shouted at the long queue outside, "It's my rest time. Come back tomorrow. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. Are you closing that early today? I've just started doing my daily mission. Please don't do this." The gamers complained, but the experienced Simber was unmoved. He almost smiled with satisfaction. Simber returned to his house, and his cousin Mufarser and Skills Traina Moros brought bloody chrysanthemum tea over. It wasn't the first time they had visited Simber. They quickly found a place to sit down. Simber lit up metal sticks and passed them out. Zai, zai, zai. Moros puffed on his metal stick, and green smoke rose up. "Did you hear about it in the meeting yesterday? The dungeon is recruiting again. This time, it's increasing to 5,000 creatures. It's scary." Lord Sherlock started from 100 and rose to 5,000 creatures within such a short time. How did he do it? Mufarser was full of admiration. Let him recruit. We'll just do our jobs properly. Simber smoked his metal stick while he adjusted the tools in his hands in preparation for tomorrow's work. "Yes, how's Beast doing?" Moros asked in a low voice. "Still the same. But I heard that his father-in-law chased him out because he knew about Andrew's conspiracy," Simber whispered. If that's the case, Dungeon Lord Onionhead was protecting Beast," Mufarser also whispered. "Who knows? According to Brainiac, a powerful creature like Samael is able to threaten Onionhead easily." Simber puffed out smoke and said, "Regardless, it's not related to us. The recent incidents have been scary." Moros shook his head. "My wife asked if I'm the instructor of those heroes and I'm embarrassed." "What? My mom asked me the same question." Mufarser was surprised. Simber didn't say anything. He turned his head to look out the window. The green-skinned creatures were busy carrying bricks. They were excavating new lands in preparation for the coming of new members. Who would have thought that these normal-looking but insane green-skinned creatures would save Winterfell 3 times? Chapter 305 New Faction. Chapter 305 New Faction. The gamers were unhappy. It was mainly due to the few benefits gained from the second Winterfell battle campaign. During the first Winterfell battle campaign, the gamers could raid the entire Dungeon Lord main hall and a few of the shops. Though the number of shops raided was small relative to Winterfell, it was a bountiful haul. Some gamers were able to sell their loot to NPCs at very good prices. In the battle with the ancient gods, believers, the gamers also obtained considerable loot, including the equipment of the armored NPCs. In conclusion, the first Winterfell battle campaign was a fruitful battle for the gamers. This time, the gamers didn't receive good rewards because the entire dungeon was petrified. Besides the seemingly invincible Samael, who looked like the Thing, there were no other enemies. As such, there was no loot or equipment for salvaging. After defeating Samael, the petrification subsided gradually. While the gamers were able to transport some materials from Winterfell, they didn't obtain practical benefits. The gamers were still unhappy even after they were awarded the title of Winterfell Warrior. If the gamers weren't allowed to loot Winterfell, they would feel cheated. As there were no official contact channels or complaint avenues, the gamers could only vent their frustration on the discussion forum. The gamers wanted to apply pressure on the game officials to show their unhappiness, but Dungeon didn't have channels to top up their accounts. If they filed official complaints, it would be useless as the gamers didn't spend any money. However, it didn't mean that the gamers didn't spend money in Dungeon. The rich gamers had spent up to a 5-figure sum. As for rage quitting, when someone suggested it, there was overwhelming support. Please, I beg all of you to rage quit. Please give me the beta tester status before quitting. I'm willing to pay less than 10,000 renminbi. I only hope that China will have fewer people when I cram into public transit, go shopping in malls, and wait for dungeon beta tester status. If you are willing to quit the game and create a higher chance for me to succeed, I will be grateful to you. I'm not quitting the game because of my son. Even though the discussion was held fervently on the forum, nobody quit the game. Instead, the number of online dungeon gamers reached full capacity. Sherlock wasn't bothered as he was busy collecting rewards and compensation. Sherlock also modified the doppelganger precious pearl so that he could integrate it with brew. After that, he would be able to bring the modified doppelganger precious pearl to the surface world to do experiments. He was going to set up a subsidiary base on the surface world. Before that, he had to publish the official announcement for the third beta testing. Version 0.3 update. Dear gamers, greetings. It has been half a year. We progressed from 101st beta gamers to the current 2,000 gamers. I believe the 2,000 seats are unable to satisfy the gamers. We are commencing the third batch of beta testing and sending out 8,000 additional activation codes and virtual reality gaming capsules. Gamers can register on the official website for the third beta test within 3 days. The previous beta gamer statuses are still valid. The following are the updates for version 0.3. We added new gameplay factions in this world. We aren't limited to the Underworld residents. At specific locations, there will be teleport portals that connect to the surface world. The surface world will not sit back and do nothing when they sense the development of Eternal Kingdom. A city, Victoria, is watching the movements of the Underworld. We will be adding 2 factions, Eternal Kingdom and Victoria. The factions represent the dark underworld and the sunny surface world. A long history of hatred prevents both sides from maintaining lasting peace. However, the future is unpredictable. Whether it's a win-win collaborative situation or a battleground with flames of hatred, the fate of the factions lies in your hands. Added a new city, Victoria. After the commencement of the third beta test, you will have the chance to enter the beautiful surface world city of Victoria. As the main faction city, it will be the main stronghold against the Underworld. Added a new NPC. City Mayor Lilo. Miss Lilo is a beautiful duchess and will become the ruler of Victoria City. Don't bother her with unimportant things as she will not interact with the gamers. As a reminder, Lilo is not our fallen angel. Lilo is not our fallen angel. Lilo is not our fallen angel. Added a new NPC. I will add once I think of it. Added a new race. Orc. The Eternal Kingdom faction will have orcs as a new race. This is a stronger race than the gnome. They are commonly found as strong warriors, and they form the main combat power of the dungeon. Added a new race, human. Normal constitution with slightly better willpower. Average intelligence, morals, and minor affinity. It's an average race. Added a new race. Fairy. This is a long-eared race with a shorter body than an elf. They have a longer lifespan than humans and high minor affinity, but their constitution is very poor. Added a new race, Elf. This is a race that lives in the woods. They love tree houses and are protectors of the environment and animals. They are vegetarians. They have good agility, a long lifespan, and good minor affinity, but their strength is poor. Added a new faction change system. Every gamer can freely change their faction, but there is a 5,000 cap for each faction. A gamer cannot change their faction if the cap is reached. Gamers who are with Eternal Kingdom can pay a fixed amount of magic stones to change to the Victoria faction. After changing factions, Eternal Kingdom reputation points will be converted to Victoria reputation points. Weapon level will also be adjusted accordingly. Equipment, magic stones, private land, and furniture cannot be inherited. However, game coins can be retained. The price for changing factions is high. Please consider it carefully. Once there are new updates, I will inform you again. Everyone will get to experience the new content once the third beta testing commences. The third beta test will be officially launched 2 days later. Please kindly wait for the upgrade. Chapter 306 Constructing the Surface City. Chapter 306 Constructing the Surface City. After Sherlock's version 0.3 update was published, it received enthusiastic replies. Dreaming War Emperor, I am creating an elf with a goblin's face. WW. Jam Battle, am choosing a human. On this average day, I am wearing common shoes and walking on the common street. Midnight Sprouts, are you blind? I like the fallen angel. I am begging for the third beta test qualification. I will hack Shirley on the surface world. K0601 New added investigation mission Victoria's Secret. Meeting you at the deep end of my life. Eternal Dog, Tribal Pigs Manual Comedy. Lord Sherlock, I understand your ambition of gaining the surface world's wealth, but aren't you too impulsive in creating a surface world base? The surface world has many different countries and is in perpetual chaos, but history has shown that once underworld races appear, they will unite and attack them. Though you have the doppelganger Precious Pearl, if the plan fails, they will attack the underworld and destroy the dungeon core. The losses will be huge. Brew suggested solemnly, I suggest we accumulate our power and attack the surface world. Michelangelo's previous conquest was a good plan. Conquering the underworld is the way. Why don't we start with Winterfell? Brew suggested conquering the underworld while Sherlock was browsing the replies of the gamers on the forum. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. After reading the gamers' replies, he patted Eggface's head. Eggface was behind Sherlock playing computer games with intense focus, and he replied, "Stop disturbing me." In the next moment, Sherlock grabbed the wings of Eggface, whose claws were grasping his mouse. The computer screen showed a dinosaur, a Utahraptor, which was facing a small Tyrannosaurus, hidden in the grass. The game was called The Isle, and it was an online game with dinosaurs as game characters. Sherlock wasn't interested in such a game. "Do you want to go to the surface world?" Sherlock asked as he grabbed Eggface and walked outside. "Can you wait until I eat that small Tyrannosaurus? It has been calling since I started playing." Eggface was pleading earnestly while clinging to his mouse. "No." Lord Sherlock was emotionless. "Get onto the Beetleman." Outside the Winterfell garrison guard station, a few armed orcs were about to escort the dispirited Andrew up a Beetleman that was parked outside. Andrew's hands were handcuffed with 3 layers of rune marner. His eyes were red and filled with irritation, but the handcuffs disabled his power. Even if he was a superior devil, he was unable to resist. The orcs pushed Andrew forward, while Baron Nicholas was standing by the Beetleman. He was waiting for Andrew. "Kihi Nicholas, are you here to taunt me? Don't be smug. Eternal fire won't forsake me. All your accusations are slander. You will pay the price." "The Merchant Alliance, Sherlock, and you will pay the price." Andrew had a wretched face as he scolded viciously. "Really, I don't think so. You will spend the rest of your life in regret. Of that, I'm sure." Nicholas lifted up his head and said, In now Winterfell's dungeon lord. The appointment documents will come very soon, so don't you worry about Winterfell. Take him away. The ox pulled Andrew towards the beetleman. "I'll return. Andrew will definitely return." Andrew struggled in pain, but he was dragged away by the ox. The metal door was shut tight. Andrew sat in the metal cage. His eyes, which were filled with hatred, gradually receded. In the dark sky, a crimson moon and a white moon occupied opposite corners. The night breeze caressed the tips of the trees and made whistling sounds. A human in a gray windbreaker was pulling a small black boy who was 1.5 meters tall. They were walking in the dark forest. That man was the humanoid Sherlock. His height and appearance were common to a human. The small kid who looked as though he was being pulled out from black paint was Eggface. "What are we doing here?" Eggface was befuddled. He didn't understand why Sherlock made him walk the long tunnels, go through the teleport portal, and come up to the dangerous surface world. Eggface was puzzled. If a superior devil and a black dragon appeared in the surface world, would it not attract a large group of grand priests? "Your job is to create a stable dungeon car," Sherlock said to Eggface as he placed a white pearl in the forest. Sherlock then created a large rune marner formation circle and said, "Do you see these rune formations? Transfer your marner over here. If you're tired, take a rest. Once all of the rune formations are activated, your mission is complete. If I'm not back by then, wait for me here. There are lots of worms in the forest. If you're hungry, catch some for yourself. There is a drain by the side. Quench your thirst over there." Sherlock gave Eggface a green net for capturing worms. Eggface looked at the green net in his hands and then at Sherlock. He gaped but didn't say a word. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The rough translation for his behavior was, "I am the king of darkness, the dragon of the devil flames. You have me in this dangerous place in the middle of the night just to have me do such a thing, and there are no food and drinks. If your performance is good, I'll increase your gaming time by an hour. For a month," Sherlock said as he extended his finger. "Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, this is my job," Eggface said solemnly. Sherlock nodded and walked out of the forest. Eggface asked, "Lord Sherlock, where are you going?" "Recruitment," Sherlock said. Chapter 307 Excommunicated Writer. Chapter 307 Excommunicated Writer. Outside a grand manor, a flag was flown, one that had the side of a lion that was brightly colored. This was the emblem of a noble. A few glass lamps illuminated the main door of the manor. An armored figure was thrown out the main door of the manor and subsequently collapsed to the ground. He used a single arm to support himself and climbed up with great effort. A few armored warriors who were grasping their sword hilts stood by the side. They were the ones who threw him out. A man in a black tuxedo walked to him and said, "I think you've heard the master. The excommunication notice from the church was served to my master. You are a pathetic non-believer who dared to deceive my master. Get lost immediately." The warriors returned back to the manor, and the main door was shut. It was quiet again, and flies danced around the incandescent lamps. The collapsed person climbed up and patted the soil and dust off himself, then began to limp towards the darkness. Before he could go far, he saw a man wearing a black windbreaker and a tall Weston hat standing before him. The man took off his hat as a show of respect. Then he smiled and said, "It seems like you are down and out. Don't worry or be afraid. I heard that when God shuts the door on you, even the windows will be welded. But it's all right. There will always be mysterious and kind souls who will help you. My name is Sherlock, and this is my name card. Sherlock passed him a small name card. On the card were the words, "Service for Custom Made Life Sherlock. Your life's best assistant." The card didn't have any contact details or the company's address. "How can you help me?" The man lifted his head. With the lamp's illumination, his face appeared thin and pallid. However, his eyes were filled with hope, as though he were a man who grabbed onto a bundle of straw when he fell into the water. "Your name is Lancelot. You had an affair with a Lord Overseer's wife. Hence your lands were confiscated, and you were exiled. Because of your sin, the church terminated your teaching post. Even your last hope, Baron Glamorgan, wasn't willing to keep you. He wasn't willing to keep you not because of your excommunication, but because his Lord Overseer intends to confiscate his land and called for his arrest. Therefore, he had to send you away. In other words, he is true to you." Lancelot was taken aback. He ran back to the main door of the manor. Sherlock took out a crystal ball and showed him that a carriage was leaving the manor. "Don't waste your effort. The Baron and his family have fled. What do you want? Why did you investigate me?" Lancelot gazed at him with wide eyes. Sherlock took out some documents and said, "I only knew about it from the documents. As for Baron Glamorgan, everyone knows that the king wants to confiscate Baron Glamorgan's land. As for me, I'm going to give you a job." Sherlock took out a new document with the words, "Victoria Recruitment Letter of Intent. I'm managing a freedom city called Victoria. The location is on the land of the Duke of York, which isn't far from here. If you're willing to work for me, I provide protection and a job. The job is simple: teach the beginners combat techniques." Lancelot frowned and asked, "Why did you look for me?" "Because you're the best trainer for combat skills." Sherlock then added frankly, "and the cheapest." Lancelot finally accepted Sherlock's recruitment and signed his name on the letter of intent. Lancelot didn't have a choice as he needed the job and a place to stay. The Freedom City may not have been the best choice, but it was his only choice. After Lancelot signed the work contract that had mana binding, the mysterious man, Sherlock, left a detailed address and vanished. Lancelot found a place to rest for the night, then he set off for that address. He left the city, traveled through the valleys, walked on plains, climbed over hills, and helped a village fend off some bandits. He also evaded the capture of mercenary soldiers. Then he arrived at that address, a forest on the Duke of York's land. Lancelot didn't see a freedom city. If there was one, it was most likely elven, because, besides trees, there were only trees. Besides elves, who lived in tree houses, there were no races that lived in tree houses. Yes, there were the bird men. Lancelot laughed at his own sense of humor. Then he heard swishing sounds. Someone was in the forest. Lancelot was wary. He grasped the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it slowly, nervously looking in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a small green kid coming out from the trees. The small kid held a net for catching worms. When the kid saw Lancelot, he was given a fright. It wasn't a human. Lancelot immediately recognized that it wasn't a human because humans didn't have green skin. The green melded perfectly with the surrounding trees, so it was a protective color. The small green kid stared at Lancelot for a few seconds. Then, he put the worm from the net into his mouth and asked, "Are you here to report for work?" Lancelot was dumbfounded, but he quickly replied, "No, Sherlock asked me to assume my post here. It's called the Courier. This is it." Follow me. Lancelot saw the green kid walk into the groves, and he followed. After walking for tens of minutes, Lancelot was stunned by the sight before him. In the woods was a piece of. It was a stumped-out empty space that was a few square meters in size. There were a few strange fellows sitting in the empty space. Chapter 308 Things to Note About Victoria. Chapter 308 Things to Note About Victoria. Greetings, my name is Untouchable. I'm a vegetarian and a protector of the animals and the environment. I'm Victoria's new botanist trainer. A dark-skinned elf in underwear made of withered plants was half-naked. The elf's skin was coated with oil and looked shiny. I'm called Hill, a steam-powered engineer. I'm in charge of Victoria's steam-powered machines. It was a dwarf with a long beard. He looked the most normal amongst the rest. I'm the king. Hill is my brother. I'm Victoria's blacksmith. Do you want to play a round of cards? It was another dwarf who looked like the dwarf called Hill. The last person was bald and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was dressed like a monk and his beard was braided. He had the look of a grand priest. Would you like to listen to the Gospel of the Lord? I have a question booklet. It will let you touch the heavens. Lancelot introduced himself to them and then found an empty spot and sat down. He asked about them. The four of them, an elf, 2 dwarves and a strangely garbed human grand priest, were recruited by Sherlock. They had the same recruitment contract for a year, and the contracts all had a strong mana binding. As for the monthly salary, bro, don't you think you've asked too much? I came from afar to work here to enjoy the diversification of the city. I respect your strange tendencies. I hope your steel boots don't have leather. Why don't you respect my privacy? I don't think you take meat, do you? The vegetarian and protector of animals and the environment, the elf, spoke very bluntly. Salary? I'm an ambitious dwarf. Why do you mention such an uncouth matter? Before talking about salary, do you want to play a round of cards? You don't fancy doing the question booklet? Lancelot felt that their salaries went high because his salary was pitiful. Though he was regretful, the contract was sealed. Besides Victoria, he didn't know where he could go. Was this really a city? Seems like everyone is here. While Lancelot was full of questions, the mysterious Sherlock appeared before him. Welcome to Victoria. Though it's only a forest, it will soon become a great freedom city. Lancelot wanted to say something, but Sherlock extended a finger and interrupted him. Don't ask. If you ask, it means the construction workers are on their way. I won't explain the details to you. You only need to do your jobs well. Sherlock took off his hat as a gesture of goodwill and said, I may not be able to interact with you in the future. Duchess Victoria will be managing Victoria. I hope that you will work well with her. Sherlock hailed the green-skinned kid. Then he said to them, there will be a batch of residents coming tomorrow. Please work according to the contract requirement. Farewell. Wait, what contract requirement? Lancelot was taken aback. He took out his contract, while the dwarf Hill asked, didn't you read the contract? Isn't it sufficient just to glance through it? Lancelot was panicking. He knew that the contract was binding, but on seeing the dense words, he didn't read them in detail. Lancelot flipped the contract to the relevant pages and started reading. 1. The Victorian residents can be blunt. If they provoke you, please do not be bothered, as they will not change. 2. The Victorian residents will not harm you. Do not use your weapons against them, as they are of no threat. 3. Compared to food, they may prefer clay. Do not be surprised, they came from a culture of eating clay. Gradually, they will eat normal food. more or less. For I have not recruited a suitable chef. Please provide your own meals. Do not worry about the Victorian residents, they will provide their own meals. 5. If a resident falls to the ground dead, it can be starvation, exhaustion, or blood loss. Please do not shift or bury their corpse. 6. Try not to interact with them. You will not understand what they are saying. 7. Billy is in charge of healing. Do not doubt him. He is the best healing grand priest. If you are injured, do not approach the Victorian residents for help, as they may worsen your condition. Look for Billy directly. The bald grand priest is Billy. Lancelot lifted his head to glance at the bald grand priest. He was holding an exercise book and smiling cordially at Lancelot. There was a lot more that was related to his work and the things to take note of. Lancelot was curious about the coming residents. What were these fellows up to? In Eternal Kingdom Dungeon, there are 10 minutes before the game shuts down for the third beta test upgrade. Put your things down and go offline. A kind-hearted gamer stood outside the Dungeon Lord main hall and shouted loudly. The gamers had prior bad experiences. This time, they wouldn't run around when the game was shutting down. They returned to put down their things before going offline. If they lost their equipment, it wouldn't be worth it. Arthur followed his companions to the Pioneer Alliance main hall. Though the faction of Victoria was newly opened after serious consideration, they decided not to change factions. The Underworld was interesting, and they could experience the Surface World faction in the future. According to what they knew about the game, the most important thing was that the city in the Surface World had just started, so the Victorian gamers would have to slog for their lives. Chapter 309 Commencement of Third Beta Testing. Chapter 309 Commencement of Third Beta Testing. The servers will be shutting down in 30 seconds. To prevent loss of items, all online gamers are to get offline immediately. When the last full service announcement was made, all gamers had gone offline. Brainiac looked at the quiet Eternal Kingdom and wrote in his journal. Simber, Mufasa, and Moros stopped work. They were in Simber's house, chatting, drinking tea, and smoking metal sticks. Beast and Yoder were closer to each other as they were once part of the Merchant Alliance. After the Winterfell incidents and with the help and assistance of Sherlock, Winterfell dismissed Evelyn's arrest warrant. Sherlock encouraged her to find a new job and start fresh, but there was no progress. Evelyn would say, "It's not easy to find a job. Though I'm embarrassed, I hope to impose on you for a few days. I'll work hard for Lord Sherlock." Sherlock wouldn't decline her request. The real situation was that, due to some reasons, Evelyn didn't apply for jobs seriously. Even if she sent out her resumes and was successful, she would give all sorts of reasons to decline. Sherlock could only encourage her. What else could he say? It was best to just smile. The gamers were all offline. Evelyn, who had been busy working, was able to take a rest. She was shopping and touring in Winterfell. The news of the large recruitment of servants was released to them, so everyone was enjoying their leisure time. They were going to face 5 times the number of gamers very soon. Lord Sherlock, all preparations are completed. The servers are disconnected from the internet. All gamers have returned to the dungeon. Nobody requested for a change of faction. This proves that your dungeon management is successful. They welcome your style of management. Brew was fawning over Sherlock, inflating his ego. The servers will restart in 1 hour as according to plan. Allocate the gamers to their factions. Brew said immediately, "Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, I made all of the arrangements." Miss Lilo has completed her preparations, and we are connected via Marna. I will be using Miss Lilo's Marna for all Marna usage on the surface world. Sherlock nodded and browsed through the queries of the gamers. In a bright and spacious room, the furnishings were luxurious, like a palace. 4 round pillars that were 7 to 8 meters high were the support pillars of the room. A gaming capsule was placed in the middle of the room, and 2 rows of servants stood by the side. The gaming capsule flashed with green light before the door opened gradually. A bit of mysterious fluid seeped out of the capsule, but most of it flowed back into the device. A 1.8-meter-tall young and handsome lad walked out. He had defined muscles and wore a tight-fitting t-shirt and shorts. The female servants behind him watched with glittering eyes. 2 servants walked forward to help him remove his shirt and pants. Then, a servant took a towel and wiped him clean before helping him change into a new set of clothing. The young lad walked out of the huge room, where a bald butler was already waiting for him. When he saw him, he walked towards the young lad and said, "Young Master Mar, this is your match for your blind date. The time is 6 p.m. I'm not going. Alert me in 40 minutes. The game is undergoing maintenance for an hour. I don't want to be denied access because the server is full," the young lad said without hesitation. "But young master, this match is the nephew of your dad's business partner. If you decline..." The young lad thought for a while and said, "Then arrange a match that has a similar build to mine and who looks like me. The previous one is pretty good. Arrange for a location later in the night. The rest is up to you." "I understand, young master." The butler saw the determined attitude of his young master and kept quiet. He bowed and walked to the side. Another middle-aged man walked up and whispered in the lad's ear. The young lad nodded and boarded the indoor car with the man. They left in the car. The female servants and the bald butler bowed until the young master disappeared from view. The young lad and the middle-aged man drove the indoor car for a few minutes before they arrived at an al fresco glass room. There were 2 strong white men who were dressed like special agents and equipped with ear mics standing outside. They bowed at the young lad, and one of the white men positioned his eyeball for a retina scan device placed by the door. After confirming his identity, the door of the huge room opened. The young lad followed the middle-aged man into the glass room. Outside the glass window was a scenic view of the azure ocean. There were seagulls and a lighthouse at the end. The sea and the sky melded together and created a beautiful picture. The young lad didn't even take a look. He found a place to sit down and received a docket from the middle-aged man. He opened the docket and examined the contents. "We investigated for some time. This dungeon game doesn't have any employees. Even the factory for producing the gaming capsules can't be found. We have investigated all possible high-tech companies, but it's as though the game company just appeared out of thin air. There's no information at all." "I understand. What about that matter?" The young lad returned the docket to the middle-aged man, who nodded. He passed a new docket to the young lad and said, "The information on the person that you wanted to investigate is inside the docket." The young man opened up the docket and took out the first sheet of paper. On it was the picture of an average-looking young girl who was smiling shyly. "We found her online information according to your instructions. We didn't contact her in person." The young lad nodded and looked at the time before standing up. "I'm going now. I'm going back to the gaming capsule to browse the discussion forum." Chapter 310 Recruitment of Guild Members Part 1. Chapter 310 Recruitment of Guild Members Part 1. Dragonborn sat up from the ground. Beside him, many other gamers sat up. They had superior equipment, their bald heads were shiny, and their eyes were filled with vigor. This was the guild location for Springfield Flower Kindergarten. All of the guild members stayed here. For the upgrade of the third beta testing, all guild members went offline from here. The 1 hour maintenance had elapsed, and the game had restarted, so Dragonborn and his members reconnected to the game. There was no new CG animation, and there was no new amendment to the login interface. If the game official hadn't announced the third beta testing, Dragonborn would have thought it was just offline maintenance. Let's pull out our banner. Dragonborn, let's go. Dragonborn was feeling groggy. Beside him was a hounded man, Seal-Head Ling Chong, who was also the deputy chairman of Springfield Flower Kindergarten. He was carrying a flag with the words Springfield Flower Kindergarten on it. From the looks of the words, it appeared the gamers wrote them. The other members were also carrying flags or horizontal banners. They were publicity materials for recruiting new members. Coming, they're coming. Dragonborn was wearing full body armor. When he got up, the armor made clanking noises. He went to a corner to wash his face in a water jar. Then, he followed everyone out of the house. Dragonborn, walk forward. I'll help you polish your armor. Take a spear. Hit took a dirty rag and polished the stained armor. Before going offline, they were maintaining their equipment. Let the flag bearer walk in front. It's normal practice in sports competitions. Dragonborn pointed at Seal-Head Ling Chong. Then, other gamers spoke up. It's different. You are the mascot of our guild. Yes, you are the runner-up of the Dark Rider tournament. You have to walk in front. In Mafia movies, the boss is always at the front. Dragonborn didn't decline the suggestion. They quickly obtained a good location. Soon, the new gamers would be coming in. They wanted to recruit new blood. The horizontal banners and flags were for recruiting new members. When Dragonborn arrived at the Dungeon Lord main hall, a few guilds had already occupied good locations. They even constructed recruitment booths. The guilds were Dragon Ranger, the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, the Pioneer Alliance, and other large guilds. The feeling was like a recruitment exercise for first-year university students. Moros was with Simber and Mufarser, sitting in Mufarser's carpenter workshop. From this vantage point, they could observe the movement of the green-skinned creatures. Today was the day for the new members to arrive in the dungeon. The green-skinned creatures looked very excited. Simber smoked his red-hot metal stick. As he sipped the bloody chrysanthemum tea, Moros suddenly shouted, "Coming, they're coming." In front of them, numerous teleport portals abruptly appeared. New goblins who either looked excited or dazed walked out of the portals. They had green symbols above their heads. The prepared veteran gamers shouted, recruiting new members, the largest online guild in China, Dragon Ranger, welcomes you to join in. A few gnomes with gorgeous armor, as well as hounded men who were wearing non-magical robes and high hats, stood in front of a recruitment booth. The recruitment booth was small compared to the size of the armored gamers. They had no choice as Sherlock only leased out a small space for them. When he discovered that the guilds planned to construct booths to recruit new blood, Sherlock created a detailed leasing plan. The recruitment locations at the Dungeon Lord main hall entrance were categorized according to the sizes of 2, 4, and 10 square meters. The rental costs were 5, 10, and 20 magic stones respectively. Most of the guilds selected the 10 square meter locations for their recruitment drives. What two guild applications to increase the size to 20 square meters? Would Sherlock allow the gamers to exploit this loophole? Of course not. Each guild was only allowed to have a single application. Members of the large guilds had to rack their brains to create their booths in the small areas of 10 square meters to attract new blood. The simplest and most perfunctory method was what Springfield Flower Kindergarten had done. They used a mascot, flags, and horizontal banners for publicity. The richer guilds, like Dragon Roger and the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, had gamers who wore superior equipment stand outside. Most importantly, they used rich benefits to attract new blood. For example, Dragon Roger's benefits were: after joining the guild, gamers would receive a full set of green armor and a Winterfell standard short sword. The weekly payout was 200 renminbi. The guild would conduct equipment maintenance, and the costs would be shouldered by the guild. Also, each enemy guild member killed in a guild war would earn 100 bronze coins as a reward. When Dragon Roger publicized its benefits, the adjacent Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance was unhappy. The chairman immediately changed his publicity slogan. After joining the guild, gamers would receive 2 full sets of armor and a Winterfell standard short sword or a standard pike. The weekly payout was 220 renminbi. The guild would conduct equipment maintenance, and the costs would be shouldered by the guild. Each enemy guild member killed in a guild war would earn 150 bronze coins as a reward. The benefits of joining the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance had to be higher than Dragon Roger. In response, Dragon Roger taunted, "Do you have money? Don't close your eyes and offer the sky. Make sure you can pay. If you owe your members salary, you will become a laughing stock." The Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance refused to take the insult and started bickering with Dragon Roger. It looked like they had to settle their grievances in the arena again. Besides these two violent guilds, most of the guilds were friendly. The most popular guild was the First Beater Gamers Pioneer Alliance. They had the 100 most powerful gamers in the game. Almost everybody had heard of their names. The gameplay and strategy guides were mostly provided by the First Beater Gamers as well. The Pioneer Alliance also made the best progress in the 15-member instance dungeon of Spectre College. Chapter 311 Recruitment of Guild Members Part 2. Chapter 311 Recruitment of Guild Members Part 2. At the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom, a group of Third Beater gamers whose characters were green-skinned goblins were queuing up in front of a booth. The Third Beater gamers had received their daily, weekly, and monthly missions, which consisted mainly of mining ore, the expansion of Eternal Kingdom's boundary, and construction of new buildings. Most of the Third Beater gamers had spent the majority of their time browsing the discussion forum. Though they didn't have the chance to play the game, they had already played the game mentally after reading the comprehensive strategy guides. Most of them could memorize Eternal Kingdom's map. To experience the legendary Sacred Night, they attended tuition classes daily and studied their abandoned textbooks. Besides browsing the forum and working, they used their remaining time to study. Learning was the way to ace the game. Once the Third Beater gamers entered the game, they didn't wander around like headless flies. They were very clear about what they wanted. Those unaffiliated gamers chose to join existing guilds that they thought were suitable for them. Some individualistic gamers preferred to be lone rangers and didn't join any guilds. Then there were those gamers who were ambitious. They wanted to be famous and be a guild chairman. The gamers who gathered at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall and were looking at the guild booths had the intention of joining a guild. After a few months of testing, the first beta gamers proved that Dungeon was a group game. Whether it was to challenge an instance dungeon, fight in a battle campaign scenario, exploration, construction of houses, trading, or the completion of daily and weekly missions, the gamers required friends to help each other. Social interaction was extremely important in this game. It was like the real world. The graphic quality, the texture and feel of materials, and the behavior of NPCs were almost like reality, with the exception of the pain threshold adjustment. The longest queue was at the Pioneer Alliance's booth. This guild was set up in the second beta testing. Now, the guild had decided to recruit an ambitious 500 members in the third beta test. Currently, the largest guild only had 500 members. After recruiting 500 members, the guild land had to be expanded, which required magic stones and game coins. In addition, there was a monthly management and rental fee. That was another considerable sum of magic stones and game coins. Even Dragon Roger and the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance didn't have such ambitious plans. They only planned to recruit 300 to 400 members. An additional recruitment of 500 members would cause a huge increase in rental fees. To the Pioneer Alliance, it wasn't a big problem. All of the rich gamers were in this guild. Veteran, are there any benefits in joining the guild? Veteran, I want to join the guild. Veteran, please invite me. Sincere. Different from those cheapskates who just ask casually. The new gamers had formed a long queue in front of Peasant. To join the guild, the gamers tried to persuade the veterans who were checking their qualifications vigorously. At an adjacent booth next to the Pioneer Alliance, a few gnomes who were wearing maid costumes and tuxedos held hands as they danced. Their names had the guild title Friendly Lilo Alliance. Perhaps due to the guild name and their equipment, which looked inferior, the number of new gamers making inquiries at the booth was negligible. That didn't stop their passionate and diligent dancing. It looked like dancing. Peasant recovered his attention and continued nervously with his recruitment of new blood. Besides the recruitment of new blood, many gamers were doing business. As the commercial area was well developed, all of the trading stalls were concentrated in the commercial area. But now, there were a lot more gamers gathered at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. A few small guilds couldn't afford the large rental like the large guilds. It was difficult for the small guilds to spend 10 to 20 magic stones, as working in Winterfell for a month would only earn 10 magic stones. Therefore, those who could do business wanted to use the chance to sell goods. For example, Springfield Flower Kindergarten was a classic guild that required money. Even though Dragonborn was the runner-up of the Dark Rider tournament and was second only to Arthur, Dragonborn wasn't rich. From his current investment in the game, he wasn't rich. Dragonborn only spent a few hundred renminbi buying bronze coins and magic stones. To depend on working to earn magic stones and bronze coins was too slow. This amount was considered paltry in the eyes of the guild members. The other guild members were also not rich. After accumulating 20 magic stones, they rented a 10 square meter booth. They wanted to earn back their costs, so they also sold some goods at the recruitment booth. Selling dagger, the best dagger in Winterfell. Take a spear hit carried a large advertisement and shouted loudly, but his specially prepared sales dialogue didn't garner good comments. Those new gamers weren't interested in his goods. Why are they not interested in my daggers? Take a spear hit, who felt discouraged, turned his head and asked Seal Head Ling Chong. Because they feel you're crude. What, selling silver coins? Yes, I'm selling silver coins. 1 silver coin for 500 renminbi. This is the cheapest in the entire dungeon. Seal head Ling Chong sold 2 silver coins to a naked third-beater goblin. Why did he look for seal head Ling Chong to buy silver coins? Nobody knew. Chapter 312 Lancelot was befuddled. Chapter 312 Lancelot was befuddled. Some gamers were focused on game exploration. As a game with a high degree of freedom and realistic settings, exploration was an important aspect of the game. There was no lack of adventurers amongst the gamers. Marco Polo was a brave and knowledgeable adventurer. With the game in the third beta testing, besides new races, Marco Polo was very interested in the new faction in the surface world, Victoria. The name exuded a contemporary romantic feel. Compared to the frivolous-sounding Eternal Kingdom, Marco Polo preferred Victoria. On the official website, Victoria's races were all positive and cute. At least, they looked better than the Underworld goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. The strength of a race was dependent on the game version, while looks stayed with the character for a lifetime. Some gamers had differing opinions from Marco Polo. They thought great-looking races may not be cool. In fact, strange-looking creatures might look cooler. With regards to aesthetics, there wouldn't be any conclusion even after discussing it for a long time. It wasn't possible for Marco Polo to switch factions based on looks. Even if he wanted to, he was unable to do so as the faction limit was reached within 10 minutes of the third beta testing. For Marco Polo, as long as he could explore freely, it was the same in the surface world or in the underworld. He was currently in the Marsh Inkstewer town to prepare for exploration. He bought the required food and checked his equipment, supplies, and the latest map. Marsh Inkstewer town wasn't far from Gate No. 2 of Winterfell. It was quickly developed beside the Marsh Inkstewer village. The gamers supported the Marsh Inspewers against the large lizards because the large lizards didn't speak, had no intelligence, and bit the gamers. The Marsh Inkstewers, on the other hand, were polite and invited the gamers as guests to their houses. Though they were ugly, the large lizards were repulsive as well. The gamers killed many large lizards, to the point that the dead lizards could circle Eternal Kingdom tens of rounds. Thus the Marsh Inkstewer held the gamers in reverence. The Marsh Inkstewer town had become an important aspect of the gamers' daily missions and adventures. The Marsh Inkstewers helped by providing rides, medicine, maps, and even Marsh Inkstewer warriors. However, the warriors would shout "Wire" and flee when there was fighting. The Marsh Inkstewer town wasn't actually the town of the Marsh Inkstewers. To be precise, it was a town built by the gamers next to the Marsh Inkstewer village. It was a small town surrounded by a wall made of rocks. Initially, the gamers created the buildings in the Marsh Inkstewer town so that they could live there. With the relocation of the residents of the old district, they had moved to Winterfell. The gamers who created the buildings received some remuneration. The Marsh Inkstewer town was previously used as a starting point for the adventurer gamers to explore the surroundings. Now, it was home for the residents who migrated from the Winterfell Old District. Chants of reading were heard. The kids from the Old District were now able to study 8 classes every day without any fear. They revised their homework at night and finished tens of sheets of examination paper daily. They also took examinations periodically. There were no holidays for them. The Underworld kids were now able to study properly. They were moved to tears of joy and bliss. Marco Polo was their teacher once and taught several classes. He created tons of homework and experienced the joy of torturing the students. He admitted that it was a comfortable feeling. Though the NPCs from Winterfell occupied the houses built by the gamers, they brought with them many missions. For example, helping to do housework for a month, helping to take care of kids, helping families to clear their clogged water pipes, helping them build a tunnel from Eternal Kingdom to their town. Though there weren't many magic stones to be earned, they provided necessities, food, and valuable information as rewards. The gamers were happy to complete the missions because there could be hidden strange encounter missions along the way. Marco Polo completed a lot of these missions, so he was very close to the residents. He was embarking on an expedition because he heard the news about the surface world. Our Victoria Freedom Town I'm not sure about that. We've only heard about the surface world in legends. The surface world is full of evil. Eternal Kingdom is very close to the surface world. I think you can reach the surface world after a day and a night of traveling. Yes, that's the path to the surface world. However, I'm not very sure. Perhaps you can check with Lord Sherlock. Marco Polo went to look for Lord Sherlock. Lord Sherlock isn't receiving any guests. If you have questions, keep them to yourself. Eggface was the one who received Marco Polo. After that, Eggface returned back to the Dungeon Lord main hall as if he had urgent work. Marco Polo didn't intend to wait. He wanted to be the first gamer to find the surface world. This would be a great adventure, an encounter of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria. Marco Polo set off with his backpack and his great ambitions. In the Freedom Town Victoria, Lancelot was befuddled. Chapter 313 Human, Fairy and Elf. Chapter 313 Human, Fairy and Elf. Lancelot waited in the forest for half a day, but there were no workers who were constructing the city. When he was about to lose his patience and thought that Sherlock was fooling him, he saw a strange-looking pumpkin carriage without a driver coming out from the grove. A small girl, who was wearing a tutu skirt and had pure white skin, dismounted. Behind her were 3 fat hamsters. They looked too large and scary. There were lots of druids in this world who could train certain animals to be their assistants. Everyone gathered forward. The small girl didn't say a word as she dismounted from the carriage. Lancelot looked on in disbelief. The empty space bulged up while soil and rocks assembled on their own. The surrounding leaves accumulated with strong, swirling winds and stuck to the bulging soil. Before long, a grand castle that was made of soil and rock appeared. Please work hard. I'm Duchess Lilo. I'll be your Lord Overseer. After speaking, Lilo brought her 3 hamsters into the newly constructed castle. She paused before turning her head to speak to Lancelot and the rest. Oh, yes, try to solve your own problems. If you can't find them, they are Big Boss, Second Boss, and Fat Otarku. The 3 hamsters raised their hands. Then, the middle hamster walked out and dry coughed twice before saying, I'm Big Boss, Miss Lilo's first assistant. Our workers are coming soon. Do you have any questions? At the recruitment location outside the Dungeon Lord main hall, I wonder what the situation is like in the surface world. If only we could create another account. Not wearing pants said thoughtfully as he sat in a chair with his shiny armor. I just went to the discussion forum to take a look. There are only trees. The only building is a soil castle. I told you before that Victoria's starting from scratch. I wonder when they will be able to start challenging the instance dungeon, Burning Chest Hair said as he gloated. Okay. I'll arrange for someone to find the way to Victoria. Then we'll raid the city. Arthur, You'll be in charge. I'll make Arthur the god of our faction, Sylvaners said as she slammed on the table. But the city lord is Lilo. She's the one who killed Samuel directly, Peasant said worriedly. Do you think we can defeat her? Seems quite difficult, Not Wearing Pants said. What shall we do? Why don't we organize a group to raid the wilderness outside Victoria? Sylvaners was itching for a fight. It's better that we don't. We don't know where Victoria is or how the two factions will get along. Burning Chest Hair gave his opinion. The other gamers nodded in agreement. Only Arthur looked distracted. While they were chatting, the other gamers were actively recruiting guild members. Not Wearing Pants and his companions appeared as mascots. Then they decided to challenge the 15-member instance dungeon. Arthur didn't object and followed Not Wearing Pants and the rest. Before leaving, he turned to look at the flower bed. The little fairy was living up in a tree. Nobody knew when the luscious tree was grown, but it looked 4 or 5 years old, even though it was only a short time. The little fairy used the leaves and branches to make a little house. Many gamers were at the seedbed cultivating various plants. Since the soil quality was good, with the assistance of Marner, the plants only required 10 minutes to mature. Most of them were alchemy materials and condiments for cooking. Though they weren't valuable, they were basic plants, and the gamers had to start from the basics to gain experience. Plant cultivators were very rare in this game. Arthur wasn't concerned about the value of the cultivated plants. Only a few new goblins were standing at the seedbed, and Arthur heard someone ask, "Where is veteran Reindeer?" "Yeah, it's the first day of the 3rd beta test, and Reindeer isn't online. I was thinking of meeting such a legendary, revered character." "That's a joke. Is that how you show your reverence?" Arthur turned his head back and left with his companions. Lilo sat in the small castle that was created using her Marner skills. She frowned as she felt her Marner draining. In front of her was a huge crystal ball, which was an enlarged doppelganger precious pearl. To be precise, it was a fusion of a portion of brew and the doppelganger precious pearl. At this time, the crystal ball was showing the face of Sherlock. "How is it, Lilo?" Sherlock asked casually as he appeared within the crystal ball. Behind him was Eggface, who was sitting behind the computer and typing furiously on the keyboard. Sherlock was in the Dungeon Lord main hall, conversing with Lilo. "Marner is draining too fast. There is a problem with the dungeon core that you have provided." Lilo frowned and looked outside the window. Teleport portals appeared incessantly, and humans, fairies, and elves walked out of the portals. There were proportionately more humans. They were wearing shorts. For females, they had simple shirts. Some of them looked beautiful and handsome, while others looked ugly. Some humans squatted on the ground and moved in strange manners. No matter how Lilo looked, these humans, fairies, and elves didn't look like construction workers. Lilo asked Sherlock, "Did you use my Marna to create these races?" Chapter 314 Lancelot's Misgivings. Chapter 314 Lancelot's Misgivings. You've discovered it so fast. Sherlock didn't panic when Lilo discovered her loss of Marner. He said calmly, "Lilo, this is the crux of the conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom. You thought I cheated you of your investment, fled, and set up a dungeon." "Yes." Lilo nodded. "No, of course not," Sherlock said firmly. "When have I deceived you?" "The previous time, when you secretly coveted Satan's treasure," Lilo said without thinking. "That was an accident. I feel that I explained it to you in detail," Sherlock said. "Let's not talk about the past. But Lilo, this time, we have a powerful army that can help us defeat the army of the Heavenly Kingdom. This army requires your unbridled supply of mana. Don't feel that I'm treating you like a mana storage device. You're a leader like the title that I have given you. The Great Duchess Lilo Ya'll be their leader and create a strong foundation on the surface world. Victoria will be our stepping board, a powerful stronghold for us to launch our attacks at the Heavenly Kingdom. Of course, before we accumulate enough power, we have to disguise ourselves. Before the time comes, you have to perform your role as a duchess and learn about the knowledge and etiquette of the nobles, if you have the time. I recruited 4 talents to help you manage the city. A spirited writer and a wanted criminal. He is also an excommunicated non-believer who is extremely decadent. I feel that he is extremely suitable for the job. The elf is a vegetarian and protector of the environment and animals. He is exiled and hard to get along with. But believe me, he's suitable for us. The 2 dwarven brothers are middle-aged creatures who, in addition to repaying their housing loan, have to support their grandparents and children. If they lose their jobs, they will pretend to go to work. These honest dwarves are easy to manage, though I feel that you won't be asking them to do things for you. As for the Grand Priest, don't worry, he's a fanatic believer and the easiest to control. Lilo paused for a while and asked, "Are there any other things for me to take note of?" "Just perform your role well, and don't reveal your identity. That's all. Leave the rest to me." Sherlock looked at the time and said, I have many newcomers, and am giving them a speech. The newcomers have to swear their allegiance to the Dungeon Lord. Contact me via the crystal ball if there are any issues. I'll be using this Marner channel. The images in the crystal ball vanished. Lilo looked at the noisy humans, fairies, and elves and pondered. Then she muttered to herself, "Swear allegiance." Hoodlum was a young lad with a bright future. In the game, he had violet hair and average-looking features, and unruly behavior. His spine was distorted. Even when he was standing, he was hunchbacked. His thigh was level with his head. When he ran, it was very awkward for him. With such distortion, he was unable to run fast. He could only waddle like a duck. Why did Hoodlum create such a character? Hoodlum was a professional at creating characters. Gosh, are you a fan of the Ugly Club? You created a Hoodlum that's hilarious. What about Great Centenarian Jasmine Girl Logan? The shops in Victoria are doomed. That's cracking me up. What was the situation? Lancelot had never encountered such strange humans, fairies, and elves. The creatures were either super beautiful with excellent figures or as ugly as the legendary ancient gods. Otherwise, they had severely distorted figures. Were they construction workers? What about their tools, safety helmets, supervisor? They didn't have construction materials or machines. There was a lot of wood around, but there were no rocks and there were no rock mines nearby. Did they intend to build a freedom city based on wood? The strangest thing was that they chatted enthusiastically after coming out of the teleport portals. They didn't mind the thin clothing that they had. Did they not feel cold in this weather? Why were the 3 races of human, fairy, and elf so familiar with each other and they could chat so happily? Lancelot was unable to get along well with a nagging grand priest, let alone fairies and dwarves. What were the green words above their heads? Lancelot was full of doubts. According to his contract with Sherlock, he couldn't grab them and ask. Moreover, it was impolite. Though he was excommunicated and exiled, he was inherently a knight. While Lancelot's mind was filled with questions, the number of humans, fairies, and elves had breached 1,000. Without a leader, once the numbers breached the limit, then it could cause chaos. In fact, chaos was starting to rear its ugly head. Lancelot noticed a few of the creatures arguing, and such conflicts were increasing. When someone came forward to lead, it could lead to a bloodbath. Lancelot was getting worried. It was then that a door opened on the second-level balcony of the castle. Duchess Lilo and the three hamsters walked down. The crowd started shouting, "Oh my gosh, that's my wife, the great angel Lilo. Is that the greedy fat Atarku? The three of them look alike. SHH, stop talking, the plot animation is beginning. Wait, how did they know them?" Chapter 315 Residents of Victoria. Chapter 315 Residents of Victoria. Lancelot was trying to figure out the identity of Duchess Lilo when he discovered he was surrounded and being stared at by the half-naked gamers. The gamers noticed that Lancelot was an NPC. Lancelot was wearing armor, didn't have green words above his head, and had average looks. It was obvious that Lancelot was an NPC. Why is the NPC dazed? Because it's his first time here. That's the setting of NPCs. Anyways, that's the plot. Well, just watch. Some gamers tried to get close to Lancelot, but they stood in front of the castle. When they approached, at a certain distance, something stopped them from advancing. The obstacle was actually the plot animation mode. As the gamer's mana came from Lilo, once Lilo appeared and exerted her dominance, the gamers had to quiet down. Cough, cough. A fat hamster walked out with a script in his hand. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Citizens of Victoria, this is the great Duchess Lilo. No matter what identity you have, from today onwards, you'll be the subject of Duchess Lilo. To build a better Victoria, devote your entire life to the city." Though the fat hamster was passionate, his helium voice made the gamers want to laugh. As they were being restrained, they were forced to hold back the laughter. "Yes, that's the way, start working." Another fat hamster came forward and shouted, "Can we find something to eat?" Another fat hamster looked as if he was pleading the gamers. Lancelot was full of doubts, but since he was a Forsaken Knight, he didn't have many requests. He could only go along with these weird fellows from the teleport portals and build a new home. At least Duchess Lilo looked like she was powerful. To create wealth, cut the trees first. Lancelot felt for the sword at this waist. This was a precious sword that symbolized the honorable knight. Today, he might have to use it to cut trees. Would it break? As Lancelot was feeling melancholic, he saw two petite fairies, and one of them walked to a tree. It's too realistic. Though I have seen the screenshots, it looked flat like in the photograph. It's really realistic now that I'm playing the game. Why do we look different from the little fairy? The little fairy in Eternal Kingdom has wings. So why don't we have wings? We are larger in size too. Nonsense, we are fairies, she's a little fairy. Are you being silly? What the heck? They chatted as they walked to a small tree, picked up a rock on the ground, and smashed it against the tree. Wait, was that a rock on the tree trunk? Were both of them intending to cut the trees using rocks? Were they mad? Then he saw a half-naked man whose spine was severely distorted. He crawled on the ground, waddling his thighs as he walked. He clenched his fists and smashed the tree trunk. Nut cases. Were all of them mad? Fortunately, they were the minority. Most of them were still chatting enthusiastically or complaining. How do we complete the mission? We're supposed to cut trees, but we aren't given the tools. There are tools. Didn't you see the mission tips? Go to the castle for the tools. Silly gamers, can you open your eyes before complaining? Are you expecting the axe to be placed in your backpack? This game is very realistic. We have to get our own tools. Haven't you played games or browsed the discussion forum before? While you were arguing, I obtained the tools. In informing you that there are no more tools. Let's go. Let's carry rocks and food. Those with similar missions, follow me. Let's carry something. A group of them made a ruckus before leaving. Lancelot was surprised. They didn't have a discussion or receive any orders from the leader, but they knew what they were supposed to do. Some of them would stand there looking dazed before shouting. Anyone with a mission to explore the map, let's do it together. My mission is cutting trees. Let me team up with someone with a carrying mission. The efficiency is higher. Where did they receive their missions? Lancelot went into deep thought. The Grand Priest, who was holding his exercise book, walked to Lancelot and gave him a fright. You must have doubts. Why are these people so strange? The Grand Priest was full of passion and joy. He said, previously, a god envoy said that these people received God's blessing. Most of them possess beautiful figures and appearances. That is the best evidence. Wait a moment, a god envoy. Though he had many doubts, Lancelot was most interested in the god envoy. In speaking of Lord Sherlock, he showed us God's miracle. He was the envoy appointed by God to guide us. It's time for us to guide these lost sheep. The Grand Priest looked at the crowd with green words and smiled like a compassionate father. Lancelot pondered carefully. He felt that Sherlock was very mysterious, but he didn't recall anything he did that was miraculous. Perhaps his disappearance was counted as a miracle. The Grand Priest walked to the gamers. He took out his exercise book and said to them, "Do you wish to go to heaven? I'll show you the way." The gamers who were thinking of how to cut the trees looked at the bald Grand Priest. They were taken aback for a while before they started shouting excitedly. "Gosh, is that the Sacred Night mission? Why am I so lucky?" Gamers gathered around him and shouted, I want. Me as well. Me too. War. Chapter 316 Natural Fighter Hoodlum's Post. Chapter 316 Natural Fighter Hoodlum's Post. In front of a puddle filled with mud, a bald Grand Priest held an exercise book with one hand and clasped his chest with the other while he prayed silently. In front of the Grand Priest was a nervous elf who was writing mathematical formulas on the ground. Lancelot knew that a lot of people were addicted to learning and that they believed in the sacred light. However, he hadn't seen any elves that believed in the sacred light. Did the elves not have many gods? The elf muttered to himself before standing up, seeming determined. The bald Grand Priest gave his blessings to the puddle, which shimmered with light. He said, "May the Lord bless you." He grasped the elf's head and pushed it into the puddle. After 3 minutes, the elf collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. It's a pity. He didn't pass the Lord's examination. His belief wasn't firm enough. The bald Grand Priest shook his head and spoke with sympathy. The people behind started scolding. "Why, I said his revision wasn't sufficient. Revise properly before coming. You're wasting my time. In forgetting the formulas that I memorized. Why didn't you carry breaks honestly? Didn't you know that you aren't suited for studying? Give way, don't hinder me from becoming a sacred knight. I have studied for a month. You're cool, veteran. You're very hardworking." When the bald Grand Priest saw that everyone was diligently learning, he was so touched that his hand trembled. He drowned another person who wasn't a devout believer and threw the body to one side. The Grand Priest was filled with purity and sacredness. He was enlightened by the Lord's compassion and calling to guide the lost sheep. "Don't worry, I will lead them to the correct path." Abates. At Springfield Flower Kindergarten's recruitment booth, "Take a spear hit," shouted as he sat on the ground. "What's up with the updates?" Seal head Ling Chong came over, looking puzzled. "A post on Victoria's strategy guide. There's a third beater gamer, hoodlum, who posted a strategy guide on Victoria. Dragonborn, Seal head Ling Chong, and other Eternal Kingdom gamers browsed the discussion forum. On the front page was a post. Using bare hands to cut trees, natural fighter isn't afraid of starting from scratch. This is natural fighter hoodlum. I'm the live broadcaster hoodlum at B Station. I told relatives and friends many times about my third beater test status, so I won't repeat it. I'm sharing with you the situation at Victoria City. As I am playing the game and writing the post, the updates will be slow. I hope that you won't mind. Let's take a look at the pictures of the newly created Victoria. Picture. Don't complain about the low angles of the screenshots. My shoulders were laden with the heavy burden of life, and my spine was broken. Hence, the shot angles were low. You may take a look at my selfie. Picture. Good, back to the main topic. The Freedom City of Victoria is similar to what the veterans speculated. There is only a Dungeon Lord main hall, and the rest is to be built by the gamers. Don't talk about instant houses, cities, or roads. We don't even have a proper construction site. On top of that, the tools aren't sufficient. It's to the point that even the NPCs are dazed and not working. If not for system restriction, I would have robbed that dazed knight of his weapon and decapitated him to help him snap out of his daze. It's fortunate that there are no requirements to become a sacred knight. If you're willing, the bald Grand Priest will help you. The bald Grand Priest isn't bald, his name is Bald. Don't ask me why, ask the game producers. Since I am creating a post and broadcasting live, I'm unable to take the examination to become a sacred knight. Even if I go, I'm unable to answer the questions and will lose my life. After the new gamers were teleported to Victoria, they had to swear allegiance to Duchess Lilo. It was as simple as kowtowing at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. One could kowtow more if they wished. The process was similar to the kowtowing to Lord Sherlock in the dungeon. After that, it's cleaning the location, carrying bricks and wood and cutting trees. The mission will earn you 100 bronze coins and takes 1 or 2 hours. Only a few hundred gamers have complete tools, while most of the gamers went equipped with tools. It's understandable that it is harder at the start of constructing a city. We don't need to mine. On the surface world, if we cut trees, we will create empty space. The wood can also be used to construct houses. Thanks to the veterans' knowledge in the forum, many civil engineering students came forward to become engineers. We didn't encounter problems while constructing houses. Within 3 hours, we constructed houses. Take a look at the picture. Cutting trees in the surface world doesn't require answering questions. Don't ask me, ask the game producers. However, mining does require answering questions. I'm speechless. To ace the game, studying is necessary. As I'm writing in a free-flowing way, there may not be logical sequencing. Please bear with it. Let's take a look at the NPCs and location screenshots. Picture. This is Natural Fighter Hoodlum broadcasting live. I look forward to Victoria's first commercial shop manual comedy. Dragonborn finished reading the post and examined the pictures. Sealhead Ling Chong pinched his chin and said, "The surface world setting is based on the later part of the medieval age, albeit with the existence of Marner. Why are you analyzing the background setting? We have to follow the game producers. They can do whatever they like. It's all Marner take a spear hit said, and Seal head Ling Chong nodded. The surface world didn't really affect them as the two factions hadn't interacted. They would discuss the future when it arrived. Chapter 317 New Plot. Chapter 317 New Plot. Sleep life is important rob his days, har. This is interesting. Was that character created by a human? Why is the appearance extraordinary and outstanding? Russian family of 5. This house will leak water. You have to patch it with straw. Meeting you at the deep end of my life. War what an ugly and deformed character. Decapitate him. Exploded dice. Are you trying to take upskirt pictures from this angle? In the Dungeon Lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock was browsing the post using bare hands to cut trees. Natural fighter isn't afraid of starting from scratch. Lord Sherlock, the construction of Victoria is going very smoothly. With this progress, we can create a city for 5,000 gamers within a month. Brew was full of optimism. Indeed. Sherlock nodded. Once Victoria City is established and able to survive, we will be able to start smelting and forging. Then we'll select suitable locations for the gamers to fight bandits and magical beasts. We can also set up an Adventurers Guild and share information with the Underworld Adventurers Guild. The gamers from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria can compete. On the surface world, we can intervene in human affairs, like supporting our nominated candidate to be the ruler of the York territory. Based on the combat power of the 5,000 gamers, we can take over the York territory. Using the York territory as our stronghold, we will pledge allegiance to a human kingdom while forming alliances with the nobles. Then, we will initiate the election process in the kingdom by using the 5,000 gamers to defeat the kingdom's army. After that, we will uphold the election by force and nominate Lilo as the queen. We will manipulate the history of the humans' genius plan. Lord Sherlock, I can't see any benefits for you in building Victoria City, Brew said to Sherlock enthusiastically. If I do things according to what you have said, it won't be beneficial to me. If we look further than that and use the gamers as a labor force instead of a conquering force, you will find that a stable stronghold is a much wiser choice. Sherlock picked up his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and said, I don't fancy using violence to solve problems. I want to see the two worlds complementing each other. For example, the Underworld is lacking in wood resources but rich in ores. Even the worthless diamond seam ore will be extremely valuable in the surface world. After processing the abundant gold and silver ore in the Underworld, they will fetch high prices in the surface world. On the other hand, the surface world has an abundance of wood resources, which are lacking in the Underworld. All types of hardwood, softwood, and Marner wood can be obtained on the surface world. Besides, there are cultivated alchemy materials and Marner materials that cannot be found in the Underworld. If we grow bloody chrysanthemum tea leaves on the surface world, since it doesn't require Marner for sustenance, the cost becomes low. That will make us a fortune. Sherlock spread out his hands and inhaled deeply before saying, Brew, don't you understand that is unlimited wealth? Controlling the surface worlds, trade and resources will spread our influence to all corners of the Underworld and the surface world. In the future, my portrait will be on each magic stone. Wealth is power. I see. Is Victoria City going to be the future trading stronghold? Brew said thoughtfully, after accumulating wealth, we can arm the gamers and purchase gigantic war beasts. We will then start our conquest from Winterfell. We'll discuss this later. Sherlock picked up a crystal ball that showed the figure of a Lone Ranger. The words Marco Polo were above his head. The most important thing is to handle the plot and integrate the underworld and surface world. I'll arrange for the resources of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria to complement each other. Is Lord Sherlock going to make use of Marco Polo? Brew asked. Why not just a simple mission to have him find the way to Victoria? After, we can use missions to have the gamers transport the resources in an endless cycle, rewarding them after completion. Then, the resources can be made into commercial products by the gamers, thus forming a positive loop. Brew said excitedly, your ideas are terrific. I didn't think of that. The gamers will find it boring if they only have work missions. I suggest making the transporting and manufacturing of goods faction missions. We have to enhance the plot and increase the conflict between the factions. I suggest destroying a few dungeons. Winterfell is a good choice. It's even better to kill off a few characters. What about the succubus? Evelyn sacrifice her since she doesn't do much work and is sponging off of us. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew's suggestions. He focused his attention on the crystal ball and Marco Polo, transferring his Marner into the crystal ball. Marco Polo wiped the sweat from his head. He didn't have the sensation of sweating, but the sweat beads impeded his eyesight. Marco Polo had traveled on the path indicated by the old district residents for half a day, right after the start of the third beta test. Marco Polo wasn't sure how long the journey would take. Previously, when he traveled to Winterfell, it took him a few days. Marco Polo rested. When he was about to resume his journey, he saw a green beam that made him panic. Within the light beam, a blurry figure extended his hand towards him and said, Chosen One, are you willing to accept the mission of your destiny? Chapter 318 Marco Polo's Strange Encounter Mission. Chapter 318 Marco Polo's Strange Encounter Mission. At the teleport portal main hall of Eternal Kingdom, there was a flash of brilliance, and 15 gamers walked noisily out of the portals. A few gamers gathered to find out what happened. The 15 gamers were the first beta gamers from the Pioneer Alliance. Since the start of the 15-member instance dungeon Inspector College, the Pioneer Alliance had been striving to be the first group to conquer it. It was difficult. 20 days had passed, but none of the guilds were able to conquer the instance dungeon. They were able to complete it, but they ran out of time. The problem was every time, the boss would be different. After dying tens of times, when they knew how to defeat the boss, they would run out of time. There were no potions to help the gamers strengthen and heal. Though the food had some buff effects, the tiny increase wasn't of much use. To ensure the gamers were in the best condition, after defeating a boss, they would take turns killing themselves and reviving so that they were at peak condition. This reduced both their reputation points and their valuable time. Half of the time was spent reviving and running in the instance dungeon. If there were potions to heal the gamers completely or increase their power within a short time, the instance dungeon would be conquered much easier. With the current alchemy skills of the gamers, it was impossible. When the little fairy bragged to Reindeer, she said that there were such potions. However, the side effects were devastating, like dying after 24 hours, the failing of bodily functions after a year, and incontinence during old age. It was a joke. Why would the gamers, who were labeled the fourth calamity, be afraid of the side effects? If the gamers didn't die within 3 days, they would admit defeat. Even if the gamers weren't afraid, they were unable to produce the potions because they didn't have the materials. The little fairy said, "Humph, if I were to cultivate plants at the world tree in sunny conditions, within 3 days I could produce healing potions. Unless dead, one could recover from most of their injuries." I could also produce life compression biscuits, which have the ability to regenerate life force and heal the body rapidly. But there is no Yggdrasil or sunshine here. After that, the gamers almost formed an expedition to attack Yggdrasil. Gosh, we lost again. We almost defeated the boss and conquered the instant's dungeon. Burning chest hair shouted in rage while Peasant patted his shoulders and made a gesture of pinching the universe in his fingertips. Chest hair bro, is you're almost referring to half a boss. I'm exhausted after playing for 12 hours. I'm done. I'll get offline to rest and do some facials. Arthur bro, let's chat on WeChat later. Sylvarners stood beside Arthur, but he shook his head and said, no, I'll research how to change my race to orc. Since the discussion forum has information on orcs, there must be a way to change. Let me talk to the NPCs to find out if I can accept missions. Let me accompany you. I'm going to write a strategy guide on changing races. I haven't been creating strategy guides recently. Not wearing pants said. I'm going, Peasant shouted. Varners, y'all go offline without us, Burning chest hair said to Sylvarners. The rest of the gamers also indicated that they wanted to know more about the mission for becoming an orc. Sylvarners noticed that she was being ostracized and became mad. She grasped Burning chest hair's neck and smiled as she said, if Arthur bro is going, I'll definitely follow. I'm most compliant with Arthur. Aren't you going to do your facials? If you don't, what if your facial hair becomes too long? Then you won't be able to be a cute gal anymore. Instead of grasping Burning chest hair's neck, Sylvarners strangled him. The gamers became boisterous and forgot all about their defeat in the instant's dungeon. Arthur didn't join in the fun and instead looked at the nearby flower bed. There were many gamers gathering over there and a queue waiting to cultivate plants in the soil. Arthur looked around but didn't see Reindeer's figure. Arthur looked at the little fairy, who was lying in a treehouse and spitting saliva viciously at gamers who got near or climbed the tree. The scene was like a riot control water cannon shooting and dispersing a crowd. While Arthur was pondering, a gamer exited the teleport portal and shouted, come quickly, I received Victoria's strange encounter mission. The gamer was Marco Polo. Gosh, Marco Polo created another new plot, Peasant exclaimed. While not wearing pants, who was being strangled by Sylvarners, freed himself, and charged forward. Arthur and the rest of the gamers followed up. Before long, a crowd gathered before Marco Polo. He was wearing shorts, which indicated that he had revived. When he saw the crowd, he told them about his strange encounter mission. When Marco Polo was searching for Victoria, a green beam appeared. But Marco Polo wasn't sure if there was a living being. The being in the light claimed to be a prophet. The being told Marco Polo, your direction is wrong, but I'm touched by your adventurous spirit. Because of some reasons, I'm unable to be close to Eternal Kingdom. Please inform Lord Sherlock to be careful with Victoria City. Whether it's peace or destruction, the choice is in our hands. That was the mysterious conversation. It was a strange encounter mission. Marco Polo was so excited that he abandoned his luggage and committed suicide. He wanted to return to Eternal Kingdom in the fastest time to complete his strange encounter mission. Chapter 319 I am not bothered by reindeer. Chapter 319 I'm not bothered by reindeer. Marco Polo talked incessantly. Before the gamers reacted, the door of the dungeon lord main hall was opened. Sherlock walked out, followed by Eggface, who shut the door. Sherlock was dressed in a noble's long robe. After accepting the swearing of allegiance from the gamers, he was dressed like this. What is the commotion about, my citizens? Sherlock's voice wasn't loud, but the exertion of dominance made the gamers stay at a distance and become quiet. The gamers entered the plot animation mode. Sherlock looked at the half-naked Marco Polo and walked towards him as he asked, "My servant, I sense a familiar manner on your body. What did you encounter?" Marco Polo felt his weight getting lighter before he was lifted up by Sherlock's manner, which seeped into his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Finally, there was a light beam from the sky, and a green figure appeared in the beam and repeated what he said to Marco Polo. Sherlock looked grave as he put Marco Polo down. He said to the restrained gamers, "It's Victoria City, they found us, and they're building a new stronghold." A clear crystal ball appeared in Sherlock's hand, and the images on the crystal ball were projected in front of the gamers. It showed a group of gamers carrying bricks diligently at the surface world city of Victoria. They were smiling merrily. Sherlock said worriedly, "They have large numbers. If they establish a stronghold and attack us, we won't be able to defeat them. Warriors, we have to react. We must prepare beforehand as a vicious battle awaits us." After his speech, Sherlock returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall, and a mission notice appeared before the gamers. For example, a mission appeared before Seal Head Ling Chong. Mission title: Faction Conflict, Mining Ore. Mission description: Our enemy is Victoria City. War requires a vast amount of weapons and armor. Use your knowledge to forge as many weapons and pieces of armor as possible. Eternal Kingdom needs you. Mission objective: Mine Diamond Seam 010. Mine Rock Ore 010. Mission reward: After completion of the mission, you will receive 100 reputation points. Faction Eternal Kingdom. Besides stone masonry, mining, and carrying ore, all other missions were preparations for war that included the accumulation of weapons, building materials, metal ores, gold, silver, and other miscellaneous items. Though the gamers weren't sure about the use of the faction reputation points of Eternal Kingdom, from their experience, they could be exchanged for titles, battle emblems, rare rides, or pets. The gamers would like to give the Hellhound pets a pass as they were extremely ugly. They started working hard to earn more faction reputation points. The same situation applied to Victoria, with the exception of the spokesman, who wasn't Lilo but her first assistant, Big Boss Hamster. Citizens of Victoria City, I'm the first assistant of Duchess Lilo, and am announcing the order of Duchess Lilo to prepare for the Underworld threat. We have to make haste and build our Victoria City. We must prepare more resources to boost our war efforts. After the announcement, the gamers received missions to gather wood, special plants, and even fish. Both the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City were hard at work. Arthur's mission was to sort out the ores that were mined by the gamers. He was then to place them into a chest on top of a beetleman. Eternal Kingdom received 10 beetlemans after the first battle at Winterfell. They received even more after the second battle and from the compensation from the Hades Devil Kings. Altogether, Eternal Kingdom had more than 100 beetlemans, and every 50 gamers were allocated a single beetleman. The gamers didn't have a chance to ride the beetlemans individually, as they were used as train rides to the beginners' training grounds, Spider's Lair, and the Marsh Ink Spewer Town. Now the beetlemans were used to transport the materials and equipment accumulated by the gamers. This required many days. Arthur was mechanically transporting the ores to the chests on the beetleman. Opposite him was Dragonborn, who was also transporting rocks. They received the same mission. One of them was the most powerful first beater gamer, while the other one was the most lethal second beater gamer. They fought before, so they knew each other. However, Dragonborn wasn't as famous as Arthur. How's the recruitment of fresh blood to the guild? Dragonborn felt he should say something, as he would prefer their relationship to be friendship instead of competition. It was common for gamers to fight in guild wars, though some gamers preferred to make more friends. Some gamers preferred PvE, some liked PvP, while others wanted PvX. The chests are full, Arthur said, looking distracted. Dragonborn felt awkward. As he started the conversation, he had to continue. After pondering, he said, "Yes, I didn't see Reindeer. Is she a member of the Pioneer Alliance? Is she not feeling well? It was strange that she didn't get online during the start of third beta testing." Arthur was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. I wasn't bothered." I see. Dragonborn nodded. While he was thinking of what to say, Take a Spear hit dashed to him and shouted, "Gosh, did you take a look at the forum? The gamers at Victoria saw veteran Reindeer. It's rumored that she has changed faction." Chapter 320 Brainiac's New Research. Chapter 320 Brainiac's New Research. Evelyn sat in the office of the Adventurers Guild, smiling professionally while recording the requests of the Winterfell residents. She recorded requests such as finding lost chicks, taking care of kids, and clearing clogged toilet bowls. Suddenly, she felt as though she was working for the Civil Administration Office of the Merchants Alliance. These registered requests were assigned to the gamers at first chance. She witnessed how the gamers completed the missions that nobody wanted to do, feeling both moved and guilty at the same time. Previously, Evelyn thought that the gamers were nutcases and looked down on them. However, seeing their friendly and warm-hearted manner in helping those lonely elderly folks, Evelyn realized the sincerity underneath their green skin. A few green-skinned creatures and a hounded man appeared before her. "Evelyn, we're here to inquire about things." Evelyn found the leader familiar. He was not wearing pants, who had a strange name. She was familiar with him because he would arrange for his members to accept group missions. "How can I help you?" she smiled, even though they weren't customers. "We would like to inquire about faction changes." "Did Reindeer change her faction?" Not wearing pants asked. "Faction Reindeer." Evelyn was dumbfounded, not understanding his question. I knew that the succubus wouldn't know. Let's look for Shirley. He's a high-level NPC, so he'll know about faction changes." Not wearing pants turned his head and left in disappointment. He chatted as he walked. "This game doesn't have a system for inquiring about faction changes. If our friends change factions, we want know about it," Burning Chest Hair complained. "Yes, the design is illogical." Peasant nodded in agreement and said, "I suggest we create a post on the forum to complain in hopes that the game officials can improve and create an inquiry system." "Arthur bro, just now, your expression looked horrible." Sylvarners looked at Arthur, who was in deep thought. He lifted his head and said in a daze, "Where did you take a liking to Reindeer?" Not wearing pants asked suddenly. "It's possible. Reindeer is the gentlest of all gamers. She's very nice in the game, and must be awesome in real life." "Arthur bro, are you smitten by Reindeer?" Sylvarners looked as though she was breaking down. It was difficult for a gnome to have such an expression. Impossible. It was Dragonborn and his companions who asked around about Reindeer. Then we came to find out more. Arthur hasn't said a word. "Sister Varners, don't be sad. Arthur's heart is with you." Peasant consoled Sylvarners. "Peasant, aren't you afraid you might be struck by lightning?" Burning Chest Hair smiled broadly and said, "You're bootlicking Sister Varners. Aren't you going to fawn over Arthur as well?" "No, Arthur bro is easier to deal with than Sister Varners," Peasant said seriously. In the next moment, burning chest hair and peasant were clipped under Sylvarner's armpits. "Are both of you fellows didn't think much of me? Of course I know that Arthur only likes me. Who needs trash like you to spout nonsense?" They bickered as they walked outside the Adventurers Guild. As they were about to look for Shirley, a skeleton frame blocked their way. "Can I do research on you?" "No." 526 The servants of Eternal Kingdom follow certain behavioral patterns. New sprouting of love or couples will appear in a daze. Simply said, they are like a machine that exists for a tool. In this journal, this item was struck off and replaced with new content. Amended No. 526 discovered their complex feelings and doing follow-up research. So, Arthur likes reindeer, Sylvarner's likes Arthur, not wearing pants likes Sylvarner's or Arthur, burning chest hair and peasant may like each other. Brainiac was looking at the four gnomes and hounded man and trying to figure out their relationships. "Wait, Brainiac, is there a misunderstanding? Aren't we looking for reindeer?" "Yes, I will make a complaint against you if you slander me." Exciting, the NPC is teaching us about courtship. No, this isn't courtship. Considering Sylvarner's die identity, we are in a large-scale 5-die confusion and a messy situation. Look at my expression. What? I'm not as perverted as you, so I can't integrate well. DMN. Har. Brainiac looked at the five of them bickering, unable to discern who was speaking what. "I will convey your questions to Lord Sherlock," Brainiac said to them. Not wearing pants and his companions were eager to find out whether reindeer had changed faction, so they wouldn't stay with Brainiac. They were surprised when Brainiac looked for them to do research, but it wasn't the first few times that Brainiac did research. He had done dissection before, so this was nothing. Brainiac went to look for Lord Sherlock in Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac's current jobs were to do alchemy, create magical items, and manage the Adventurers Guild. Due to a shortage of materials, the alchemy and magical item creation couldn't be carried out. Most of the time, Brainiac was at the Adventurers Guild observing the gamers. Now, he had a new research topic. Dong. Brainiac knocked on the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall. It opened and Eggface stood at the doorway with sleepy eyes. "Our Brainiac." Eggface rubbed his eyes and walked back into the room. "Remember to close the door," Eggface said as he squirmed his body at a messy corner nest that was made of mud, tree branches, grass roots, and metal products. Soon he fell asleep, snoring loudly. Though Eggface had his own nest, he looked as though he was sleeping in the Dungeon Lord main hall. "What's the matter, Brainiac?" Sherlock, who was sitting behind the table, lifted his head and looked at Brainiac. Chapter 321 Sherlock's Letter. Chapter 321 Sherlock's Letter. "You are very concerned about the well-being of those gamers." Sherlock clasped his hands together and supported his chin as he said to Brainiac, "You suspect that the gnomes and hounded men have homosexual tendencies and interracial love relationships, and you want to do detailed research." "Yes, it's an important research topic to me," Brainiac said as he nodded. "I understand. You may proceed with the research." Sherlock nodded, but Brainiac didn't leave. He asked, "Do you have other matters?" "I have a few questions." Brainiac took out his journal and asked, "The group of gnomes and hounded men is looking for a goblin called Reindeer. What is special about her? Why are they so concerned about her along the way? I got inquiries about Reindeer too." "Reindeer is a very zen goblin. I have an impression of her. They were looking for her not because she played an important role but for friendship and love, which are filled with positive feelings. Sherlock nodded and explained. I see. Brainiac nodded. As he was leaving, Sherlock said, Yes, be gentler when you do research and don't use violence. A gamer complained that you slandered them. I understand. I'll continue with my work. Brainiac bowed before leaving. Lord Sherlock, I've checked. Nobody has changed factions. It wouldn't even be possible for Reindeer. Less than 10 gamers are able to pay the 100 magic stones fee for changing factions, Bruce said as Brainiac was leaving. She must have some issues at home and therefore isn't online today. I didn't expect her to be so popular. I didn't either. The gamers didn't have any reaction to the beautiful Evelyn, but they care so much about Reindeer, who's a goblin. Is there a problem with their sense of beauty? Sherlock was puzzled and asked. It's because Reindeer is a suitable candidate for online love. Evelyn is just a beautiful NPC. Bruce said, Lord Sherlock, these matters aren't related to our plan. It's important to build the tunnel between Victoria and Eternal Kingdom so that we can complement each other. Then, we can have a continuous supply of all things alchemy, magical items, and equipment to sell to the gamers. When we have enough magic stones and a number of large siege weapons, we can start on our plan to conquer the world. We can start. I understand. I will begin from Winterfell in the conquest of the Underworld. Sherlock didn't hide his condescending tone. Brew continued to expound on the plans for the future conquest. In the academic department of Spectre College, have more concern for the next generation and sweat for the future. Manage a good school to educate Spectre geniuses. A skeleton who was wearing a Weston suit and a black hat passed a flag to Bacon as he said, Professor Bacon, thank you for educating my child, who is now graduating and becoming a useful Spectre. It's all thanks to your mentoring. Yes, Professor Bacon. If not for your education, he wouldn't be able to obtain the level a graduation certificate, said a smiling female skeleton that was wearing a bright red overcoat. Son, quickly kowtow to the teacher. Two skeletons looked at a young skeleton who was in a black graduation cap and gown. The young skeleton knelt down and shouted loudly, Thank you, Professor Bacon. Then he pom kowtowed and scattered white bone powder on the ground. Don't stand on ceremony. This is what I should do. Professor Bacon helped the young kowtowing skeleton up. On Bacon's forehead were timeless cracks that indicated the long period of education service that he had rendered. After the parents expressed their gratitude, they left a token of appreciation and brought their son out of Professor Bacon's office. On the table were a magic stone card, special protein powder for osteoporosis, a basket of salted fish, a huge box of bloody chrysanthemum tea, a few Winterfell shopping cards, a lifetime coupon for the Underworld volcano tour, a basket of native chicken eggs, and a Winterfell hair-perning coupon. Professor Bacon, don't be too hard on yourself. Keep those things that you deserve, another teacher said to Professor Bacon. We don't teach because of these things. If the students work hard and become useful specters, I'll be more than satisfied, Bacon smiled and said. Only with Professor Bacon's teaching will we get a genius student like Brainiac. Another lick Professor complimented Bacon. Yes, I heard that Brainiac saved Winterfell. What I heard that Eternal Kingdom saved Winterfell. Brainiac is the important lick in Eternal Kingdom. Since Eternal Kingdom saved Winterfell, then Brainiac saved Winterfell. Everyone chatted enthusiastically and praised Bacon's efforts. When the bell rang, everyone left for their classes. Bacon arranged his textbooks nicely and got ready to leave for class. However, before he left, A letter shot out from the furnace. On the letter were the words, "Dearest Professor Bacon, Lord Sherlock. Chapter 322 I am telling you a secret. Chapter 322 I'm telling you a secret." Lord Sherlock's letter. Professor Bacon was surprised by the letter. He opened it to see the words, "Dearest Professor Bacon. Greetings, it's Lord Sherlock from Eternal Kingdom. It has been quite some time since we met, and I am missing you. Recently, Eternal Kingdom went through an expansion phase. Everyone in Eternal Kingdom wants to help Spectre College in the graduation examination. There's even a portion of a new friendly race that would like to extend their help. If you are free, please come to Eternal Kingdom for a detailed discussion. Lord Sherlock." Bacon grabbed his things and took the letter to the principal's office. He was smiling gently. He could tutor those poor students again. Arthur and his companions didn't manage to find Reindeer. In a small little house, they found Reindeer's goblin body and were relieved. Before the commencement of the third beta testing, she moved her body to the little house. If her body was still around, it meant that she hadn't changed factions. The Victorian faction found a post that was suspected to be from Reindeer, but it was confirmed to be false. Dragonborn was extremely concerned about the continual disappearance of Reindeer. "Do you think that Reindeer quit the game?" Dragonborn tapped a large rock using his tool. His mission was to process the stone slabs into standard sizes, as the processed stone slabs would become good construction materials. "I don't know. If I was growing crops and vegetables every day, I'd definitely quit the game." Take a spear hit, who was sitting next to Dragonborn, said firmly. "But that's veteran reindeer seal head Ling Chong, who was sitting on the other side of Dragonborn, said with uncertainty. "Wait, if she's into growing plants, isn't it better to grow them in real life? Perhaps she's a plant lover and an internet addict." Take a spear hit speculated. "This combination is too rare." Seal head Ling Chong and Take a spear hit started debating. Dragonborn said worriedly, "I'll message her using WeChat. I'm a little worried that she hasn't been online for the entire day." Seal head Ling Chong and Take a spear hit, who were bickering, stopped and looked bewilderedly at Dragonborn. "Gosh, since when did you have Reindeer's WeChat contact information?" "No, I should rephrase. Why did you ask Reindeer for her WeChat info?" Dragonborn was shocked and immediately explained himself. "Don't be mistaken, we're just friends who exchanged WeChat info. I brought seeds to her every time, so we got to know each other." Seal head Ling Chong and Take a spear hit were suspicious of Dragonborn's intentions, and they both started asking questions. "Is Reindeer pretty? Is her voice sweet? Is she a gal? Is she rich? Is she a wheelchair-bound vulnerable pretty gal?" Dragonborn had no intention to answer the deluge of questions. He said, "I don't know." He evaded all the questions. Dragonborn reminded them, "Don't talk nonsense. A lot of people asked Reindeer for her WeChat info but didn't get it. I gave her a lot of seeds, so she gave it to me." Take a spear hit patted his chest and proclaimed, "Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped and won't spread rumors." The efficiency of the gamers was high. Within 2 days, they had prepared all of the raw materials for building Victoria City. The Eternal Kingdom gamers weren't told that they were gathering materials for Victoria City. Instead, they were told that the materials were for war preparations. Over 100 Beetlemans helped to complete the transportation of materials. It was only a matter of time before they set off. Take a spear hit stood beside a Beetleman, having been fortunate enough to receive a mission. Mission title: Escort the war materials. Mission description: Warriors, The war materials that you prepared will be used by the non-existing intelligence organization to build a reliable stronghold in Victoria City. As the mission duration is about a day and a night, only those gamers who can stay online for a long period of time were assigned this mission. Mission objective: follow the small black dragon and escort the war materials to the designated location. Then follow the small black dragon back to Eternal Kingdom. Mission reward: 200 Eternal Kingdom faction reputation points. Though the mission duration was long, very few gamers would give up this mission as the faction reputation points were high. Moreover, there were no more material preparation missions. This was the only mission that would earn faction reputation points. They didn't know the use of the faction reputation points, but they knew the points would be very useful. Take a Spear Hit felt that his luck wasn't bad as he waited merrily for the Beetlemans to set off while he chatted with his companions. A gnome stood beside Take a Spear Hit and chatted with him. Only 50 gamers received this mission, and each gamer would escort 2 Beetlemans. However, the Beetlemans were gentle creatures, so they didn't require much supervision. Nobody knows how to change to the Orc race. The gnome was part of the Pioneer Alliance, but he wasn't a first beater gamer but a second beater gamer. I'm happy being a gnome. Someone will eventually find out how to become an Orc, then I'll become one. That's true. The gnome nodded. Take a Spear Hit hesitated for half a day before he blurted out to the gnome, "Hey, I'm telling you a secret." Chapter 323 Rumors. Chapter 323 Rumors. In the commercial area of Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Selling swords, the best swords in town. That's hilarious. Did you watch the news yesterday? The hat flew away when he was hit. Selling a large amount of metal coins. 5 yuan for 100 bronze coins. Hurry. The game coin rate fell again. It's normal. With a huge influx of gamers, the rate should drop. It would be strange if it rises. Listen to me. Accumulate the coins. The rate will increase later on. Gosh, why is that? The reputation level of the new gamers isn't high enough for green and blue equipment. Once they have reached the required level and want to change their equipment, there will be a huge demand for game coins. Will the rate not increase then? Awesome bro, teach me. I heard people say that earning money is easy, and some even make large profits. So, why can't I earn money? Wait until you become a gnome or become wise like hemp rope technology. If you cut trees, you can become rich. Make haste if you want to log trees, the forest is getting bare. 6666. The terrain is being changed by the gamers. It's awesome. Besides doing business in the commerce area, the gamers also chatted and bragged about their feats. A gamer said to another gamer, "Did you know that Dragonborn and Reindeer are together?" When was that? I don't know when. I only heard about it. Who said that? Is it reliable? Reliable. It's from the higher management of Dragon Roger. They even met each other in real life. Gosh, he traveled long distance. Dragonborn was the runner-up for the Dark Rider tournament, only second to Arthur. Isn't it normal for him to be with Goddess Reindeer? That's cracking me up. Since when did Reindeer become a goddess? Is a goblin pretty? You don't know anything. The character is super attractive. If she's not our goddess, who is? I feel that she's a green TBTCH and a pretender. Stop your nonsense. Place your flag at gate no. 2. I'll beat you to death today. With the chatting of gamers, the creation of posts on the forum, and messaging on QQ and WeChat, rumors spread like wildfire. When Arthur heard the news, it was already the second day. I didn't expect Reindeer to be with Dragonborn. Peasant shook his head as he sat on the ground and ate a spider leg covered with clay. There were a few gamers sitting by his side resting. They were a 15-member group in the Spectre College Instance Dungeon, and they had defeated the second boss. After a total annihilation, a few wounded gamers committed suicide to return to the dungeon, and were currently running back to the Instance Dungeon. Peasant, Arthur, and a few of them were in good condition, so they sat on the ground and chatted as they waited for their team members. There was a giant mixed-blood skeleton wandering around nearby. It was the third boss of the Instance Dungeon. Arthur, who was sharpening his weapon, was dumbfounded. A gamer at the side said, "It's online love," and one of them traveled a long distance to meet the other, though it's unclear whether it was the guy or gal who traveled. I'm green with envy. I'd like to have an online love relationship. What's up with this online love? It's the online love relationship between a guy and a gal. He has been playing SOD Online 3, so he spoke in that manner. I don't think Reindeer performs daily missions, does she? She doesn't play PvE or PvP. Perhaps they farm together. I don't see Dragonborn farming. You have been in the Instance Dungeon daily, so how do you know? This has got nothing to do with the 2-day disappearance of Reindeer. I heard Reindeer is pregnant. It's normal for a pregnant woman to be absent from online games. Would you play games if you were pregnant? Pom. The gamers heard a loud noise and turned their heads to see Arthur in a daze. The weapon in his hand had fallen to the ground. Pardar, pardar. 100 beetlemans ran along the Underworld tunnel. Dragonborn was on top of a beetleman. Even though it was noisy, he complained to take a spear hit, who was on top of another beetleman, saying, "Bro, I told you not to tell other people." Arthur was asking about my relationship with Reindeer in a private chat. With a widespread rumors in the discussion forum, how am I going to face Reindeer in the future if she sees the rumor? She'll blacklist me. What even Arthur is concerned about this matter? I thought rich gamers didn't care about 818. Take a spear hit was surprised. Sealhead Ling Chong, who was at the side, quickly said, "What's this 818 about? This is just a rumor. How did you spread it?" I didn't say anything. If you don't believe me, ask that guy. Take a spear hit turned his head to look behind. In the large group of beetlemans, he didn't see the guild member of the Pioneer Alliance. Gosh, where is he, that bro from the Pioneer Alliance? He was crushed by a beetleman and died a horrible death, someone joked. Enough, stop explaining. Your mouth is as solid as welded steel. I understand now. Sealhead Ling Chong waved his hand. Another gamer smiled and asked curiously, "What does that mean?" "Steel door," Sealhead Ling Chong said. Then he spoke to Dragonborn. "Dragonborn, don't be bothered. It's just a rumor and will die off by itself. Everyone thinks that both you and Reindeer are a couple. Perhaps it'll become true. You and Reindeer will become the first faction couple of Eternal Kingdom. Isn't that cool?" "Yes, you have to thank me then." Take a Spear Hit nodded. Dragonborn wasn't angered by Take a Spear Hit's words, and he said, "Why did Arthur ask about this issue in a private chat? Does he like Reindeer too? Do you think Arthur would like Reindeer and be involved in an online love? Stop joking. Do you think that rich gamers don't have many girlfriends? Perhaps he's a groom every night," a gamer said with envy. "Stop it, I'm green with jealousy." The gamers chatted jovially while Dragonborn was in agony. Before long, the convoy stopped, and Eggface, who was in the lead, shouted, "Unload all of the goods." Chapter 324. It's showing a health bar. Chapter 324. It's showing a health bar. Victoria's construction pace was fast and exceeded Lancelot's expectations. He thought that the few thousand humans, fairies, and elves were nutcases. They started logging trees at a rapid pace, clearing empty land, transporting wood, and constructing the foundations of buildings. Someone drew a few blueprints of buildings as a guide on a wooden board. Besides the buildings, they started planning for different areas. The first area to be built was the living quarters. Besides the living quarters, the wood logs were used to make a surrounding wall. It had only been 2 days. Lancelot was shocked. When he thought about the limits of organic life, he saw unlimited possibilities. He observed the back view of an exhausted human who was sitting on the ground and eating. Lancelot walked over, wanting to chat with them on a basic level and ask them what motivated them to work so hard. Were their families that poor? Lancelot thought that the exploited laborer would be full of tears as he bit on the bread that was as hard as a bat. He thought that he would use a tree branch to draw out the picture of his little girl. Lancelot had encountered such scenes many times. After all, life was hard, and poor laborers lived especially hard lives. When Lancelot walked over, he saw the human putting clay from the ground into his mouth with a blissful smile. "Wait, what are you doing? Don't give up hope." Lancelot stopped the human, who he thought was swallowing clay to kill himself. What kind of hard labor and immense pressure would cause such a human to give up his life? Lancelot was excommunicated, but he didn't forsake his belief. Humans who killed themselves were unable to ascend the heavens. "I'm eating my meal." The human was taken aback. When he realized it was Lancelot, he was unbelievably happy. Lancelot had never seen such a happy being. Strange encounter mission. "I have encountered the legendary strange encounter mission," the human shouted loudly, and gamers started to gather around him. The figures in the forest with shimmering eyes moved towards him. Numerous humans, fairies, and elves looked as though they had found their dream goal. In the darkness, he overheard their conversation. His luck is so good. He encountered the strange encounter mission just after the start of service. "Why haven't I encountered a strange encounter mission? I'd like to have one." Selling clay, selling clay. The quality is soft and tasty and of fresh stock. The clay seller is a cheat. He just grabbed the clay from the ground to sell. Who's selling bronze coins? I'm accumulating at high prices. Victoria's first guild, Hoodlum Yoga Association, is already registered. Come and register fast. It's only been 3 days and we have a guild. The rich gamers are scary. We have more rich gamers than you can imagine. Lancelot looked to the sides. He felt chills running down his spine from the glimmering stares of those creatures. Their clothing was tattered, and their hands were badly hurt after 2 days of continuous work. They were filthy because they hadn't bathed for 2 days. Even though a river and a lake were nearby, they didn't have the habit of bathing. Or perhaps they were too busy to bathe. It was understandable that their lives were hard, but the creatures just slept on the ground while ants crawled over their bodies. Could they not find a higher tree? It wasn't the time to ponder. Those creatures came closer, and Lancelot became nervous, grasping the hilt of his sword instinctively. "What are you doing?" A helium voice was heard, and Lancelot looked over. It was the 3 hamsters who followed Duchess Lilo. One of the obese hamsters charged at Lancelot and shouted, "Don't idly chat with them. The Duchess is looking for you. Follow me." Lancelot heaved a sigh of relief, releasing his sword hilt and following the hamsters. The surrounding creatures gave way, but they continued chatting. I thought it was a strange encounter mission, but it's only a plot. A plot is pretty good too. We have been carrying bricks, constructing houses and clearing land. Won't we get bored if we don't have some entertainment? Why aren't there any maps for us to fight monsters on the surface world I want to fight and sacrifice for Victoria City? I only want to save the world. Lancelot was getting used to their strange conversations. However, he was also worried. Could the insanity be infectious? The hamsters led Lancelot to the castle that was conjured by Lilo, a place that the gamers were unable to get close to. Were you going to hack at them? The second boss hamster asked Lancelot. No, but I noticed your hand grasping your sword hilt. Don't do that again. After all, you have signed the contract. Don't ever attack them. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences, the second boss said gravely with his helium voice, frowning. That's right, y'all have health bars, Big Boss said. Do you have things to eat? The fat Otarku hamster looked at Lancelot with anticipation. Big Boss slapped Fat Otaka's head and said, What did I say? Y'all die if you eat things on the ground. Y'all die. There's the sacred light, so don't eat indiscriminately. Things on the ground. Lancelot was dumbfounded. He felt that he heard something important. No, it's nothing. Please go in quickly. Don't keep the Duchess waiting, Big Boss said as he pushed Lancelot from behind, pointing to the door in front. Chapter 325 The Materials Arrived. Chapter 325 The Materials Arrived. Lancelot inhaled deeply and opened the door to the room. This was Duchess Lilo's study, which he wasn't looking forward to seeing. After observing the rows of bookshelves and the variety of books, Lancelot was a little surprised. In the middle of the bookshelves were the others. Duchess Lilo sat behind a table, and in front of her were the dark-skinned and muscular elf, Untouchable, the dwarven twins, Hill and the King, and the Grand Priest, Balded. They turned their heads to look at the approaching Lancelot. Sir Lancelot, take a seat, Lilo said in a soft voice as she pointed to an empty chair. The voice sounded as though it carried Marner, making him feel as though a high and mighty queen was talking to him. But actually, it was a girl that appeared no more than 12 or 13 years old who sat behind the table. Lancelot did a knight's salute to Duchess Lilo before sitting down. Lilo took out several pieces of paper and distributed them to the 5 people, saying, The papers indicate your work assignments. Once the roads and buildings are constructed, you'll have to start working. Lancelot received a piece of paper and looked at the dense words, surprised to find that the words looked like Sherlock's handwriting. His first reaction was that it was written by Sherlock instead of Lilo. Perhaps Sherlock was the master behind Victoria. It was quite possible. Lancelot examined the paper. The respectable Sir Lancelot. When you are reading this letter, you will have been in Victoria for 3 unforgettable days. I hope that you are enjoying your stay with the citizens of Victoria City. Even if you're not happy, it's alright, because you will soon realize that they are a bunch of fearless and hardworking heroes. I hope that you haven't fought with them. Otherwise, you'll have to look for another knight to teach them. It's a joke. I hope that you won't mind. If you have survived the 3 days without incident, I believe that you will have a lot of questions. Don't ask. Even if you ask, nobody will tell you. Let me explain your future work to you. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially be Victoria City's combat skills trainer, and the citizens of Victoria will look for you to learn combat skills. You will conduct combat skills training from 7 a.m., with each session lasting for an hour with a rest period of 10 minutes. You may use your discretion in regard to the training content and the number of trainees. 2. If you need their help, please feel free to ask them directly. If they can do it, they will be happy to help you. 3. You may receive Duchess Lilo's missions, which I hope you can complete. 4. If you see evil underworld creatures appearing nearby or hear about them from the citizens, do not report it to the human kingdom, because Victoria City is the authentic shield of civilization. 5. Please read the contract and abide by all the terms in the coming days. 6. The citizens of Victoria City will build a specialized house for you. Please do not reject their efforts. 7. The citizens of Victoria City use a virtual currency. If they want to pay you, you only need to inform them that the payment is 100 bronze coins. Do not exceed a silver coin for each training session. 8. If I think of something else, Duchess Lilo will inform you. 9. Welcome to Victoria City. May the Sacred Lord bless you. Victoria City Development Office. Lancelot finished reading the letter. He didn't recall seeing any development office. Perhaps the workers were the 3 hamsters. The others also finished reading their letters. Lancelot wanted to peep at the king's letter, but he had no intention of sharing and crushed the letter into a ball after reading it. If you have finished reading the letters and have no other questions, then go back and rest. My assistant hamsters will help allocate houses to you. The 3 fat hamsters stepped forward, and one of them said, "Please follow me." The employees of Victoria City stood up and followed the 3 hamsters. Lancelot heard Duchess Lilo's voice as he was striding out. "Sir Lancelot." The young Duchess Lilo frowned and muttered to an invisible figure before quickly looking at Lancelot and saying, "Please wait for a while, I have a special mission for you." Lancelot stopped, while the others followed the 3 hamsters out of the study. Once the door was shut, Lilo looked at Lancelot and said, "A batch of materials will be arriving near Victoria City tonight, and we have to arrange manpower to transport the materials. We haven't scouted the area yet, and the citizens may have some careless slip-ups, so I need someone to supervise them. Will you accept the mission?" "Apologies, Duchess, I have just arrived for the job, so if the materials are important, you may want to let your hamster assistants take over." Perhaps Lancelot pondered before replying, but Lilo wouldn't accept his refusal. She said, "The hamsters will be following you. After leaving my side, they will become nervous easily. It's not inherent, it's due to the unfamiliar environment. After much consideration, you're the best choice." "If you trust me, you'll complete the mission," Lancelot nodded and said. "Good, get a head count of the laborers. There are a lot of materials, so bring as many men as possible." Lilo nodded and gestured for him to leave. Chapter 326 Entrance. Chapter 326 Entrance. Lancelot accepted Lilo's mission to be an escort and a supervisor. Would anyone expect the half-naked and merry gamers who put clay into their mouths to have any combat power? The 3 hamsters were guides who would lead the way. After arranging the accommodation of Lancelot, Untouchable, Hill, the King, and Baldhead, they started doing a head count of the laborers. It was already midnight, but the group of humans, fairies, and elves went sleepy. While Lancelot and the 3 hamsters were looking for manpower, more gamers gathered and requested to help in transporting the materials. It was Lancelot's first time encountering laborers risking their lives at midnight enthusiastically. He guessed that they probably had great ambitions and goals, else they wouldn't be so passionate. They chose thousands of gamers to help with transportation, and the contingent set off for the materials. Under the lead of the 3 hamsters, they arrived after walking for more than 2 hours. It was a sloping cave that was near the forest of Victoria City. Though it wasn't a long journey, Lancelot felt tired because the citizens of Victoria chatted too much. Even though Lancelot told them many times, there are many wild beasts and bandits in the wilderness. For your safety, please keep quiet. But it was of no use. They would only keep quiet for a maximum of 3 minutes before they would continue chatting. The sound level would be like mosquitoes buzzing before escalating to thunderous proportions. Lancelot gave up after failing to restrain these insane chatting gamers. They weren't worried about their lives. He had reminded them of the consequences, but it was in vain. The feeling was like bringing out a group of children on an excursion, only there were thousands of children with only a single teacher. It was a hopeless feeling. It's right below. Big Boss pointed at the swirling energy vortex in the dark cave. Lancelot instinctively shouted, "Wait, is this a tunnel into the underworld? This is beyond our control. We have to ask the Holy Church to deal with this." Lancelot felt the gamers quiet down. Then, one of the gamers shouted, "Gosh, Underworld, is the faction war starting so soon? Don't stop me, I'll kill those dogs from Eternal Kingdom. We have a blood feud. Can we go in? I can't wait." Lancelot almost fainted when he heard the gamers. They were originally peace-loving creatures, but now they were shouting to invade the Underworld, kill Shirley, imprison Evelyn, and raid Winterfell. Lancelot scolded the gamers before he controlled them. The gamers looked in anticipation at Lancelot, but he was not bothered. He said in a loud voice, "Do you have a misunderstanding about the Underworld? Do you think the Underworld is a peaceful and friendly place? Let me tell you, they have the cruelest gnomes who kill and rob all your valuables." Someone whispered, "The game AI is taunting the gamers directly." I don't know, but I felt delighted when he said that. Gosh, me too. Lancelot observed that they were happy instead of fearful, so he quickly said, "And those evil superior devils, they only know about destruction, chaos, and calamity. Any of the superior devils will be able to conquer and enslave us. They will kill all of our family members and children while the world descends into a living inferno. This isn't a joke. If you don't realize the seriousness of the matter, y'all become the sinners of the world now. Give way so I can return and report to Duchess Lilo. It's impossible for the materials to appear in the Underworld. We can't open the door to the Underworld." Lancelot finished his speech, but before him, the 3 hamsters were ordering the gamers to enter the tunnel. They didn't seem to hear Lancelot's words. "Wait, you can't." Lancelot wanted to stop them, but Big Boss came out and said, "Enough. We know that you're nervous, but our materials are inside, and I guarantee that it's safe." After some thought, Big Boss said, "For the time being." Lancelot had severe doubts, but he thought of a possibility. Perhaps they were using the Underworld tunnel as a secret transportation route. Sherlock and Duchess Lilo were no simple characters. They had the means to summon thousands of diligent workers from the teleport portals. Could a mundane creature do that? "Do you want to join us? You may wait outside if you want," Big Boss said as he walked into the Underworld entrance and looked at the hesitating Lancelot. Lancelot gritted his teeth and walked in. They weren't afraid, so Lancelot felt ashamed that a knight like him would be scared. Moreover, he accepted Duchess Lilo's mission, and he had to complete it. Chapter 327 Lancelot's Speculation. Chapter 327 Lancelot's Speculation. When the cold marner flowed over his body, Lancelot was in the dim underworld tunnel. The walls were grey, and numerous glimmering vines twirled with each other, with some even seen moving slowly. These incandescent plants provided luminance to the dark underworld. It was Lancelot's first time in the underworld. After Michelangelo was defeated by the surface world and the heavenly kingdom, the underworld disappeared from view. He hadn't heard of any entrance to the underworld being opened. Lancelot could only hear about the underworld from legends and books. This is crazy. Lancelot looked at the dim underworld that looked like the apocalypse, and terrifying BGM rang beside his ears. Please don't blow this kind of whistle, okay? I'm covered in goosebumps. You trash. Haven't you seen enough on the discussion forum? What's there to be afraid of? It's hilarious that you're such a coward. Lancelot looked at a few half-naked humans who walked past him. They didn't have any nervousness or fear and looked as though they were having fun on the surface world. Walk briskly and don't fall behind the contingent. Otherwise, there's no reward. The voice of the big boss hamster was heard from the front of the contingent. Lancelot inhaled deeply and soothed his nervousness as he rejoined the contingent. They marched for 10 minutes and arrived at a crossroads. It was there that Lancelot saw the materials that Duchess Lilo talked about. There were ores, chests, equipment, and other miscellaneous items. Most of them were carcasses and body parts of the underworld creatures. Who had the power to mine the ores and kill these underworld creatures without being discovered? Lancelot now had a better understanding of Sherlock and Duchess Lilo's background and capability. It was time to work. Even if he had questions, he had to restrain himself. Even if he asked, nobody would tell him anything, like what was said in the letter. Wait, what was that? Lancelot discovered footprints in the area where the gamers were working hard. Those footprints went from humans, fairies, or elves, as they were too big. Lancelot walked over and knelt down, examining the footprints that looked like those of huge creatures. Could they be the creatures that transported the materials? He discovered lumps of warm mass and frowned as he sniffed. It had the smell of strawberries, and he used his metal glove to poke it. NTC, why are you touching Beetleman feces? If I hadn't seen the feces on the discussion forum, I'd touch it too. Don't you think that the feces looks like wet marshmallows? The feces is an important material for making bladder bombs. This is too wasteful. Wait, why is there Beetleman feces here? Perhaps the Beetlemans were traveling here. Nobody reminded Lancelot when he was sniffing the feces. When did they appear behind him? Did they follow him? The three hamsters stood akimbo at the side as they supervised the gamers, who were transporting the materials to the surface world. What are you doing? Make haste, Miss Lilo won't allow her servants to slack. The three hamsters came forward and scolded the gamers, who quickly went back to work. Lancelot was in deep thought, still thinking about the strawberry smell. The important point was the small footprints around the huge footprints. Though the small footprints were shallow, Lancelot could recognize that they were made not long ago and that the owners wore standard metal shoes. These materials were just transported here, but there was only a tunnel. Lancelot looked at the path that they had taken. This was the first fork of the tunnel, and Lancelot was sure they hadn't met anyone along the way. The creatures who transported the materials didn't leave the underworld. Perhaps they had gone deeper. Lancelot investigated the footprints that led deep into the underworld. He thought about the suspicious Sherlock, as well as the Duchess Lilo, who exhibited marner skills. He also thought about the abnormal humans, fairies, and elves, as well as the massive amount of materials, the unknown creatures that transported the materials, and the countless footprints. In an instant, he came to a conclusion with a possibility of 99. That was, Sherlock and Lilo were powerful characters who loved the human world and fought against the underworld with their strong faith. They fought for the races of light and peace, obtaining the materials after killing the underworld creatures. The carcasses proved his point. The unknown creatures that transported the materials must have returned to the underworld to continue their fighting. The surface world was rife with power struggles, and it was hard to imagine that there were many people who fought for love and world peace. Lancelot was moved, convinced of his speculation. What else could it be? Could Sherlock be an underworld devil with his own dungeon, while Lilo was his management puppet? Could these citizens of Victoria City be disguised souls of the evil goblins? Could Sherlock have used these vile underworld creatures and the Beetlemans to transport the materials here before leaving? Impossible. Chapter 328 Edward Scissorhand. Chapter 328 Edward Scissorhand. Darkness engulfed a hilltop of the York territory. It was late at night, but nobody could sleep. The hill was a stockade for 200 powerful bandits. Their boss was called Edward Scissorhand, as his wrist was chopped off. The perpetrator of the torture was the Duke of York himself. Since then, Edward's hand had been replaced with scissor-like blades. The history of his escape, his becoming a bandit at the stockade, and how the Duke of York cut off his wrist was condensed into a 100-word story. The entire York territory was fearful of Edward, who had a new target, the group of insane half-naked humans, fairies, and elves who were walking like a parade late at night. He could sell them off as coolies, while some could even pass as bandits. Chief, we have scouted the area. Though they have large numbers, besides a fully armed knight, nobody else has a weapon. A filthy subordinate who hadn't bathed for many days walked to Edward and said excitedly, "A few of the female fairies and elves are gorgeous. They'll be worth a fortune. Let our comrades enjoy them first before selling them. Get them to wash our clothes too," Edward said to the bandit behind him, causing the bandits to cheer loudly. "Fantastic, those gals look strong. They will make our clothes very clean. We're in luck. Don't compete with me. I want the most beautiful, most fragrant, and strongest gal to wash my clothes. Their clothes are so clean, so they'll definitely do a good job. Oh my God, you're such a genius." The bandits were excited, and even Edward was smiling merrily. "Chief, take a look, they're coming out." The bandit beside Edward pointed at the cave nearby excitedly as a stream of people walked out carrying goods. Edward picked up his binoculars and took a look. "That is diamond seam ore." Edward fixed his gaze on the goods that they were transporting. Besides the ore, there was also gold and silver. We're rich, Chief, we're rich," Edward's henchmen shouted excitedly. "Everyone, get ready, we're about to make a big haul." Edward Scissorhand waved his hand and ordered his bandits. His band of bandits was extremely excited, and they immediately set off once Edward gave the order. The 200 bandits were taking on 1,000 humans, fairies, and elves. It seemed like the bandits were overestimating their capability, but their targets were unarmed. According to Edward's experience, he didn't need to kill that many of them. With the flashing of their weapons, most of their victims would kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if the victims resisted, they wouldn't cause much harm. Once Edward and his bandits killed off 100 of them, they would lose the willpower to resist. Even if there were 10,000 of them, they would be captured obediently. Even if there were unexpected circumstances, Edward was sure they could outrun their victims on horseback because their targets didn't have horses. The bandits roared as they rode their horses towards the parading contingent of 1,000 creatures. Lancelot waited in the underworld for a while, ensuring that there was nobody nearby before he went outside the cave. Lancelot discovered that Sherlock was the first line of defense against the forces of evil and that Victoria City was different from the other cities and kingdoms that were creating trouble. His thoughts were with Sherlock. After all, he was a knight that had to fight for love and world peace. Lancelot went to the cave entrance after not finding anything amiss. He knew that the York territory wasn't peaceful and that there was a powerful band of bandits roaming about. Nobody knew where their base was, and the passing merchant bands were greatly harassed by them. Lancelot had performed escort missions through York territory before and knew the power of the bandits. Though he wasn't defeated previously, he was now escorting 1,000 vulnerable humans, fairies, and elves without weapons and armor. Though the delivery had some equipment, the armor was of a smaller size, unsuitable for humans. They were only suitable for fairies. While they could use the available weapons, they belonged to Victoria City, and Lancelot couldn't distribute the equipment without prior approval. Lancelot went through the teleport portal that connected the underworld and the surface world. When he returned to the surface world, he felt the fresh air and was perked up. Seeing the quiet darkness in front of him, Lancelot was optimistic. Though the journey was going to be long, he didn't think there would be trouble. Just then, he noticed pebbles quaking on the ground. Lancelot felt chills on his head and understood the meaning from experience. He dropped prone and placed his ear to the ground. There was a loud approaching rumbling sound coming from the ground. Enemy attack, everyone. Pick up a weapon, prepare for battle. As a knight, fleeing was never his first choice. Moreover, he was escorting the materials. Besides, even if they abandoned the materials, where could they escape? An honorable fight was his first choice. He cried out as he ran into the underworld, shouting to the crowd, "Pick up your weapons, we are preparing for battle." Chapter 329 That's my horse. Chapter 329 That's my horse. Edward rode on a horse as he led more than 100 bandits, who screamed as they charged toward their targets. He noticed that most of the half-naked humans, fairies, and elves were handsome guys and beautiful gals. Edward was very pleased, and he disregarded the weapons wielded by his targets. The way they held the short swords showed that they couldn't fight properly. Was he getting old, or were they underestimating his combat power? "Oh, la, kill all of them," Edward shouted excitedly. He was going to enslave his targets and sell them for money. There were so many of them, and it wasn't possible for Edward to kill all of them. He was anticipating their surrender. Lancelot inhaled deeply, with both of his hands grasping his longsword. He shouted to his comrades on the left and right, "Steady, don't flee, steady, remember, you're fighting for Victoria, for our glorious ambition." Though Lancelot tried to increase their morale, he was ready for the collapse of their formation. As an experienced knight, he could see that his comrades were all inexperienced in combat. Even a 3-year-old kid could wield a sword better than them. They had no other choice because they couldn't throw away their weapons and surrender. Lancelot only hoped that these greenhorns could endure a bit. There would be serious casualties, but as long as they maintained their morale, even if they didn't have combat techniques, he had a chance to defeat the bandits, who couldn't be highly skilled in combat. While Lancelot was busy thinking of a solution, the figures in front of him moved. Some of them even charged and screamed. Lancelot wanted to stop them, but before he had a chance to shout, the whole lot of them had charged out while screaming. Don't compete with me. That horse is mine. That horse is mine. I want that horse. I'm accumulating horses, buying all horses 1,000 renminbi for each horse I'm buying without limits. Don't hack at the horses, just hack at the bandits. Horses, here I come. War. The group of humans, fairies, and elves acted as though they had never seen a horse before. Though the bandits didn't have good equipment, they were still considered cavalry. Why were the half-naked creatures charging against cavalry? Lancelot couldn't bear to see what came next. When the cavalry and the crowd collided, what ensued would prove that there were no miracles in this world. Edward's horse collided with a human who was blocking his way. The frightened human was trying to evade and didn't dare use his weapon to stab at the horse. Edward was full of disdain for these creatures. Even if they charged valiantly, it was a rash act in the face of death. A cornered mouse would bite when it panicked, but these 1,000 creatures weren't even fit to be mice. Ah-har! Edward laughed heartily as he swung his long sword at the surrounding enemies. He wasn't nervous at all. He was sure of victory. Eggface walked down from a beetleman's back, exhausted. As Sherlock had arranged for Eggface to visit the surface world before, Eggface was assigned to be the guide for leading the materials convoy to the realm boundary between the underworld and the surface world. Sherlock explained the reason he didn't go personally. He said, I'm staying in the dungeon lord main hall to research some matters. He opened up the computer game interface as he spoke. Eggface had returned to Eternal Kingdom. He let the green-skinned creatures take care of the beetleman before returning to the dungeon lord main hall to report to Sherlock. 30 minutes later, like that, I completed my mission. I want to play for 5 hours starting tomorrow, Eggface said in a daze as he dragged his exhausted body to the corner of the room. That was the spot for his temporary nest. Eggface curled up his body and placed his head under his tail. Then, he covered his body with his wings, cupped his claws at his chest, and began to snore evenly. Sherlock glanced at Eggface and placed a blanket on his body. Then, he focused his attention on the crystal ball. The images in the crystal ball showed a group of horse-riding bandits being sieged by a torrential horde of humans, fairies, and elves. These insane creatures weren't bothered by the fact that they could be killed by kicks from the horses. They hugged the legs of the horses, and some even pounced on the bodies of the horses. The bandits hacked with their weapons a few times before they were surrounded by the gamers. Even if the gamers were seriously wounded with broken hands and legs, they weren't in any way afraid. The group of native bandits was engulfed by the torrent of gamers. Sherlock shut down the images in the crystal ball. There was no need to observe the battle any longer. Lord Sherlock, the security of the surface world leaves much to be desired. There are so many bandits, even within the Baron's territory. Tusk, what a decadent world, let's help them quickly. Let the light of the devil, Sherlock, illuminate their land. Though Bruce spoke excitedly, Sherlock's reaction was very measured. He nodded in response before saying, "What do you think of the design of my new scene? It's a common entertainment location for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. I've even thought of the name Spider's Crossroads." Sherlock said happily, "I thought of the plot as well. I'll narrate the plot at Eternal Kingdom, while Lilo will do her part for Victoria City. I'll be able to use the Spider Queens that I bought and enrich the plot and game content at the same time. This is the perfect plan thought up after playing computer games for many days. Lord Sherlock, you are a superb game producer. I believe the gamers will be engrossed in your plot design," Bruce said respectfully. No, that's not important. The main thing is to build a neutral city that the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria can stay in together. Just as Sherlock was about to explain his plan, Brew quickly said, "Lord Sherlock, I have to interrupt. Professor Bacon is coming to Eternal Kingdom via the Winterfell teleport portal." Chapter 330 Sherlock's Suggestion. Chapter 330 Sherlock's Suggestion. It has been a long time since we last met, Lord Sherlock. I hurried over once I received your letter. I must say, I didn't expect Eternal Kingdom to expand so rapidly. It's only a matter of time before Eternal Kingdom overtakes Eternal Fire, Professor Bacon said as he drank some bloody chrysanthemum tea, which dripped down his bones and splattered on the ground. Managing a dungeon is a hobby of mine. I have other businesses to manage, and they are making me dizzy. Sherlock sighed and looked tired. You have to clean up the mess left by the Merchant Alliance as well. Ha ha, I'm joking. Bacon cracked a joke casually. One was a superior devil, and the other was a spectre. They went of the same faction as the Merchant Alliance. Creatures are unpredictable nowadays. Many of them don't know the cruelty of war and want to create trouble. The young lads are getting out of hand, Sherlock said with a heavy heart and talked like an elder. Yes, the age of war. Bacon looked like he was recalling the past. I asked you here regarding this matter. Sherlock massaged his temple, while Professor Bacon leaned forward and asked, Is it regarding the Merchant Alliance? How can I help you? No, it's about war. Professor Bacon was shocked, saying, War? Did a dungeon declare war on Lord Sherlock? This is shocking. It's not a war between dungeons. The Devil Management Committee won't allow private wars. No, I'm referring to the creatures from the surface world. Sherlock said, My dungeon is close to the exit to the surface world. I suppose Professor Bacon already knows about this. Yes, I know. It's about a day's journey. I'm worried for you, Professor Bacon said with a frown. I'm worried about it too. I arranged for my collaborative partner to deal with a situation after a group of humans discovered the entrance. Professor Bacon was dumbfounded. Deal with a situation. Yes, by letting my collaborative partner become their leader. Sherlock spread out his hands and said, As you know, the power games of the surface world are more serious than the underworld. They see power as more important than anything else. With power, even though I'm a superior devil, I could become a leader there. In the underworld, if a grand priest wanted to be a leader, Sherlock wanted to say that it was impossible, but he suddenly thought of Beast, who was a grand priest and a believer of the sacred light. Therefore, he amended himself and said, It's a tricky problem. That's not my main point. I had a new idea after controlling the humans who discovered us. What idea? Professor Bacon didn't know how to react. If the tunnel connecting both worlds was discovered, those wild humans could invade the underworld. However, Sherlock wasn't panicking and had even arranged for his collaborative partner to be their leader. It was hard to tell whether the collaborative partner was his servant or not. I'm worried about the learning situation of the Spectre College's students. I understand that the Spectre College will conduct combat exercises for the students. If we consider the possibility of a war with the surface world, if they don't practice hard, when it's time to fight the surface world, it may be too late. The creatures of the surface world look weird, so I'm afraid the liches will be given a fright when they see them, Sherlock said with concern. You are right, Lord Sherlock. So you're saying, make use of this chance to create a new instance dungeon. I mean to create a new collaborative relationship. The lives of the surface races aren't important and aren't worth a cent. Even if they die in Spectre College, nobody will care. I can lead them to Spectre College and contribute to the teaching of the college, Sherlock said with integrity. Lord Sherlock, I'm very touched. I would like to thank you on behalf of the principal and the parents. Professor Bacon stood up as tears welled up in his eye sockets. He said, since Lord Sherlock controls the humans, why don't you capture them and create magic stones? It's quite efficient to use human souls to create magic stones. In thinking about it, I thought about it. But money isn't as important as the education value. Of course, I can collect some fees, which are mainly to cover the costs. As you know, constructing teleport portals and transporting humans incurs costs. Professor Bacon was moved and he said, of course. If that's the case, let's discuss the details. Lancelot was dumbstruck by the incredible scene. 200 bandits were slaughtering the crowd viciously, but they discovered that these humans, fairies, and elves didn't surrender, nor did they have fear. They only had eyes for the horses, trying all means to kill the bandits in order to obtain the horses. The extreme insanity made Lancelot fearful. He didn't waste his effort finding the 3 hamsters, as they had stayed hidden since the start of the battle. The bandits started to waver and collapse, but the battle didn't stop. The horses left by the bandits were limited, so there was another new round of battle for the possession of the horses. Chapter 331 Developing the Spider's Lair. Chapter 331 Developing the Spider's Lair. Seeking mystical white selling horses, selling less than 50 horses. Those with the buying power, leave a note in the post. Limited to buyers in the Victoria faction. Darkness engulfed the forest. Edward panted heavily, his eyes blood red and his shoulders full of teeth marks. He grasped the prosthetic of his left arm, which was tugged off. Without the protection of armor, a chunk of flesh was bitten off the back of his hand. Edward didn't know what had happened to him. He only knew that he was high-spirited and wanted to enslave all the humans, fairies, and elves. Before he finished laughing, he was swallowed by the terrifying horde. When more than 30 of the bandits fell, without Edward's order, the bandits had retreated. Edward didn't notice that though many bandits perished, none of the horses were hurt. Even when the gamers were trampled by the horses, they couldn't bear to harm them. Edward had never suffered such a severe setback. He looked at his body, which was full of injuries, unable to express his deep pain. Chief, the adjutant behind Edward, walked over and said softly. Edward thought that he was going to console him, but this setback had left him disheartened, so he waved his hand and said, "Don't say a word. This is my mistake. I've let down my brothers. I'll fast tomorrow to mourn the dead." "Chief, I'm not talking about this. We caught a prisoner." The adjutant pointed to the back, after which 2 bandits escorted a deformed human to Edward. The human was in an incredible pose, his spine looking very distorted. There was also an unknown word above his head, hoodlum. The gamer, hoodlum, could only make muffled sounds because he was gagged. "Bring him back for interrogation." Edward waved his hand and the bandits brought hoodlum away. "Melee invincible, gosh, were you so vicious while going after the horses you even killed your own comrades? Nai Shen, ye will a kind-hearted person give me a horse. Eriko Pucci, while the citizens of Victoria City are suffering, I'm in Eternal Kingdom showing off in front of a darting bird. Ask Void Priest continue bragging. A darting bird requires doing daily missions and 2 monthly missions. You have exchanged for 2 darting birds, but the mash in Skewer's reputation points started less than 4 months ago. Sherlock browsed the posts on the discussion forum and found that the gamers were discussing the attack of the bandits last night. There weren't many problems since it was only a group of bandits. However, Sherlock took notice of a post. "I have successfully infiltrated the bandits' hive." Sherlock looked through the post and found that the content wasn't complex. It was made by a gamer called Hoodlum. In the battle last night, he was captured by a few bandits and imprisoned in a cage. They were torturing and interrogating him, but he said he was all right and that his life wasn't in danger. He would continue to observe them, to see if there were any subsequent missions. He could practice lock-picking during his free time. They are really free. Lord Sherlock, do you intend to let the gamers of Victoria City participate in the daily teachings of Spectre College? Brew asked with concern. There's nothing wrong with that. They can have entertainment at Spectre College while they hone their combat skills. Most importantly, we can obtain magic stones as a reward. Is there a more profitable business? Sherlock countered with his argument. Indeed, there's not. However, if the Underworld gets to know that Lord Sherlock is that close to the surface world, there may be leaks of the doppelganger precious pearl. If you're worried they may try to steal the doppelganger precious pearl, don't be. They would have to attack the dungeon core of Eternal Kingdom since the doppelganger precious pearl has been fused into the dungeon core. Lord Sherlock, I'm worried about this problem. Sherlock wasn't bothered by Brew's concern. He said, instead of worrying, think of how to develop and strengthen the dungeon. Are all the required materials here yet? They have all arrived, Lord Sherlock, Brew said respectfully. You've purchased 100 spider queens. Did they cost a lot? No, it's the requirements for 10,000 gamers. Mission title: Excavate the underground spider's lair. Mission description: we conquered the underground spider's lair, but we didn't locate the spider queen, who could be hidden deep in the underworld. Warriors, let's find her. Mission reward: reputation points and game currency. When Peasant received the mission, he took a shovel and a pickaxe and boarded a beetleman at entrance No. 1. There were many gamers like him who were going to the spider's lair. Peasant couldn't help recalling the past. When he first joined the game, he followed tens of gamers and entered the spider's lair timidly. He remembered the nervous feeling when he saw the ugly underground spiders. The first beater gamers used a lot of effort to overcome that sense of fear. He hadn't entered the spider's lair for a long time as it was a specialized training ground for beginners. Peasant, being a veteran, was at the marshland of the marshing stewards to hunt for large lizards. There were also dire wolves and underground spiders at the marshland. When he returned to the spider's lair, many places had changed. A group of gamers was very bored, so there was a constructed beetleman shelter at the entrance of the spider's lair. According to the gamer who constructed it, he wanted the gamers who were waiting for the beetleman to be protected from the elements. The walls and ground were full of graffiti and symbols. After it upgraded to level 3, Eternal Kingdom's dungeon core had consolidated the spider's lair within its boundary. The greatest change was the teleport portal that was under construction at the entrance. The game was replacing the Beetleman train system with a teleport portal. Chapter 332 I am calling for a meeting. Chapter 332 I'm calling for a meeting. Plank. Peasant swung his pickaxe at the wall. The pebbles that flew off the wall fell pittering on Peasant's helmet. The gamers at the side used their shovels to clear the excavated diamond seam ore. The ore was transported outside of the spider's lair, then transported back by gamers who received specialized missions. Due to the influx of gamers, Eternal Kingdom was facing land scarcity, and it was becoming overcrowded. The usage of resources increased dramatically, and they were running out of diamond seam rocks. Aside from using these rocks to produce equipment, they were also used as construction materials. Eternal Kingdom had an abundant supply of these rocks. "Did Reindeer come today?" a gamer asked as Peasant was working his pickaxe. "I don't know, I didn't see her." Peasant thought for a while before replying. "Did Reindeer quit the game?" "She hasn't been online for many days," the gamer said with uncertainty. Peasant shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it's a pity if she quit the game. After all, she's almost like an iconic NPC. Have you finished excavating for the day?" "I'm almost done. After this excavation mission, I'm returning to Eternal Kingdom and heading to the Marsh Ink Skewer town for my daily mission." "Oh, after you finish your daily mission, wait in the dungeon to be a replacement for the expedition team. We're creating a new expedition group tonight," Peasant reminded him, and he said, "Okay." They started chatting about other topics. Outside the excavation site, an underground spider peeped out and was immediately killed by the gamers. It was normal to kill monsters in the excavation area. "Pom!" Arthur threw the head of a large lizard to the ground. The bones, skin, flesh, and claws were cleanly sorted out. The skulls of the large lizards were to be submitted to the Marsh Ink Skewers for completing missions. "Thank you for your bravery, Arthur." Salted Fish expressed his gratitude to the black-armored Arthur. He had a deep impression of this black-armored gnome. Arthur would submit the heads of these hateful large lizards to him daily, and the other gamers mentioned Arthur occasionally. After some time, Salted Fish got to know about the famous Arthur. Arthur nodded at Salted Fish, while the gamers at the side showed their admiration and said, "That's cool." The NPC called his name directly. "It's awesome to be the top gamer." Sylvarners was proud of Arthur and felt she was being praised as well. "I have finished my daily mission, so let's challenge the instance dungeon." I'll shout for them to gather. Not Wearing Pants clapped his hands, and Burning Chest Hair said, "Make haste, we spent an hour just to organize a team the last time. There was no choice, not all guild members were free. Besides, we added a lot of new members. Many veterans are mentoring the beginners, and the game map is extremely huge," Not Wearing Pants said after hearing Burning Chest Hair's complaint. "Hurry and organize the group." "Stop talking," Sylvarners said. "Wait for a while, Pants," Arthur shouted at Not Wearing Pants. When Not Wearing Pants turned his head back, Arthur said, "I'm not challenging the instance dungeon today. Find a replacement for me, I have an important meeting tonight." "Okay, I understand." If it was a meeting, then there was no choice. The game shouldn't affect the activity of real life. Not Wearing Pants nodded, but Sylvarners looked disappointed. She hesitated but didn't say anything. Arthur walked towards the shelter with many darting birds. After choosing a huge darting bird and getting on it, he said, "I'm going offline. Have fun. See you. Bye. See you tomorrow." Everyone bade farewell to Arthur and watched him leave the Marsh Ink Skewer town on the darting bird. Sylvarners looked unhappy, stamping her feet and muttering to herself, "Arthur bro doesn't have a meeting today. He must be investigating reindeer." "How do you know?" Not Wearing Pants asked instinctively. "I just know." Sylvarners left in a huff, jumping on a darting bird and not looking back. Not Wearing Pants and Burning Chest Hair looked at each other in surprise. "What shall we do?" "What's this about?" Burning Chest Hair asked, bewildered. "How should I know? She's not a gay, but a scary girl." Not Wearing Pants shook his head and said, "You don't have a meeting and aren't jilted. Are you game for an expedition?" In a luxurious hall, a game capsule opened itself slowly. A young lad sat up in the game capsule while female servants gathered to provide service. The person who sat up was the rich young Master Mar. Young Master Mar, the plane is ready. The hospital has been contacted, and we can set off at any time, the butler said as the young lad changed his clothes. I understand. Prepare to leave. The young master nodded and walked out of the grand hall. Looking out of the glass corridor, he saw a huge airport. A guiding vehicle was leading a mid-sized airplane to the runway. Behind the young master were 100 servants and bodyguards. Take a Spear Hit stood by the carpenter workshop while holding a large ladle, stirring a cauldron. Seal-head Ling Chong ran over and shouted, Gosh, Take a Spear Hit, did you hear about it? Reindeer was hospitalized. Chapter 333 version 0.31 update log. Chapter 333 version 0.31 update log. What reindeer was hospitalized? What reindeer was hospitalized because she was pregnant? What reindeer was discovered to have a malignant tumor while being hospitalized for pregnancy? What reindeer was hospitalized for a malignant tumor, was discovered to be pregnant, and will soon die? What they are holding reindeer's funeral. Lord Sherlock, it seems like the gamers are extremely concerned about reindeer. From the online analysis, reindeer is dying. We can consider a memorial event and create a specialized coin called the reindeer coin. Each gamer will be entitled to a limited edition coin for the price of a magic stone or a gold coin. This reindeer coin will be used to exchange for plant seeds. The best way is to employ an NPC that looks like reindeer. As the cost may be too high, well, just settle for the memorial coin. While Sherlock was browsing the forum, Brew suggested this seriously. I know Lord Sherlock can't understand, but believe me, these gamers are nostalgic. If we organize a memorial for reindeer, it will boost the prestige of the game developers. Perhaps they won't complain about the game producers anymore. They're unhappy with my game planning. Sherlock wasn't bothered until he heard the last sentence. Of course not. Sherlock's plan is perfect and flawless, so nobody will feel unhappy with Lord Sherlock, Brew said immediately. So we don't have to do such a thing. I think that the information isn't reliable. Sherlock pointed at the computer screen and said, the servers will be conducting fourth beta testing. Please take a look if you want to have a fourth beta testing status. Latest pet eggs from Shirley's Strange Encounter mission. Selling 1,000 gold coins, confirmed and reliable gold coins. I will kill swindlers and their entire families. I have seen the posts, and while the creators sound authentic, they're fake. It does happen frequently. Before confirming the information, I don't intend to organize any activities. Even if reindeer died due to illness, I don't intend to do anything. Do I look like a philanthropist? Sherlock said. Brew replied thoughtfully, Lord Sherlock, I'm too emotional. You're an unfeeling devil. Yes, that's what I thought. Sherlock nodded and continued to type on the keyboard. He was updating new game content. Version 0.31 update log. We added new Victoria City gameplay, random bandits during the initial development of Victoria City. The surrounding area is unstable as there are many evil forces watching us. Those terrifying bandits who were forced to commit crimes and kill other people are wandering around Victoria. There are many bandits in the vicinity of Victoria. Take up arms and defend your honor. We refined the new scene, Underground Spider's Lair. Due to the bravery of the citizens of Eternal Kingdom, the Spider's Lair is no longer a threat. But those evil and vile creatures with multiple legs won't give up. Many spider queens have arrived in the Spider's Lair, and they aren't only a threat to Eternal Kingdom. We added a new Victoria City scene. Teleport portal main hall. The gamers of Victoria City will be able to travel via the teleport portal to the Underworld Spiders' lair and participate in the battle against the underground spiders. Brave warriors, while you fight for your faction, don't forget that a group of spiders is watching you. We added a new ride, horses. Different horses have different quality. There are only horses in the Victoria City faction, but it doesn't mean gamers from Eternal Kingdom cannot ride them. Gamers can have any ride if they obtain control of the reins. The appraisal of horse quality requires 1 silver coin. We added a new future plan, a Spectre College dual faction instance dungeon. The Spectre crisis isn't only Eternal Kingdom's problem. It's also Victoria City's problem. In the future, both factions can choose to fight against the Spectre forces. We added a new future plan, Neutral City. We plan to create a new city at the Dark Crossroad. This neutral city will allow gamers from both Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City to live together. There will be new missions, reputation points, new maps, and, most importantly, a new factory. We are in the development phase and the plan won't be abandoned. We added a new bug, Return of Weapons. The gamers of Victoria City obtained many weapons during the fight against the bandits. Please return the weapons voluntarily. Otherwise, your reputation points will be set to 0. Don't try to be smart. We can track every weapon, even those that are hidden in the wilderness. We have left a wild card, which I will add once I think of it. Sherlock published the update once he checked through it. He had to implement every item in the updates. The first was the spider's lair, followed by the dual faction teleport portal. Sherlock was concerned about the development of the spider's lair because it was a training ground for beginners. As there were no tunnels that lead to anywhere, it was an ideal location for a sealed training ground for beginners. Underground spiders were also extremely affordable food, so Sherlock could save on buying food. If both factions could enjoy the same entertainment ground, then Sherlock didn't have to build a new entertainment outlet. Chapter 334 New Spider's Lair. Chapter 334 New Spider's Lair. Lowly Lord Gloom. It's in progress and won't be abandoned. Call me Swindler. Baggy randomly give out horses. Fat horror. What is with the bug of returning the weapons? Smiling Ning Dong. I'm not cheating. I threw the weapons in the wilderness so that I'll have a surprise in the future. Sherlock's post garnered many responses. The gamers were excited and happy over the updates. Sherlock was used to his job of maintaining order in the game, creating new gameplays, designing new plots and scenes, and negotiating new collaborations. He felt a sense of satisfaction after seeing the excited and surprised gamers. It wasn't the time to be complacent, as Sherlock had many things to do. Firstly, he had to clear the gamers from the spider's lair so that he could deploy the new spider queens. A spider queen wasn't a spider with a human body. It was twice as large as a normal underground spider, especially its belly. Compared to Sherlock's body, it wasn't really large. Normally, Sherlock would reduce the size of his body. Sherlock had a simple way to clear the gamers from the spider's lair. The spider's lair is undergoing maintenance. All gamers who are performing missions, please vacate the lair within 10 minutes. When the system notice appeared before the gamers, all of the first beater and second beater gamers left immediately. Only a few third beater gamers were stubborn and remained in the spider's lair. 10 minutes later, all of the gamers in the spider's lair were forced offline. Then, Sherlock piled them up together and deployed 10 spider queens next to them. The unrestrained spider queens regained consciousness and started gnawing on the gamers. Sherlock was going to set them free. The size of the spider's lair was greatly expanded, so Sherlock could still deploy 10 spider queens. Soon, the lair would be populated with various underground spiders. In fact, there might even be more underground spiders than there were previously. The gamers from Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom could use the lair as their playground. Sherlock was pleased with his plan. Class is starting, Lancelot's combat training is starting. In Victoria City, the gamers weren't bothered by the rumors surrounding reindeer. They were more concerned about the game content. An elf called Great Centenarian rode a large horse, inviting envious and jealous stares from the other gamers. Lancelot recalled the frightening incident 2 nights ago while he gazed at the gathering humans, fairies, and elves. Coach, class is starting. Class is starting. The gamers' shouts interrupted Lancelot's thoughts. He suppressed his fear and began a new round of training. Today, I'm teaching basic combat techniques. A fat hamster ran on a grass patch, while a group of humans with green words above their heads were dragging a large wooden log to a designated location. The fat hamster walked through the crowd, ignoring their stares, and went straight to the green castle. He pushed open 3 main doors and ran to a pink room. 2 other hamsters were standing by the room entrance. One of them was carrying a basin of water, while the other hamster was soaking a towel in the water. The hamster that ran over placed both his hands in the water and wiped his head, tidying up his messy hair. Big boss, Miss Lilo has just cleaned up. She's now changing clothes, said second boss, who was cleaning the towel. Can we go for our meal? Fat Atarku was carrying the basin of water. Come in. The voice of Lilo was heard coming from the room. Big Boss braced his body and knocked on the door, then opened the door and walked in. Miss Lilo, I have completed the morning routine. I'm here to report to you, Big Boss said as he walked in. Lilo sat in her chair and nodded. Second Boss and Fat Atarku stepped in with a towel and a meal cart. Second Boss placed the towel in front of Lilo and removed the hair from the towel while Fat Atarku pushed the meal cart to her. Lilo started eating her breakfast. 200 citizens are logging the East Forest, 500 citizens are excavating in the West Mine, and the remaining citizens are constructing Miss Lilo's new city. It's very good. Lilo nodded. And Big Boss said they are in awe of Miss Lilo's aura, and none of them are slacking. I saw an exhausted human who was near death, but he continued working before collapsing to the ground, Big Boss said excitedly. That human performed 10 missions that required carrying logs. It's hard to imagine how he did that. It must be due to Miss Lilo. Lilo caressed the head of Big Boss and said, that's good. What about the teleport portal? Is it completed? Don't worry, Miss Lilo, the teleport portal is completed. We can be teleported directly to the spider's lair, Big Boss said. Second Boss asked curiously, why did we create this teleport portal? Because it will provide food for us. Fat Ataka's face was full of radiance. Of course not. According to Sherlock, it is for the citizens to relax. Since it's completed, we'll go according to plan. Lilo stood up and pushed the meal cart away as she said to Fat Atarku, I had my fill. You eat. Fat Atarku was excited and gulped down the remaining breakfast. Chapter 335 Plot. Chapter 335 Plot. In a rusty cage, a human, hoodlum, who had a deformed spine, lay within. Below his name were the words Hoodlum Yoga Association. A fierce-looking bandit holding a basin of steaming water walked over. He approached the cage and splashed the steaming water all over the human. A few bandits stood by the cage while Edward Scissorhand crossed his hands and gazed at the prisoner that he was going to interrogate. The body of the human was emitting steam. The splashing of the steaming water was just a prelude, and the temperature just right. It provided stimulation, but wouldn't harm him. However, the deformed human didn't wake up. Did Edward asked curiously, and the bandits by the side shook their heads. They didn't know what happened. A bandit checked Hoodlum's neck for a pulse. "Chief, he's alive. Get another barrel of water." "Ice cold," Edward ordered. A few bandits carried a barrel of freezing water and splashed it on the human, but Hoodlum didn't respond. If it wasn't for his breathing and his beating heart, they would have thought that he died. Feigning death, was he hiding from reality due to fear? Edward didn't believe that the deformed human would faint. After all, they hadn't interrogated or tortured him for the past 2 days. They didn't even talk to him. Afraid that he might freeze to death, they found dry clothes for him. They treated him like their dad, and he passed out. It seemed like this human was due for a beating. Edward had many ways to deal with an uncooperative prisoner. "Strip him, break his will," Edward roared, and the eyes of the bandits lit up. They stripped his clothing and started to tickle him. They were very familiar with such a procedure. Edward was in disbelief when there was no reaction from the human. Edward thought that the human might have really passed out. As Edward was considering killing him and throwing his corpse in the wilderness, Hoodlum gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was stripped of his clothes. He then saw an ugly bandit sitting on his stomach, while a few bandits restrained his hands. Hoodlum was agitated and shouted, "Gosh, is there such a thing in this game? How did it pass censorship? Is this LGBT?" Edward Scissorhand dashed forward and covered his mouth, his scissor hand positioned at his throat. "I don't know what you're saying, but let me tell you, I'm Edward Scissorhand. I'm not a person to be fooling around with. If you make a fool of me, I'll remove all of your hair, even your nostrils." Edward intimidated him, and the bandits gasped in shock. Some bandits even pretended to cry and said, "Oh God, even the nostrils." "Shh, don't talk." Edward looked pleased at the reactions of the bandits. Then, he saw Hoodlum gaping. He was probably scared stiff, or at least, that was what Edward thought. "Tell me your name," Edward demanded fiercely. "Liu Hao." "No, I'm Hoodlum." "Where are you from?" "Victoria City." Edward grasped Hoodlum's collar and slammed him against the cage. Hoodlum's head smashed against the metal grill and emitted a loud pong sound. Edward looked viciously at Hoodlum and said, "Victoria City, the kingdom doesn't have the Victoria name. Do you think you can fool me? It's the truth. You're cutting my nostrils. So why would I deceive you for my nostrils? I'll not lie. I swear upon my hair." Hoodlum's shoulders trembled, and his face became maroon in color. Edward relaxed his grasp. This human was too weak. Edward didn't use that much force, but he was unable to take it. Edward was starting to believe him, so he asked, "What were you carrying?" "Diamond seam rocks, weapons and equipment. I don't know about the rest." "Where is this Victoria City?" "I don't know the exact location because I followed 3 hamsters. If you take me back to the cave, I can try to backtrack and locate the city." Hoodlum's eyes lit up. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Edward threw Hoodlum into the metal cage before shutting the metal door. He ordered the bandits, "Continue to interrogate him. I want more information on Victoria City." Yes, they were going to beat up Hoodlum. The gamers were curious about the new maps. The spider's lair wasn't considered a new map since the gamers had already fought against the spiders. However, the official website claimed that it was a revamped map. Before the new map was officially opened, the monsters attacked the dungeon. A few underground spiders appeared at the entrance of Eternal Kingdom and attacked the gamers in a frenzy. Before long, the fully armed gamers defeated the spiders. As they were about to distribute their loot, they discovered that they couldn't move the spiders. Sherlock came out from the dungeon and looked in surprise at the underground spiders. He muttered in astonishment, "How can this be these underground spiders? They aren't the same as before." Chapter 336 New Map, Spider's Lair. Chapter 336 New Map, Spider's Lair. Sherlock walked to the fallen spiders and the spider that was cut into 8 pieces. Sherlock looked grave as he shouted to the gamers, "Warriors of Eternal Kingdom, these spiders have been contaminated by the Void Army, and their bodies are filled with dark energy. I have to investigate the truth. Follow me, warriors." Sherlock walked in the direction of the teleport portal main hall, and the unrestrained gamers chatted excitedly while following Sherlock. Sherlock walked to a teleport portal and placed his hands on it. Marner was transferred to the teleport portal, and a Marner portal was created. The teleport portal to the spider's lair was officially opened. Sherlock waved his hand and said, "Proceed on, warriors for Eternal Kingdom, for the Underworld, destroy the Void Army contaminated spiders and stop them from attacking our homeland." The gamers received many missions related to the spider's lair, then dashed into the portal, shouting as they did, "The plot is unconvincing. How did the Void Army advance to our doorstep? Are you serious? Why are you so concerned about the game plot? I feel that the lousy game producer is fooling us. I can't wait to get over these plots. The quality of gaming and playability are the most important." The gamers muttered and walked through the portals. They were going to attack the spiders in a bid to protect Eternal Kingdom. A plot proceeded similarly in Victoria City. After cleaning up, Lilo wore her pretty Western costume and left the castle with the 3 hamsters. After restraining the citizens of Victoria City, she walked to the teleport portal in the forest. She placed her hands on the portal and activated it using Marner, then said, "Good, you may enter the spider's lair." The plot ended once she returned to the castle. The unrestrained gamers discussed what just happened enthusiastically. "Was I insulted by the game design just now? I haven't encountered such a lame NPC before. I'm unable to hold back my masochism. Miss Lilo, I'm willing to protect you with my life. Draw your sword, you trash. Lilo's my wife. DMN, get out of the city. I'm going to stab you to death. Stop fighting, Shirley's mine. Is anyone concerned about the underground spiders? We're supposed to rescue the world. Don't talk about saving the world. My mind is full of horses. Can you give me a horse? I'm forming a new expedition group welcoming all gamers who have completed the beginner's combat training. It's hilarious. We have more than 100 simulated battles with the underground spiders in our minds and have a comprehensive plan to exterminate them. Do we need to attend the beginner's combat training? The gamers chatted noisily, but most of the gamers ran towards the teleport portal. A lot of them hadn't completed their beginner's combat training, but they couldn't resist taking a look, as they could only see the underground spiders on the forum previously. Continuous hordes of underground spiders waited for them at the other end of the teleport portal. Peasant didn't expect to see that many spiders in the spider's lair. He thought of bringing the new guild members for an orientation at the spider's lair, but he perished during the orientation. The gamers set off for the spider's lair after Sherlock invited them to fight against the spiders in the plot animation. This time, 5,000 gamers from Eternal Kingdom and 5,000 gamers from Victoria City were going into the lair. Though the second beater gamers were battle-hardened, they were shocked when they entered the lair with the novice third beater gamers. In just a day, the entrance of the spider's lair was infested with underground spiders, whose heads were smaller than the previous underground spiders. The gamers were complacent because they killed the spiders easily. Then, they proceeded deeper into the spider's lair. The first and second beater gamers were quite familiar with the layout of the interior of the spider's lair. Even if the lair was expanded, it was excavated by the gamers. When they entered the spider's lair, they discovered that things went that simple. Numerous spiders flooded out from the lair and massacred the gamers. There were too many spiders, and they were very strong. The spiders were all black in color, with their skin looking as though it was covered by a layer of metal. The super spider was like the fatal soldier ant. The unaware peasant led the new guild members against the spiders, and they didn't even last a few minutes. All of them revived in Eternal Kingdom. Gosh, the spiders were too strong. This meant that the loot would be good, especially when the new kind of spider was a species that the gamers had never seen before. The reason that the spiders were so strong was that the purchased spider queen was caught from the wild and had unparalleled strength. Sherlock wasn't stingy, especially when it came to the gamers' entertainment. The new spider's lair map would provide the gamers long hours of entertainment. While the gamers were exploring the spider's lair, young Master Mar had arrived at the hospital in the other world. He took out a photograph and examined it before walking into the hospital. Chapter 337 Reforming the Commercial Area. Chapter 337 Reforming the Commercial Area. Sherlock was refreshing the forum pages continuously, but he didn't see the content that he was interested in. According to his experience, after spending large sums of money to create the new spider's lair, the gamers should be enthusiastically discussing the strategy guide and heaping praises. On the third page were some insignificant posts about the underground spiders, but they garnered pitiful responses. The previous 3 pages had similar content to the first post on the first page. Rich gamer and powerful gamer fought against each other. Reindeer was hospitalized due to illness. She is the faction goddess. The content was about Reindeer being ill and hospitalized. It wasn't known when Arthur visited her and met another mysterious, powerful gamer, but a conflict broke out, and they fought with each other. The post hinted in many ways that the powerful gamer was dragonborn. The post garnered incessant replies. What's up with the gamers? I spend so much effort to improve the spider's lair, and they don't show any appreciation. Yet they show a great deal of concern for an insignificant gamer. Sherlock frowned as he asked. Even the humans in our world will focus on the king, and not our princess. Lord Sherlock, don't be bothered. It's a matter of excessive hormonal secretion, Bruce said. The effect of the new map is very good. The gamers lost a huge amount of equipment due to their deaths in the lair. According to the long queues at the blacksmith shop, we are reaping a handsome profit. Good, follow my plan to continue construction. My goal is to expand the living quarters, Sherlock ordered. I understand, Lord Sherlock. As your loyal servant, I have a good suggestion. We have a large space in the commerce area, but we don't have any shops. This isn't good for our business operations. I suggest letting the gamers buy the shops via auction so that they can sell their own goods. We have to stop the trend of the gamers setting up impromptu stalls and selling their goods designating a specific location for their stalls. Brew said, "Of course, whether it's a commercial shop or an impromptu stall, we have to charge processing fees, management fees, dungeon beautification fees, duties, utility fees, breathing fees, tolls, and other miscellaneous fees." You're right. Want they protest? Sherlock nodded and asked. Sure they'll be unhappy. However, as the number of gamers has increased dramatically, there is hardly any space to walk in the commercial area. We have to put some measures in place to prevent the situation from worsening, Brew said forcefully. Sherlock nodded and decided to use Brew's suggestion. Sherlock didn't feel a need to create an update for the shops and impromptu stalls, only needing to add details to the original post. After that, he would let the gamers carry out the plan. Eggface was sleeping in his nest. Yesterday, he played computer games for a long time while Lord Sherlock was out. He had to pay the price. Before he could rest, Sherlock called him up. "You played games through the night while I was away." Eggface didn't panic. Due to his black skin, his dark eye rings couldn't possibly be seen. "No, I didn't. I slept soundly last night." Eggface didn't know that Brew was whispering to Sherlock. He went offline at 3 a.m. "I'm giving you a mission, Eggface." Sherlock pointed to a few barrels of dye in the dungeon lord main hall and said to Eggface, who was trying to open his eyes widely, "Get some green-skinned creatures to draw lines." Eggface stood at the plaza outside the dungeon lord main hall, next to numerous barrels of dye. He chose a few gamers from a gathering crowd and brought them to the commerce area. The chosen gamers cheered, while those who weren't chosen complained and went to perform other missions. On the way to the commercial area, the gamers behind Eggface chatted incessantly. Sylvarners busted the rumors. She said that Arthur visited Reindeer but didn't fight with Dragonborn. Gosh, it's for real. That's not busting rumors, it's confirming the truth. How did Arthur know Reindeer's location? How did Dragonborn know? How do I know? Wait for the latest 818. Eggface didn't understand what they were saying and wasn't interested. He wanted to complete Sherlock's mission and go back to sleep. Let me take a look. Eggface sat on the ground and placed his long tail behind his back as he grasped Sherlock's diagram and examined it. "Start drawing the line from here," Eggface said as he walked all the way to that spot. "Then leave a space of 2 meters before drawing another line." That's it. The gamers obtained the barrels of dye and the brushes from Eggface before starting work. The work wasn't complex. In fact, it was relaxing with good rewards. The gamers were working diligently, and before long, they drew out thousands of boxes. They were aligned closely to the walls of the commercial area, appearing like car parking spaces. After the job was completed, Eggface ordered the gamers to paint on the wall. After the drawings were completed, Eggface clapped his hands and said, "We're done. In the future, you can only set up stalls here. If you flout the rules, you'll be subjected to penalties." Eggface spoke as the gamers gaped in surprise. A gamer shouted, "Gosh, there's news on the official discussion forum. The game is updated this time. It's about setting up shops and stalls." Chapter 338 Little Fairy's Request. Chapter 338 Little Fairy's Request. Creating new shops and stalls. Lilo looked outside the window. There was a huge amount of construction going on, and more lands were being cleared. Rows of houses were built according to the gamers' designs. Lilo gazed at another part of the forest that hadn't been cleared. "Arrange the shops and stalls over there. First shop along the street. Auction begins." Brainiac grasped a small hammer and knocked down with a palm sound. The gamers immediately started shouting. 10 magic stones. 20 magic stones. 50 magic stones. Everyone else should get lost. The first shop belongs to Dragon Barger. How do you think you're invincible? 60 magic stones. Only the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance deserves the first shop. 100 magic stones. A black-armored knight walked out and said, "Gosh, it's Arthur. Arthur has returned. Arthur, what illness does Reindeer have? What about Dragonborn? Is that brat competing with you for the woman? Just a word from you, and well make his life unbearable." The gamers were excited, but the black-armored knight left quickly. Brainiac observed the incident and recorded it quickly in his journal. He was researching the emotions of the green-skinned creatures. Then, he took out his small hammer and knocked down with a palm sound. He looked without emotion at the gamers and said, "Well, Orchin." The subsequent shops. The gamers from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City were having a fun time. Another gamer was also having fun, twice the amount. That was the imprisoned hoodlum. Palm. Hoodlum, who had a deformed spine, was taken out of the metal cage and thrown to the ground. A bandit stepped on his stomach and said viciously, "Because you're unwilling to talk, we were scolded by the chief. It's your fault. I've told you many times, I'm a gamer of Victoria City. We're all gamers of Victoria City, all 5,000 of us. Then there are 5,000 gamers in Eternal Kingdom. The leader of Victoria City is Lilo, a fallen angel, while the dungeon's leader is Sherlock, a superior devil. We're building a new city. I'm also the leader of the Hoodlum Yoga Association, Victoria's natural fighter." After he spoke, he was stomped and kicked. "Do you think we're fools? Even a fool wouldn't believe you." After the bandits beat up Hoodlum, they took out bandages and a magical potion to heal him. They adjusted their pants, stood up, and exhaled. "Great, come again next time." "Okay, he'll come again next time." Seeing the bandits leaving, Hoodlum took out a small metal strip discreetly and felt for the lock. He then started lock-picking. Hoodlum felt confident as his hands touched the lock. "I'm a locksmith, so how can you stop me with such a primitive lock?" "Humph, I'm looking for you, not because I'm asking about that insignificant goblin." Sherlock didn't expect the little fairy, who was hugging her arms, to look for him. "Is the insignificant goblin Reindeer?" Sherlock's face was hidden in the shadows. Both his hands supported his chin. "Yes, it's that goblin. Humph, I'll never yield to you," the little fairy shouted. Eggface, who was using the computer to work, peered at the noisy and small little fairy. The little fairy was frightened by Eggface and jumped, but she quickly calmed down and looked at Sherlock with fortitude. "I have some impression of that goblin. I intend to kill her," Sherlock said casually. "Humph, don't lie, your servants don't die. I don't know what evil spells you have used to manipulate and control their souls, but Reindeer is different. She wouldn't be helping such an evil devil like you," the little fairy yelled. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Eggface complained as he was given a fright by the little fairy. His hand shivered, and his computer game character almost died. "Find the Lord Overseer if you're unhappy," the little fairy rebuked. "What kind of fairy are you?" Such an uncultured Eggface mumbled unhappily, but he didn't speak. "All the more reason I should kill her. She's useless and upsets my citizens. She has even caused fights to occur. Why should I retain her?" Sherlock sat in his chair and spread out his hands as he said, "I'm setting up a dungeon, not a charity organization." "Ooh." The little fairy gritted her teeth and hesitated for almost half a day before saying, "If you let Reindeer go, I'll consider working for you." I'll produce intermediate potions for your vile servants. But I don't get any benefits. If you help me produce the potions, I can't earn many magic stones. To be honest, I'm not lacking magic stones, and I'm not interested in your magic stones, Sherlock said casually. The little fairy gritted her teeth and finally relented, saying, I understand. I'll help you produce magic potions and teach those vile green-skinned creatures how to make them. No problem. This is a fair deal, I accept. Sherlock snapped his fingers, and a paper and pen floated in the air. The pen wrote the contract on the paper, which floated slowly to the little fairy. Of course, we have to sign a contract. These days, we are all particular about the upholding of contracts. We can't just take each other at our words. Don't you agree? The little fairy didn't hesitate. She signed her name and said, Deal. Chapter 339 Changing Factions. Chapter 339 Changing Factions. We've profited this time, but we have to make sure Reindeer is safely back in Eternal Kingdom. Pardon my frankness, though you have absolute control over this world, you aren't able to do so in the other world. After the little fairy left, Brew said thoughtfully, Why don't we employ a skilled performer and let them masquerade as reindeer? I have the character data, so it shouldn't be a problem with good acting. Besides, if the truth was ever unraveled, the consequences would be severe. Moreover, it reneges on the contract, Sherlock said. I feel that the issue isn't complicated and should resolve itself quickly. Lord Sherlock, do you have any information? Brew asked, bewildered. Sherlock looked into a crystal ball that depicted Arthur and the Pioneer Alliance's gamers challenging the Instance dungeon. They had 50 casualties, but Arthur looked relaxed. Though I don't agree with being smitten by a common girl, Arthur, who was looking glum like the end of the world, is now happier. It seems like he has really seen Reindeer and is sure she is all right. She should be back within a few days. Sherlock changed the image in the crystal ball to the excavating dragonborn. Like Arthur, he seemed relaxed. After gathering information from various posts and the surveillance of their chats, I have sorted out the series of events, Sherlock said. Reindeer neither quit the game nor changed her faction. Reindeer's Branny was having an operation in the hospital due to an accident, so she stayed behind to take care of her. Arthur and Dragonborn visited Reindeer in the hospital and had a happy encounter. I'm not sure of what they said, but the official website received a faction change request from Dragonborn. What Dragonborn is changing to the Victoria faction? Where did he get the magic stones? The fee for changing factions is 100 magic stones, Brew asked in surprise. I'm not very sure. They didn't talk about such things in their conversations. In fact, Take a Spear Hit and Seal Head Ling Chong also submitted their faction change requests. Brew hissed and said, What kind of a secret is there behind all of this? Is it the downfall of morality or the destruction of human nature? I don't know. The faction change must be related to Dragonborn's trip to Victoria City. Whatever the case, our problem is solved. Reindeer will be back soon. As for Dragonborn's request, Sherlock muttered, I think we can approve it. As long as Lord Sherlock is agreeable. Brew was subservient to Sherlock. Sherlock nodded. Victoria City required veteran gamers to help in its development. AI, that Arthur is despicable. How did he threaten you, Dragonborn? Tell me, and I will expose him on the forum and ruin his reputation. Take a Spear Hit shouted angrily. Dragonborn patted his shoulder and said, Arthur didn't ask me to change factions, it's my own will. Dragonborn looked awkward, and Seal Head Ling Chong said, This is pretty good. We have the money to go to Victoria City. The prospects are better there, and I like the elf's figure. Our equipment and Marner skills are wasted, and we have to start from scratch. Take a spear hit side. You can pull out. With your pitiful equipment and Marner skills, it's not a big deal. The races of Victoria City look so much better, and it's not so crowded. Even if we demarcate our land and build houses, Duchess Lila won't care. We don't even have to apply so long as we keep our buildings off the road. Sealhead Ling Chong said with anticipation, when I go to Victoria City, I'll build a small castle. Nobody is to stop me. You guys don't have to follow me. You actually asked the entire guild to accumulate the magic stones for us to change factions. That's two. Dragonborn sighed and said, please retract your faction change requests. You have accumulated so much equipment, don't you feel the pain? We can't let you go there alone without any friends, that would be pitiful. Arthur thinks that he can do anything he wants in Eternal Kingdom, and we can't deal with him here. Therefore, we'll go to Victoria City to deal with him. Take a spear hit said furiously. I said that Arthur didn't give me the magic stones to change factions. When we went to see Reindeer, he was friendly to me. It's not him, don't misunderstand him. I'm changing factions because I don't want to make things difficult for Reindeer. I thought it appropriate for me to go to Victoria City. Arthur didn't threaten me, Dragonborn repeated himself once again. If not Arthur, who could afford 100 magic stones to let you change factions? He must have threatened you. Don't talk nonsense. Would Dragonborn be easily threatened? Dragonborn must have his reasons for not saying. Sealhead Ling Chong appeared very wise. While they were chatting, the words appeared in front of them. Your faction change requests have been approved. You will change factions 3 days later. The three of them looked at each other and said, shucks, that fast. The gamers of the Pioneer Alliance failed in their attempt at the Instance Dungeon. However, they survived until the last boss. It felt as though the Instance Dungeon was easier this time. The first beater gamers left the Instance Dungeon exhausted. I'm going offline. I can't take it. Sylvarners was also exhausted. The time was almost midnight. Before Sylvarners went offline, Arthur shouted at her, Varners, please stay back. I have a matter to discuss with you. Sylvarners perked up. Chapter 340 Underworld Prison. Chapter 340 Underworld Prison. What Dragonborn is changing factions? I didn't expect that. Isn't he the Springfield Flower Kindergarten Guild's chairman? I remember it's one of the top 10 guilds, and they had the intention to buy guild land. Why did he change factions suddenly? Tusk, is he jealous of Arthur? Bro, is that why he defected to the other faction? The fee is 100 magic stones. I don't think Dragonborn has 100 magic stones. Sylvarners was unhappy with Dragonborn. I don't know what happened. I just saw the news on the official website. Do you know what happened? Arthur looked at Sylvarners, but she shook her head and said, let's ask Dragonborn. Though I don't know if he will be willing to talk to us. He must be very jealous of Arthur. Bro. I'll ask. Not wearing pants. Arthur nodded and left. Sylvarners looked at the back view of Arthur, bewildered. That's very strange, Arthur. Bro. Darkness, chaos, wailing, and boundless despair. Bencasure was the most secure prison in the northern underworld. It imprisoned the most notorious criminals, like the ancient gods, believers who plotted against Winterfell. After being pronounced guilty, they were sent here. There was a new prisoner today, Andrew. After being the Winterfell dungeon lord for less than a month, and as the third successor to Eternal Fire, the prestigious Superior Devil had become a lowly criminal. Eternal Fire didn't comment on Andrew's predicament. Andrew looked glum as he sat at the back of the prison cell, which was constructed with special materials and methods, and chanted Sherlock's name. Sherlock had become his eternal nemesis. When Sherlock fought with Samael and saved Winterfell, he became the popular hero, while Andrew became a stone statue. He was like a fool who received no benefits and yet made Sherlock into a hero. The jealousy in him became a strong, invincible power that was about to explode. However, it didn't explode out. 9,527 time to take a breather. A fully armed Orc used the shaft of his pike to hit on the metal grill, snapping Andrew out of his jealousy. Then, 2 Orcs went in and placed strange handcuffs on him, which disabled his Marner and inherent devil's power. With only his brute force, Andrew wasn't able to wrestle all of the Orcs to the floor. Huala, huala. Andrew dragged his handcuffs and walked down a long corridor under the escort of a few Orcs. The words on the corridor were, "Who has not committed mistakes? He who corrects himself is the greatest. Sincere repentance is the gateway to your future. Turn over a new leaf and create a new life." These quotes were rather inspiring and provoked deep thoughts, but Andrew had no intention to repent. His mind was full of exacting revenge on Sherlock. Andrew was dragged to a wind shelter outside the room. It was surrounded by metal railings, and the ground was covered with sand. Many prisoners were standing on the sandy ground. Who knew how they managed to squeeze so many prisoners in such a small place? "Go in." The prison wardens went concerned. They pushed Andrew to the entrance before shoving him inside, then they shut the metal door. The prison was home to various races of the underworld. Everyone was vile, vicious, and took delight in others' misfortune. Some looked emotionlessly at Andrew, who just came in. A superior devil in this prison was a rare sight. A vampire stood up. He had the same handcuffs as Andrew, but the prison wardens didn't put a preventive mask on him. The vampire bared his fangs and said maliciously, "Newbie, I don't care how well you did before you came in, but now that you're here, you have to listen to me." The vampire nodded to the others behind him. Then a gnome walked forward and took out a small tattered exercise book. He said to Andrew, "This is the test set by my big boss. Answer all of the questions correctly, and you'll be able to join us. If you answer a question incorrectly, we'll maim you." An Orc came over and said fiercely, "Don't try any tricks. If you cheat, you'll suffer the consequences." The Orc patted Andrew's chest and adjusted his cornea, then he leaned back and stared at Andrew. "Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm a nobody are?" Andrew lifted his head and gritted his teeth. He said ferociously, "I'm the third successor of Eternal Fire, the most promising young superior devil. All the committee members of the Devil Management Committee know me. I almost obtained Michelangelo's relic. If not for Sherlock, I would already be the king of the underworld." Andrew spread out his hands and spoke with agitation, as though what he said had become the truth. He shouted at the creatures who intimidated him, "What kind of trash are you? How dare you put such a thing before me? This is an insult. I'll kill all of you, or I'll be beaten to death." Andrew lifted his hand and flicked the exercise book to the ground. The badly worn exercise book dropped a few of its pages, and the other prisoners gasped in astonishment. "Oh my God, what decadent trash. He's too vile, decadent and cruel. It's going to be terrifying. The superior devil is going to have some bad luck." The eyes of the vampire became bloodshot with fury, and he pointed to Andrew as he screamed, "Kill him." Wait a moment. Before they had a chance to react, a creature calmed them down. They gave way and revealed a figure in the shadows. The creature opened his yellow eyes and asked, "Did you just say Michelangelo's relic?" Chapter 341 New Guild. Chapter 341 New Guild. Edward Scissorhand awoke with a fright in the darkness. In his mind, he saw images of the battle last night. The screaming, blood, inferno, and those terrifying monsters. Edward shook his head as a bandit came to the door and knocked, saying, "Chief, the Sacred Kingdom's slave merchant is here." "Good, bring that hoodlum over." Edward Scissorhand sat up and washed his face before walking out. A human wearing rich noble clothing and a golden ring stood in the main hall with a few servant escorts. That human looked nervous, and he said to Edward Scissorhand, "May the Holy Lord bless you, Edward." "Same to you, my dearest partner." Edward Scissorhand was familiar with this human. After a simple greeting, a few bound prisoners were brought in. One of them was the wounded hoodlum. Hoodlum looked attentively at the scene while he took screenshots in his mind. How could he miss such an exciting hidden plot? Why is there a handicapped human? The slave merchant looked at Hoodlum curiously. "I caught him the previous time. He is tight-lipped and unyielding, and while he has serious injuries, he is unwilling to betray his comrades. Though he's deformed, with such willpower, I feel that his handicap is insignificant," Edward Scissorhand explained. "I see." The slave merchant nodded and walked to a mother and her daughter. His eyes lit up, and he smiled as he said to them, "The little girl is quite a looker. Don't worry, when you arrive at my home, you'll help me wash clothes." "That's scary. Fancy letting her wash clothes at such a young age. Oh my God, it's inhumane. A mother and her daughter washing clothes together. Oh my God, why can't I have such a good thing happen to me?" The bandits chatted excitedly. It wasn't until Edward Scissorhand dry coughed twice that they became quiet. Edward Scissorhand then said to the slave merchant, "I'll sell all of them to you according to previous prices." "Deal." Hoodlum sat in a wavering carriage that was on a long journey. If not for the handcuffs and the fully armed guards, it would have been a perfect tour. Hoodlum was feeling excited, full of anticipation for the following plot. "Can you give me some space to lie down?" As the carriage was crowded, Hoodlum was unable to lie down. The two armed guards looked at each other and laughed. "Shall I release you from your handcuffs and give you a cup of iced orange juice? Behave yourself. Do you think you're on a tour?" Hoodlum was impatient and said, "No, I have an urgent matter. My mom is calling me." "Gosh, oh gosh." Hoodlum shouted suddenly and struggled violently. It felt as though he was being lifted. Then, he fell from the carriage. "Stop the carriage, a slave is escaping." The convoy that was carrying slaves became chaotic. The strange adventure of Hoodlum continued while the gamers of Victoria City were being stretched to the limit. The gamers were getting online, carrying bricks, fighting in the spider's lair, being tortured, carrying bricks, and getting offline. The gamers of Victoria City had limited plots. What about exploring the wilderness? The gamers tried exploring the surrounding woods, but there were no wild beasts. There weren't even animals larger than their palms. The surface world wasn't really safe. The problem was Lilo, who was a fallen angel. She disguised her identity with the doppelganger Precious Pearl, but primitive animals could feel the primal fear and thus fled. As for animals that were as large as a palm, they were threatened by Lilo and the environment, so they chose to wait for their deaths at their current locations. The gamers weren't aware of this fact and thought it was part of the game design. There were gamers like Marco Polo, who went adventuring. But who could bear walking alone without anyone in sight for 3 days? Victoria City also received big news. Dragonborn was changing factions. Though Dragonborn wasn't a rich gamer, he could defeat most of the rich gamers. Only the super-rich gamer Arthur was his match. Hence, Dragonborn had high prestige among the gamers. Most of the powerful gamers depended on their superior equipment. If they learned combat skills daily, they wouldn't be that bad. Hence, the quality of equipment became the deciding factor in their combat prowess. But Dragonborn didn't spend a lot of money, depending mostly on his combat techniques to defeat many rich gamers. It was like a person without any protection using a wooden stick to defeat fully armed warriors. As a result, he was popular among the gamers. I feel that my current faction is the correct choice. Take a spear. Hit looked at his strong physique. As a human, it was far better than being a gnome. Most importantly, he could be handsome. Whether he was strong or not was another matter. Looks were a matter of a lifetime. Victoria City only had the metal coins currency, unlike Eternal Kingdom, which was using both metal coins and the magic stones system. All the fees in Victoria City were paid using metal coins. Therefore, changing factions required 100 gold coins. Comparatively, it was cheaper to set up a guild in Victoria City. Dragonborn didn't even have to fork out any money, as many unaffiliated gamers in Victoria City had accumulated money in hopes of having Dragonborn form a guild. They had even thought of the name. It was a mystery why they chose such a lame guild name, but with the encouragement of Take a Spear Hit and Seal Head Ling Chong, they registered the new guild with the 3 hamsters for that night with Sherlock. Chapter 342 A Guy's Romance. Chapter 342 A Guy's Romance. After going missing for 10 days, Reindeer returned to the game, but she went offline soon after. This was because numerous gamers surrounded her and asked her questions regarding her relationships with Arthur and Dragonborn. With Reindeer's demure character, she fell to the ground in an instant, going offline. The gamers knew that she was offline, but the happy little fairy didn't know. She only saw Reindeer appear at the seedbed, get surrounded by gamers, and then faint. She didn't even have the chance to hug her arms and say, "Humph, I didn't help you tend to the plants for the past few days." Witnessing this, the little fairy spat her saliva like a machine gun, sending the gamers scurrying away like frightened rats. She then cursed and swore as she carried Reindeer into her little treehouse. Arthur posted on the discussion forum and asked for a resolution to this matter. He didn't want anyone to discuss it and explained the details to the gamers. Recently, there were a lot of rumors. I will clarify that Reindeer is dealing with family issues and that it's not what everyone has been guessing. As for our relationship, we're only friends. It's not as complex as the rumors. Please don't spread rumors. Though Arthur had expressed his view, he wasn't able to stop their curiosity. Their attention was short-lived, however, as there was another incident. Dragon Roger and the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, which were guilds at odds, fought with each other due to a shop issue, attracting a large number of spectators. Spectators were also attracted to a newly formed guild, Chang'an City. Most of the guild members of Chang'an City were third-beater gamers. With strong financial backing, they created a large group of armed professional gamers. They openly challenged the Pioneer Alliance. Chang'an City's chairman, Mystery Man, said, "When we fight with the strongest. If not, we don't fight at all." The Pioneer Alliance, which had been a peaceful guild, fought with Chang'an City, even setting a date for a guild war. The experienced Pioneer Alliance achieved victory, but the head count was astonishing. The Pioneer Alliance killed 210 enemies, while Chang'an City killed 99 enemies. The Pioneer Alliance was a powerful guild, but they lost 99 members. As for Chang'an City, they had exceeded 200 members, having reached the member cap of 300. Besides the Pioneer Alliance, they were the second guild to have 300 members. The gamers' attention was on the Chang'an City Guild. But this had nothing to do with Sherlock. At the Dungeon Lord Main Hall in Eternal Kingdom, the Hades Devil Kings have fully paid their compensation via the Devil Management Committee, for a total of 2 million magic stones. Half of the sum is for death compensation, while the other half is for Sherlock's mental distress. Evelyn carried a thick document and reported the situation to Sherlock. She was in charge of communicating with Winterfell. With Brainiac's help, Evelyn was able to take over the responsibilities smoothly. Though Evelyn didn't have strong capabilities and wasn't flexible, she was diligent. The tasks assigned by Sherlock went complex, most of them being the reception of Winterfell representatives and the assigning of missions to the gamers. With Bru's help, Evelyn wasn't required to deal with entrusting missions, assigning missions, mission summaries, mission rewards, or points recording. Basically, she only needed to sit in a daze. How's the material compensation from the Merchant Alliance? Sherlock sat behind the table and listened to Evelyn's report. The Merchant Alliance has transported the materials to Winterfell. They will arrange for the shipment to Eternal Kingdom in the near future, Evelyn said. Sherlock nodded. Since he rescued Winterfell from the clutches of Samael, the Merchant Alliance rewarded him with materials for alchemy and magical items. Though the materials had Marner, the quantity was small, so they could be transported via the teleport portal. Sherlock had arranged for the materials to be used by the gamers to produce intermediate magic potions. The materials were also to be used by Brainiac in his creation of magical items. Once the magic potions and magical items were fully developed, and the gamers had mastered the skills, they could be placed in factories for production. The continuous supply of products would become Sherlock's wealth. Very good. Taking stock and sorting out the documents will be done by Brainiac. It's hard on you, Evelyn. You don't have to be bothered with them. Once you find a job, you may leave. Do more for your personal life. You'll feel embarrassed if you neglect your development. Sherlock looked at Evelyn and felt embarrassed. It's nothing, Lord Sherlock. I've stayed in the dungeon without paying for rent and food. I'm the one who should be embarrassed. I have been trying to find a job, but am unable to find employment. Evelyn looked disappointed and said to Sherlock, I'll have to impose on Lord Sherlock for some time. I like helping other people, Sherlock said while shaking his head. Evelyn was touched. Lord Sherlock was a good creature. Salary is being paid. Hurry and get your salary. Simber walked past the carpenter workshop and shouted to Mufasa, who was preparing meals. Our cousin, help me get my salary. I'm unable to leave now. Mufasa held a large ladle, stirring the contents of a large cauldron. He threw the spider legs that were placed on the ground into the cauldron, which emitted loud bubbling sounds. Numerous gamers queued up behind the carpenter workshop, some even tapping on their bowls and shouting, I have no energy when is mealtime. I'm carrying bricks after eating. Make haste, make haste. It's mealtime. I want to buy some clay to eat. The gamers were getting impatient. If you holla some more, I'll destroy all of your equipment. Simber roared at the noisy gamers who became quiet instantly. They looked innocently at Simber. Simber returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Brainiac, who was standing outside the teleport portal main hall, watched the commotion emotionlessly. He then gazed at Simber, who was walking in the direction of the dungeon lord main hall. "Brainiac, we have finished with the transportation." The voice of peasant came from behind Brainiac. Brainiac turned back and saw the empty teleport portal main hall that had just been full of boxes. A few blood-stained gnomes, who had obviously gone through a vicious battle, chatted merrily over there. Who knew how they managed to carry the materials? A total of 1,523 boxes of materials were transported and checked. Brainiac verified the records and looked at the excited gamers. They fell into a momentary daze before walking off and chatting at the same time, not greeting Brainiac. This mission was too simple. If only we had such simple missions daily. What was inside the boxes? There were tentacles poking out that cut me while I was carrying the boxes. I don't know, but the boxes went heavy. Gosh, why were my boxes so heavy? Brainiac waited for the gamers to leave before he recorded a few things in his journal. 565. Each of them has a person who can give orders and assign missions in their mental world. 566. With so many materials for magical items, my workload has increased again. 567. They are very afraid of Simber. 568. It's payday. Sigh. Sparks were flying around in the Marner Hall. Marner engineer Yoder was manufacturing a 5-meter-tall robot with a group of goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. The leader was the goblin called Hemp Rope Technology. Yoder only helped to solve the Marner propulsion problems and in contacting Winterfell for processed spare parts. Most of the manufacturing work was done by the goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. Though they were very decadent with their calculations and diagram planning, Yoder felt a sense of achievement when he saw the robot about to be completed. He felt it was a huge leap in technology for such a product. Hemp Rope Technology said, "We will sit in the pilot cabin of this 5-meter robot. With basic controls, we can control the robot to carry heavy items. If we install a drill, we can excavate with great efficiency. In the future, we will transform the robot into a combat robot with Marner propulsion and super durable materials. Then, we can easily crush Shirley's head." Yoder wasn't sure who was Shirley, but he sounded like a powerful creature. Yoder felt that it was super cool, though he couldn't understand how awesome the robot was. After witnessing the robot prototype, he had a thought this was a guy's romance. Chapter 343 Nicholas' Request. Chapter 343 Nicholas' Request. Sherlock was wearing his cloak while he walked around the dungeon with Eggface. The living quarters were expanded to such a large size that it required 20 minutes to finish walking. Each residential cave had a size of 100 square meters, and half of the caves were filled with 3-story buildings that were constructed by the first and second beta gamers. As the third beta gamers had just joined the game, they slept in the corners of the caves. Sherlock witnessed a few weak and pitiful goblins that carried tattered cloth and squeezed together with their friends in one corner of a cave. They used the tattered white cloth to cover themselves, even their faces, then said goodbye to each other. Simber, who was forging weapons, shook his head and sighed at such a pitiful scene. Sherlock visited the unsightly living quarters, which were like refugee camps. Then, he went to the little fairies' seabed and the central administrative area that consisted of the Dungeon Lord main hall, the Lid's burial hall, and the teleport portal main hall. Next, he visited the forging area that had the large furnace at the core. The forging area was housing the blacksmith shop, carpenter workshop, Marner engineering project hall, magical items production hall, and the alchemy room. The most popular location was the commercial area. The gamers had drawn the 500 enclosed boxes that were to be used for stalls, which was more than sufficient for the 5,000 gamers. The impromptu stalls were to operate on a first-come-first-served basis. The duration was an hour and there was a rental fee to be paid. The commercial shops didn't have that many rules, and they could use the shops anytime after paying a monthly rental. Some gamers were curious why there was a need for commercial shops since there was an auction hall. The main reason was that every auctioned item was subjected to tax, while the commercial shop was only subjected to a single universal tax, so it was more economical to have a shop if the quantity of goods was large. The commercial shops were beneficial to guilds since they could provide benefits to guild members and act as a publicity gimmick. Once the price was determined in an auction, it couldn't be changed, but the prices in the commercial shops could be changed at will. In addition, the pleasure of shopping in physical stores couldn't be compared with standing and reading an auction list. The gamers preferred to check the auction prices before going to the stalls to obtain tax-free goods. When Sherlock came to make his rounds, the gamers went surprised. After all, he would visit them when he had the time. Eggface would place his claws behind his back and check if the gamers had broken any rules. He also paid attention to whether the excavations for the commercial shops were according to regulations. The gamers had to perform excavation for their own shops, and there was a reward. After proper management, Sherlock didn't have to worry about stepping and breaking the gamers' legs. Without the enclosed boxes, the stalls were all over the place, so it was difficult for anyone to move around. With demarcation of the impromptu stalls, there was a wide path in the middle of the stalls area. Why did you extend your leg out? Are you allowed to excavate here? Arrange your goods properly. The reputation of the entire street is ruined by you. Do you believe that I'll confiscate all your goods? After strict enforcement by Eggface and having finished their rounds in the commerce area, Sherlock nodded with satisfaction. Brew suddenly said to Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, someone from Winterfell requests a visit to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. I think it's Baron Nicholas." "Baron Nicholas, I understand. Let him come over. I'll go and welcome him." Sherlock nodded and brought Eggface to the teleport portal main hall. Before long, Baron Nicholas walked out of the teleport portal. When Nicholas appeared, the gamers shouted excitedly, "Lassie, Lassie. Gosh, is it a new plot? I remember, isn't Lassie the Winterfell Dungeon Lord? How do you know this plot wasn't announced on the official website? Didn't you work in Winterfell for magic stones? Lassie is the temporary dungeon lord of Winterfell. You can obtain this information anywhere." The gamers were enthusiastic in both words and actions. The excited gamers were busy touching Nicholas' body. Once a gamer touched him and discovered there wasn't a problem, the rest of the gamers followed suit. Some gamers went for the purse, the sword, and the thighs. "Welcome to Eternal Kingdom, Baron Nicholas. Please come to my office for a chat." As a diplomatic conflict was about to occur, Sherlock appeared and restrained the gamers who had lost control. Nicholas felt relieved. What could he possibly do? Could he kill these green-skinned creatures who took advantage of him? That was his intention. Nicholas followed Sherlock to the Dungeon Lord main hall, where Eggface brewed some bloody chrysanthemum tea for himself and Sherlock. Eggface then sat down beside Sherlock and gazed at Baron Nicholas. "Please take a seat, Baron Nicholas," Sherlock said as he pointed at an empty seat. Then, he looked at Nicholas and said, "Congratulations on becoming the Winterfell Dungeon Lord. How did Lord Sherlock know that I was assigned the formal post?" Nicholas was taken aback. Sherlock quickly said, "It's not hard to guess. After the setbacks in Winterfell, I'd be surprised if the Merchant Alliance trusted outsiders who invest large sums of magic stones in Winterfell. In this difficult time, Winterfell needs a capable baron like you. If you weren't assigned the formal post, it would be beyond reason. I'm greatly flattered. The Merchant Alliance has greater trust in longtime members. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for recommending me for this post," Nicholas said gratefully to Sherlock. "My recommendation? No, I just told the truth. Without your wise support in raw materials, we wouldn't have been able to defeat Samael that easily. Your contributions were far more significant than you thought." Sherlock heaped praises on Nicholas since he didn't have anything to lose. Sherlock said to Eggface, "Quick, get a cup of underground water for Dungeon Lord Nicholas." Eggface finished his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and jumped off his chair. He walked to the storage shelves and took out a wooden cup, then poured water from a pot. Eggface was very good at his job. As Eggface passed the cup of water to him, Nicholas said politely, "Lord Black Dragon, thank you. I'll help myself." Eggface shook his head. He looked over earnestly and said obediently, "Take your drink. Why are you talking so much? Go to the side and sleep." Sherlock caressed Eggface's head and pointed to the nest at the corner. Eggface walked reluctantly back to the corner and sat down cross-legged. He looked at his computer and Nicholas, his eyes communicating his desire for Nicholas to leave so that he could resume playing his computer games. "Are there any special matters to discuss, Dungeon Lord Nicholas?" Sherlock placed his hands on the table and asked. "It's related to my Dungeon Lord mission." Nicholas pushed Eggface's unhappiness to the back of his mind before inhaling deeply and saying, "My Dungeon Lord post isn't stable. Though the Merchant Alliance has decided to assign me the formal post, there are many nobles who covet this post. Outsiders aside, there are many members of the Merchant Alliance who are also interested in the post. Hence, I am greatly troubled." Nicholas said gravely, "I'll have to clear the surrounding ogre tribes. The ogres appeared recently around Winterfell, remnants of Andrew's evil deeds. I thought it would be easy to destroy them, so I sent my elite troops, but regrettably, they were annihilated." "Annihilated?" "That's right, they were annihilated. With the support of Andrew, the ogres have become powerful. According to reports from the survivors, the powerful ogre clan is formed of more than 100 tribes. They also nominated a young and strong new leader. With these conditions, it's impossible for me to destroy them. They even recently occupied a stronghold on the outer boundary of Winterfell." Sherlock nodded and asked, "What about the Winterfell garrison guards? If you deploy them, shouldn't they be able to defeat the ogres?" "Yes, but if I deploy the garrison guards, it will cause massive casualties. Winterfell is in an unstable state, and if there are huge losses, my competitors will create doubts about my management capability. Most importantly, I'm unable to fend off the residents' protests. Time isn't on my side. If I don't do anything and can't produce results, the nobles eyeing my position will create trouble. I understand your predicament. Do you want me to help you destroy the ogres?" Nicholas said pleadingly, "That's right, I know it's difficult for you, but besides you, I can't think of other capable leaders. Please help me, Lord Sherlock. I will pay all military expenses and death compensation." Chapter 344 Agreement. Chapter 344 Agreement. After Nicholas put forward his request, Sherlock pondered and said, "As you know, to stop Samael and protect the Underworld's peace, we paid painful prices. 100,000 Eternal Kingdom citizens perished in Winterfell. We are still mourning over the losses." Sherlock's face was full of sadness. Nicholas turned his head to look behind him and saw a group of chatty gamers walking past the dungeon lord main hall. The arm of one of the gamers was broken, but as he walked, he swung his broken arm and smiled like a small kid. The eyes of Nicholas became red. "Lord Sherlock, I sympathize with you and your citizens. I noticed that the pitiful gnomes aren't in a correct state of mind due to depression." Nicholas wiped his tears. "That's right. But you're my friend, no, my close friend, so I can't leave you in the lurch. Moreover, the alliance between Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell is beneficial for both of us. We just experienced several battles, so the military expenditure will be huge. Though there was death compensation, it was for the families of the deceased. I also dispersed my mental distress compensation to the families of the deceased. To tell you the truth, I have invested 500 million magic stones in a huge project. I also donated 1 billion magic stones to help the poor districts. Now I'm financially tight." Sherlock spoke thoughtfully, while Nicholas nodded and said, "Lord Sherlock, I understand your difficulty. I arranged a few more boxes of materials to support you and allocated 300,000 magic stones to you for dealing with the ogres. How can I take your magic stones our relationship? In addition, there are 200,000 magic stones for reserve use, making 500,000 magic stones in total. I will transfer the money to you. As for death compensation, I will disperse 20 magic stones for each death. If you help me destroy the ogres and protect Winterfell, even if I go bankrupt, I'll still do it. This is the magic stone card." Sherlock slammed down on the table and stood up, saying solemnly, "Am I such a devil? Though it's going to be difficult. I won't let the ogres invade Winterfell. Defending the underworld is what all superior devils should do. I'm not doing it for the 500,000 magic stones. I'm doing it for our close friendship and my deep love for the underworld." Sherlock took Nicholas' magic stone card and said seriously, "The 500,000 magic stones aren't for me, they are for the goblins, gnomes, hounded men, and perhaps orcs who will be sacrificing for Winterfell." "I understand completely. Lord Sherlock is the hero of the underworld. Without Lord Sherlock, we would be in a living hell," Nicholas said emotionally. Nicholas' request for help was successfully negotiated, and Sherlock soon bade a warm farewell to him. Before leaving, he said he would organize the intelligence on the ogres before sending it to Sherlock. Amidst the wild cheering of the gamers, Nicholas left Eternal Kingdom. "Lord Sherlock, Nicholas is spending a fortune this time. Helping him is a wise choice. I made adjustments to our comprehensive battle plan." After Nicholas left, Brew commented. Sherlock sat down and said, "Are you planning to use this chance to gain his trust, launch a sneak attack on the Winterfell dungeon lord main hall, and control Nicholas and Winterfell?" "Lord Sherlock, your strategy is excellent. If we conquer Winterfell..." While Brew expounded upon his NTH version of his plan to invade Winterfell, Sherlock was browsing the official website. A ball of fire appeared in the dungeon car, and the Winterfell Monthly Digest was thrown out. In this Winterfell Monthly Digest, there were no advertisements, only a huge bold title with the words, "Benkaser jailbreak, the terrifying plague bearer Polio escaped from prison. It's an apocalypse." There were no advertisements. Sherlock stared at the title and remained silent for a long time. Darder. A rhythmic knocking reverberated in the dark room. A tall figure sat in a chair. From the direction of the back of the chair, he was facing the main door. The main door opened, and a flabby figure stood at the doorway and said to the figure in the chair, "Lord Alexandria, I've handled the Benkaser incident. I didn't leave any evidence. The figure in the shadow nodded, and the door was shut. It was silent again. Hoodlum squatted in the metal cage as he watched the passing crowd. He was imprisoned by the slave merchant and escorted to a strange small town. It was more like a camp, with many exposed quarries and huge mining devices. There were many slaves with leg shackles doing excavation work in the quarries. Fully armed soldiers whipped the slaves as they shouted, "Make haste, you vile prisoners, mining is your way to salvation." Hoodlum had become one of the vile prisoners, though he wasn't sure what crime he had committed. That wasn't important. The important thing was that the plot, screenshots of the NPCs, and his forum posts would bring him popularity. And that created financial opportunities. A bald man in white pastor clothing walked over. "Are ignorant sinners. You'll pay with your labor and wisdom in order to obtain the Holy Lord's forgiveness. You have been judged." While the pastor was chanting, he looked at the guard to the side and asked, "What crime has he committed?" The guard took out a document. After examining it, he said, "This man is called Hoodlum. He killed a chicken in a village." What the pastor was as pale as a sheet. He looked at Hoodlum as though he was the ugliest pile of SHT and scolded loudly, "In the name of the Holy Lord, I sentence you to lifelong imprisonment. You'll work until your death, you scumbag." "Grand Priest, don't be angry, relax." The guard comforted the furious Grand Priest as both of them left. Then, another guard dragged Hoodlum out of the metal cage and led him to the quarry. "Quick, go and work." Hoodlum obtained a pickaxe and looked at the quarry, deciding to be subservient and wait for an opportunity to escape later. When Hoodlum smashed down with his pickaxe, a green light flashed before him, and words appeared. "A person sits in a car that is on a slippery ice sheet. The weight of the man and car is M70 kg. When he receives a box with mass M20 kg and velocity V5 ms, he threw the box back at the velocity of U5 ms. What is the velocity of the car?" Hoodlum was dumbstruck, and he said, "What the heck?" The guard at the side whipped at him and screamed, "Excavate the ores, you sinner." Dragonborn was busy recently. Because he changed factions, he had to start from scratch. Dragonborn wasn't willing to divulge his reason for doing so or the source of his magic stones. "Take a spear hit and seal head," Ling Chong asked him several times, but they didn't get any answers. Besides, it was meaningless to ask since they had already changed factions. It was just a game, and they didn't have to take it too seriously. "It's difficult. This spider's lair is too difficult." Take a spear hit had just revived, immediately shaking his head and complaining. Dragonborn took out several pieces of equipment from the teleport portal. There were other gamers behind him, and they had horrible wounds. They were guild members of For That Night with Sherlock. Victoria City had opened up the teleport portal to the spider's lair, so the gamers could explore the lair freely. The spiders that were killed couldn't be used to improve their weapons. Instead, the carcasses could be exchanged for reputation points and game currency with the 3 hamsters who took shifts in the castle. The weapon forging and improvement system in Victoria City was different from Eternal Kingdom. The weapons in Victoria City were forged using diamond seam, while other varieties of ore had to be used for weapon improvement. Other varieties of ore were rare, and they had to answer questions when mining ore. It was similar to logging trees in the Underworld. It wasn't an obstacle for the gamers, as long as they could improve their equipment, even if they had to attend college entrance examinations. The cost of weapon upgrades in Victoria City was more expensive compared to Eternal Kingdom due to the difficulty of mining Oz. But that was temporary since there was a second shipment of raw materials from Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 345 Surveillance Mission. Chapter 345 Surveillance Mission. The materials were transported from Eternal Kingdom. Some of the materials were from the excavation of Oz by Eternal Kingdom's gamers, which consisted partly of adamantine rocks. The remaining portions were forging Oz from Winterfell's material reward for defeating Samael. The dwarves, Hill and the King, were in charge of teaching steam technology and the forging of weapons. Steam engineering wasn't developed in Victoria City yet, but Hill was kept busy, especially during the initial development stage. The blacksmith shop was in 100 production, and the sounds of hammering filled the entire shop. As for the forging of weapons, Marner was required in both the underworld and the surface world. Though Hill was a steam engineer, he was also skilled at forging. During these extraordinary circumstances, as well as for the overtime pay, Hill was working diligently. Hill was in charge of forging equipment, while the King was in charge of forging in addition to equipment improvement, which was his main forte. The model for equipment improvement was the same as Eternal Kingdom, though the King's temper wasn't as hot as Simber's. Occasionally, the gamers could hear the King say, "Apologies, your weapon improvement has failed. It has disintegrated." Though the King was much gentler than Simber, he was never shy in telling the gamers about the weapon improvement failures. He was ordered to do so by Lilo. Lilo stood in the castle as she watched the King throw some broken equipment into the furnace. The equipment would be smelted before being forged into standard equipment. Big Boss sprawled on the window sill and asked curiously, "Miss Lilo, why do you allow good weapons to be destroyed before creating new ones? Should we not use this time to create weapons and improve them so that the citizens can help Miss Lilo conquer the Heavenly Kingdom?" "This is Sherlock's request. He said that the citizens prefer such incidents." Lilo put down the curtains and walked into the room as she asked, "How many of the citizens are fully armed?" "According to my statistics, 926 citizens have at least one piece of equipment. There are 320 citizens that have two pieces of equipment, while less than 100 citizens have a full set of equipment. The numbers aren't fixed, as they will explore the spider's lair and meet their doom. Each time they die, they will have equipment damage." Second Boss adjusted his spectacles while his furry and fat paws flipped through a thick book that contained all of the data regarding Victoria City. It's very good. Miss Lilo, I don't understand. We've had casualties of more than 10,000 over the past few days, and each citizen died at least twice per day to a maximum of more than 10 times per day. Your burden is overwhelming. We should control them and reduce unnecessary casualties. You have to take care of your health, Second Boss said with concern, clearly worried about her health. This burden is negligible. They haven't been dying for naught, as they are honing their combat skills. As my loyal undying warriors, this is the fastest training method. Lilo waved her hand at the 3 hamsters to dismiss them. Only once the 3 hamsters left did Lilo show her exhaustion. It was all worthwhile for the conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom. While Victoria City was developing at a rapid pace, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom received a new plot mission. Mission title: Surveillance of the Ogre Stronghold. Mission description: The remnants of the Ogre troops left by Andrew are being reorganized, and they have become strong enough to threaten our survival. We are forming an alliance with Baron Nicholas to defeat the powerful ogre tribes. The citizens of Eternal Kingdom will never be slaves. Mission objective: follow Nicholas' subordinates and perform surveillance of the ogre stronghold. We have to gather intelligence. The non-existing intelligence organization isn't able to provide any assistance. Mission reward: 300 Eternal Kingdom reputation points, 500 bronze coins, and other possible equipment. Though the reputation points and coins weren't attractive to the first and second beta gamers, the third beta gamers were in need of the rewards and the possible equipment. According to the wisdom of the first and second beta gamers, this kind of infiltration mission, one involving fighting with NPCs, had a high chance of yielding equipment after killing them if the gamers survived. This wasn't a strange encounter mission, so the mission could be accepted at the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. The major guilds weren't going to let this chance slip by. The past had shown that battle campaign scenarios yielded handsome loot, and the gamers with excellent contributions would have high prestige. For example, in the previous encounter with Samuel, the first beta gamers from the Pioneer Alliance attacked Samuel and gained both attention and reputation points. As the chairman of the Pioneer Alliance, and after having survived various rumors, Arthur's prestige wasn't affected. After discovering the mission, he brought the guild members to the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall to register for the mission to scout the ogre tribes. The Winterfell employee responsible for the registration was dumbstruck. He didn't understand why there were so many creatures clamoring to register for such a dangerous mission. The queue was extremely long, and when the quota had been reached, the gamers who weren't registered kicked up a big fuss. "Please give me a chance, I want to fight for Winterfell. Let me go, my skills are awesome, I'll even sacrifice myself for intelligence. In the entire Eternal Kingdom, my intelligence-seeking skill is the strongest." When Winterfell was attacked by the ancient gods' believers, most of the intelligence was gathered by me. It's the truth. Everyone claimed to be experienced and said that they were willing to sacrifice for Winterfell. The Winterfell employee hesitated and said, "I'll appeal to my superior." The gamers exploded with wild cheering. They quickly took out food and sat on the floor, some of them even beginning to shout. Selling equipment, selling equipment. Buying a mission placement, 3,000 renminbi for a mission placement. No matter what loot I receive, it's all yours. Selling my Q position, selling my Q position. Who has an adamantine, or I want to learn Marner engineering. Selling wood freshly logged yesterday, make haste, discount for large quantities. The Dungeon Lord main hall became an instant marketplace. The employees in the Dungeon Lord main hall were dumbfounded. These creatures were from Eternal Kingdom, and they saved Winterfell twice, so they couldn't afford to antagonize them. The employees reported the incident to Dungeon Lord Nicholas, who was extremely touched. He said, "No, we'll go according to plan. This was a surveillance mission, and not a tour or an attempt to feed the ogres. If there were too many creatures, they would be discovered before they could get close. They would be captured and tortured. Perhaps they would become food for the ogres. If that happened, the surveillance mission could be considered a failure." Though the gamers had the intention to camp in the Dungeon Lord main hall, after a warm refusal, they could only leave with regrets. Brainiac came and led the noisy gamers back to Eternal Kingdom. The method to lead them back was simple. Mission title: follow Brainiac and leave the Dungeon Lord main hall. Mission description: Eternal Kingdom requires you to develop the dungeon. Please return immediately and start working. Mission objective: return to Eternal Kingdom. Mission Reward 0.01 of the gamers will receive a full set of legendary equipment. The final interpretation lies with the game officials. As there is no money collected, it's not considered an illegal accumulation of funds. Though the gamers had doubts about this mission, they held onto the 0.01 hope of obtaining the reward and followed Brainiac back to Eternal Kingdom. Those who chose to stay also left after realizing that they had no chance to obtain the mission. The registered 100 gamers formed 50 teams, following the experienced Winterfell warriors who were mounted on beetlemans to the ogre stronghold. Sherlock explained the reason that the gamers were involved in the Winterfell military surveillance operation. Military surveillance give me some places on the team. They are excellent scouts, and they will help to obtain valuable intelligence. If you send them to the destination, they will do the required surveillance. Don't worry. Nicholas was more than happy to oblige. He was never in doubt of the capability of Eternal Kingdom. The contingent set off immediately, and they soon encountered the first incident. Chapter 346 Adventures of Hoodlum. Chapter 346 Adventures of Hoodlum. The medium-sized beetleman ambled and made par-tar sounds as it moved towards its destination. A gnome called Bond sat in the passenger's seat, holding a map as he guided the driver. A palm sound came from his back. The entire contingent of beetlemans stopped, and a creature shouted. A creature fell down. Bond frowned and threw the map onto the seat as he stood up and proceeded to the back of the beetleman. How did a creature fall down? Didn't he use a safety belt? I don't know, perhaps he was careless. Bond ignored the Winterfell intelligence officers who were whispering to each other. He opened the door of the carriage that was on the beetleman's back and looked at the convoy behind. A creature had gone down to assist the victim, who was a gnome lying motionless on the ground with unknown green symbols above his head. It was a warrior from Eternal Kingdom. Bond quickly descended the rope ladder, and a gnome walked over to him and said, "Captain Bond, a warrior from Eternal Kingdom fell from the back of the beetleman after fainting." Bond nodded. He was feeling impatient. It was only the third day of the journey from Winterfell, and he had encountered no less than 10 such incidents. These incidents usually occurred at night. They weren't the only things that troubled him either. When Bond passed by the beetleman carrying the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, a gnome peeped out and asked, 007 how many more days before we reach our destination? SHH. Bond gestured for the gnome to keep quiet, frowning while he proceeded to the location of the accident. Such questions from Eternal Kingdom's warriors, which had been asked countless times, were bugging him. These creatures went here to perform military surveillance but for a tour. They chatted, sang, played cards, and even fought among themselves. Then, occasionally, they would shout, "How many more days before we reach our destination?" He had never seen creatures doing such stuff. If he wasn't sure that they were helpers from Eternal Kingdom, he would have thought they were spies sent to sabotage the mission. He had never encountered such unprofessional surveillance scouts. Though he was full of complaints, Bond had received Dungeon Lord Nicholas' order to protect these gnomes and hounded men under all circumstances, even if they had to sacrifice themselves. Bond felt that Nicholas was fawning too much on Eternal Kingdom and was unhappy. However, an order was an order, and his job was to obey orders. If he knew what these creatures were like, he wouldn't have agreed to escort them. Bond was indignant, but he made himself walk to the accident location. The gnome that had fallen to the floor had landed on his head, which was now bleeding. The accompanying doctor examined the bleeding gnome and shook his head. Bond sighed. Before they reached the destination, They already had casualties, giving him mixed feelings about the mission. Bury him and store his belongings. We'll bring them back when we return to Winterfell, Bond ordered. No, Captain Bond, he's not dead. The doctor was perplexed. He only has bruises. The pool of blood came from my menstrual period. Since I was trying to save him, I didn't stop it. But that's not important. This gnome is very strange, as there's no sign of head trauma. According to eyewitnesses, he slipped down the beetleman's body and landed on his buttocks. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have fainted. Is it an illness? It's possible. The strange thing is that every time they have slipped down and fainted, they have exhibited the same symptoms. The doctor pointed at the beetleman that was carrying the gamers. A large number of gamers were sprawled on the beetleman's body as they looked over. They weren't worried at all and looked like they were enjoying a show. Bond felt bewildered, but he couldn't do anything, so he let the doctor carry the fainted gnome up the beetleman. They didn't have much time and needed to make full use of tonight, when the ogres were sound asleep, to conduct the first wave of surveillance. When he passed by that beetleman again, the gamers shouted, 007, when are we arriving at the destination? SHH. In a dark prison cell, the sound of snoring reverberated. Low clicking sounds were heard as the wounded hoodlum used a metal strip to pick a lock. He was very familiar with this lock. Within 30 seconds, he would be able to pick the lock if he wanted. As for his injuries, he was beaten by the bandits, but the wounds had healed with the help of magical potions and Marner. Now, the wounds on his body were inflicted by the prison guards. They flogged him because he refused to get out of bed and was lazy during work. Though he had to get up at a fixed time, Hoodlum was unable to do so as he had to eat his breakfast first, leaving him at a loss. As for being lazy at work, Hoodlum couldn't be blamed since he had to take his meals and go to the bathroom. Other times, his friends would shout for him to join them at their barbecue, which was too good to be missed. Sometimes, he would get offline before it was time for the slaves to rest, so the guards would see a human collapsing to the ground and think he was slacking. The guards were quite restrained, so they didn't beat Hoodlum to death. However, they flogged him until his flesh tore open. The guards found it very weird that no matter how they beat him, he wouldn't stand up and work. It didn't matter who flogged him. That made the guards less furious. The guards were badly shaken by Hoodlum's perseverance, and even the slaves who were locked up in the cages were full of respect for him. He was their role model, as even if he was shackled and being viciously tortured, he didn't stop resisting. If he didn't want to work, he wouldn't work. If he didn't want to get out of bed, he wouldn't wake up. Even if he was on the verge of death, he didn't move an inch. That was a real man. Hoodlum didn't know that he had become their hero by word of mouth. Instead, he was more concerned about new plots. If there were no new plots, he had to create one. For example, a jailbreak. The guards in the room were asleep. Hoodlum opened his cage discreetly. He didn't have to keep a low profile like a cat since his spine was so badly deformed that he couldn't straighten his back. He opened the prison door and paused to listen for sounds. A guard turned over and muttered in his dream before it was quiet again. Hoodlum sighed in relief. It was his chance to break out of jail. When he was about to leave, he heard a soft voice. "Hi." Hoodlum looked in the direction of the voice and saw an imprisoned elder with a white beard, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Hoodlum felt his heart tremble. This elder wasn't as simple as he looked. "Little lad, I've been watching you," the elder said calmly as he looked at Hoodlum. "Elder, "What mission do you have for me?" Hoodlum walked silently to him and asked with anticipation. "Mission? No, you have to understand what you want. I want to become stronger. I want powerful equipment to make me invincible. I'm a natural fighter," Hoodlum shouted in agitation. The elder was dumbfounded, not expecting Hoodlum to have such ambitions. Didn't most people want to be rich or find love? The elder coughed a few times. "Then you have to escape from the prison. Do you have a detailed plan?" the elder asked. Don't be mistaken, I'm a powerful hermit skilled in combat. Due to some reasons, I stayed here voluntarily. I've been waiting for a promising lad like you. If you are able to escape and bring me with you, I'm willing to teach you what I know. Hoodlum's eyes lit up. At this instant, a guard shouted, "What are you doing? Are you escaping from jail?" Hoodlum was frightened. He turned his head and saw a guard getting up in a hurry. Though he wanted to escape, his leg injuries weren't healed. Even if he wanted to escape, he wasn't able to, especially with his deformed spine. He wasn't suited for combat. The guard saw Hoodlum outside his cage and raised the alarm. The other guards in the room got up and charged at Hoodlum, beating him until he was seriously wounded. Hoodlum got offline halfway through the beating. He was quite familiar with the experience. After being beaten, he would be treated and wouldn't be able to move for half a day. He didn't want to go online, look at the cage's metal grill, and count the number of sheep. Chapter 347 It Will Not Be Less. Chapter 347 It Will Not Be Less. Bond hid behind the dark rocks that overlooked the nearby ogre stronghold. Is that the ogre stronghold? Not wearing pants squatted next to Bond, who was one of the surveillance team members. In front of Not Wearing Pants was a huge fort surrounded by walls that were 10 meters high. According to the game officials, the location was a stronghold, but it didn't look like one. "Warriors, y'all obey my orders. Where are they?" Bond turned back to look at the gamers who were walking out merrily. They didn't seem like they were scouting for intelligence, their actions looking more like defection. "Don't open fire with your guns, we're defecting." "Are you a fool? Have you seen any guns in this game?" "Oh, don't shoot your arrows. We're here to defect. We're from Eternal Kingdom. And Winterfell. We have lots of information for you. This is the defense map of Winterfell. Let us in." The gamers shouted loudly. Bond's head almost exploded. He had more than 10 years of experience in intelligence work, but he hadn't seen agents walking openly and shouting to obtain intelligence. No, this wasn't intelligence gathering. "What shall we do, Captain Bond?" "We were betrayed by Eternal Kingdom. These 100 creatures are here to defect. They even have our Winterfell defense map. Let's kill them, Captain Bond. We have to stop them." Bond's subordinates, who were Winterfell's intelligence agents, were furious. They wanted to dash out and kill the gamers. But Bond was calm, thinking that it wasn't possible for them to obtain Winterfell's latest defense map within such a short time. After Nicholas became the Dungeon Lord, the defenses were overhauled. Even if he let his subordinates dash out and kill those despicable creatures from Eternal Kingdom, it was of no use. He would even run the risk of his subordinates sustaining casualties. It wasn't a wise thing to do. He had to retreat. Everyone retreat. They'll definitely betray us. Bond gave his order. Even if the intelligence agents were unhappy, they couldn't disobey his order. The disciplined and trained Winterfell agents returned to their hidden beetlemans and left in a hurry. Before leaving, Bond wrote a letter explaining how the creatures of Eternal Kingdom defected at the first instant. It was extremely abnormal, and Bond thought that they could have a mastermind, perhaps Sherlock. Bond's letter was to inform Dungeon Lord Nicholas, who might be in the dark, to be careful of Sherlock. Bond glanced at the ogre's stronghold that was behind the scattered rocks. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life as an intelligence agent. But now it was time for him to leave. Not long after Bond ordered a retreat, a large group of ogres was led to the location where the hidden Beetlemans used to be. Fortunately, Bond had left, and the ogres wouldn't risk pursuing them. Just as Bond had expected, he was betrayed by the gamers. The gamers said, "I can betray Shirley, so what's a Winterfell NPC to me, Chief? Is their equipment for me something that fits a gnome?" In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord's office, Nicholas couldn't believe his own eyes. In his hand was a letter that he had just received, which depicted the situation at the ogre stronghold and spoke of how the creatures of Eternal Kingdom defected en masse. If he wasn't sure that the writer of the letter was his experienced intelligence agent, the best of the best, Bond, Nicholas would have burnt the letter. Those 100 warriors were recommended by Lord Sherlock and were selected out of 1,000 candidates. How could they possibly have defected? Assistant Nicholas shouted with a frown. If that was the truth, Lord Sherlock could have a different idea. Though Nicholas trusted Lord Sherlock, he was, after all, a superior devil. Nicholas decided to make some preparations and called for his assistant, who came in with Sherlock. "Good night, Dungeon Lord Nicholas." Sherlock politely took off his hat and placed it and his outer coat on a rack. "Good night, Lord Sherlock." Nicholas swallowed hard, his hair standing on end. His assistant said, "You said that if the visitor was Lord Sherlock, I didn't need to inform you, so I brought him in. Is something the matter?" "It's nothing. Help me brew a cup of tea, the strongest kind," Nicholas said as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. The assistant nodded and walked out to prepare the tea. As for Sherlock, he looked at Nicholas with concern and said, "Dungeon Lord Nicholas, are you feeling warm? Take care of yourself." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Sherlock." Nicholas glanced at the letter on the table and almost had a heart attack. He discreetly extended his hand and slowly moved the letter away. Sherlock noticed Nicholas' behavior. In fact, he noticed the letter when he came in. It was what he had expected. "In here regarding the intelligence of the ogre stronghold." Sherlock crossed his hands and placed them on his knees, speaking calmly. The assistant returned with a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and green tea filled with rolling sleeping worms. He placed them in front of Sherlock and Nicholas respectively. Slurp. Sherlock sipped while the tea was hot, while Nicholas held the cup and trembled. He was feeling extremely tense. "Regarding the ogre stronghold, har. Lord Sherlock, you're joking. Our scouts have just arrived outside the ogre stronghold. Of course, I believe in your loyal servants. They will provide the latest and most comprehensive intelligence." Nicholas gave a fake smile, but Sherlock wasn't bothered. He took out a drawn map and said, "No, the intelligence has been sent back. This is a bird's eye view of the ogre stronghold, which shows the detailed defense deployment and various campsites of the ogre tribes. Yes, we have their totems." Sherlock placed a round adamantine rock on the table, which would project images when Marnar was infused. After Sherlock infused his Marnar into the rock, images flashed like a slide projector. They were images of the ogre stronghold's interior, the tribe's totems, their leaders, and the equipment of the ogres. There were even group photographs of some gnomes with green words above their heads. Nicholas was dumbfounded. He had been a vampire for so long, and he didn't know that the round adamantine rock could record images. Where did the images come from? How did Sherlock obtain the images so fast when the journey from the ogre's stronghold took 3 days? It hadn't even been 4 hours since Sherlock's servants defected, but Sherlock had brought back intelligence of the ogres. I know you'll have a lot of questions, but listen to me and don't ask. The answers aren't something that you can bear. Sherlock put away the round adamantine rock and said, "You only need to know that I'm your strong backing and reliable ally. As for these images, they were obtained in a special way. It cost me a lot of creature resources and materials, but I won't mention them." Nicholas picked up the round adamantine rock and examined it again. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom are all fearless, especially the intelligence agents. They were born to sacrifice for the greater good. The reason they were able to obtain intelligence this fast is because of their hard work. Without their sacrifice, we wouldn't be able to obtain intelligence in a timely manner. While Nicholas was still musing over the rock, Sherlock continued and said, "Of course, we'll always remember the sacrifice of the 100 warriors. Won't we, Dungeon Lord Nicholas?" Our Nicholas was shaken from his bewilderment by Sherlock's question, and quickly said, "Yes, that's right. The 100 warriors sacrificed themselves to obtain intelligence on our enemies." Nicholas' eyes became red, and he wiped away his tears. "I'll pay 2,000 magic stones as death compensation. Don't you worry, Lord Sherlock." Chapter 348 Evil Boss. Chapter 348 Evil Boss. Then I shall leave the round adamantine rock and the intelligence of the ogres here. If you have any queries, please contact me at any time. I'll bring new intelligence over tomorrow. Sherlock took his outer coat and hat and reminded the dazed Nicholas before leaving his office. Nicholas, who was shocked to the core, finally recovered, and he swallowed hard. That was Lord Sherlock, the mysterious and unfathomable superior devil lord. He was terrifying. I thought Sherlock had allied with the ogres. This is laughable, Nicholas thought, laughing at himself. Lord Sherlock, how did you know that? Nicholas may not trust you from his tense expression. He was losing trust in you, Bruce said thoughtfully as Sherlock walked out of Nicholas' office. One of the intelligence agents is called Bond, and he is the most experienced intelligence agent in Winterfell. If the gamers defected to the enemy in a bid to obtain intelligence, Bond would report this matter to Nicholas immediately, and he would be doubtful. It's a simple deduction, Sherlock said as he walked out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Sherlock looked left and right before proceeding. So Lord Sherlock was deducing. That's awesome. After your intervention, Nicholas shouldn't doubt you. But where are you going? Sherlock didn't return to Eternal Kingdom, walking in the opposite direction. He didn't respond to Brew either, walking to the roadside and hailing a Hades carriage. Partar, partar, partar. The Hades carriage slowed to a halt outside the entrance to the bustling downtown area. He could see the passers-by clearly from the roadside. Sherlock descended from the Hades carriage and paid his fees, then adjusted his black gentleman's hat and entered the marketplace. This was a wholesale distribution center. Compared to the Winterfell commercial area and shopping malls, the goods here were messy, but the prices were lower. Sherlock wasn't purchasing goods in bulk. He walked to a garment shop and knocked on the door with his cane. A gnome opened the door and received Sherlock warmly. "Dearest Devil Lord, are you purchasing goods? Oh my God, are you Lord Sherlock? Is that you? I'm not dreaming, oh my God." The boss of the wholesale garment shop recognized Sherlock and inhaled deeply, looking as though he was out of breath due to excitement. Sherlock smiled and said to the boss, "Don't worry, I'm here to do an equation." What did you say?" The shopkeeper opened his eyes widely and stared at him in disbelief. "I'm here to do an equation," Sherlock repeated himself. The gnome nodded and swallowed hard, then waved his hand and beckoned Sherlock deeper into his shop. The shop wasn't large, but it displayed various garments and cloth. The gnome led Sherlock into the interior chamber and said nervously, "I didn't expect Lord Sherlock to have the same hobby. I don't mean to look down on you, but I can't imagine a superior devil in love with studying. I'm unable to tell a stranger what I like to study." "Har har, Lord Sherlock isn't a stranger. You're my idol, and you saved me twice. I don't know how I can." The gnome chatted incessantly, and it looked like he would never stop, so Sherlock smiled and said calmly, "Just open the door." "Our apologies, Lord Sherlock. I'm too excited, and once I'm excited, I talk non-stop. Just like when my granny brought me here and told me that my biggest problem is..." Bruce's voice filled Sherlock's mind. "Oh my God, the gnome has been talking non-stop. I think he will click well with the gamers who can chat for an entire day. They can chat using their phones and in games. To them, it's the same." Brew also started nagging. Fortunately, Sherlock had no intention to respond to them. While the shopkeeper was blabbering, a wall became distorted and turned into a huge mouth. It was a welded-in elevator. "Lord Sherlock, the descent speed is very fast. Please be mentally prepared." Sherlock nodded and walked in. The huge mouth closed. Sherlock was standing in the dim mouth and felt a fast downward movement. "Like my granny said, there will be a niche for everyone. If you can't find it." The elevator descended while the shopkeeper rattled on. Before long, it stopped and the mouth opened. Sticky saliva stuck to the upper and lower palate and formed fine threads before breaking off. Lord Sherlock." The shopkeeper was disappointed that they had arrived at their destination. He hesitated and asked, "Can we take a photograph and can you sign your name?" The gnome took out a handheld magic camera, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Sherlock extended his hand and caressed the gnome's head as he said, "Do you wish to die?" Sherlock turned his head and looked at the dark tunnel ahead, then walked into the darkness. The shopkeeper was dazed for a few seconds as he witnessed Sherlock vanish. Once he was sure Sherlock had left, he returned to the open mouth in disappointment. He kicked the inner mouth and said viciously, "Tusk, is my acting that bad? It's frustration that I'm unable to make a profit off of such a famous person." The mouth quaked and hammered the gnome with the tip of its red tongue, which came out from the inner wall. Then, a low voice said, "Be careful, little one, or I'll sue you for intentional malice." The mouth closed and rapidly moved upwards. Sherlock counted his steps in the darkness until he arrived at his desired spot, a door that was hidden in the darkness. Sherlock extended his hand and grasped the door handle, pushing it open. Before him was an entirely different scene. Numerous male and female creatures were enjoying themselves, while bloody chrysanthemum tea was being served by a waiter. Light illuminated the great hall, and the area surrounding the great hall was separated into smaller rooms that each contained a table, bookshelf, bright illumination, and a studious creature. Of course, there were couples who couldn't keep quiet. "You're bad. How dare you test me with such a question?" "Hee, it's such a simple question. You're a slow female creature. Prepare to study through the night." Sherlock was feeling agitated by their words. Could they not choose other places to show their affection, and they used such a decadent way to show it? Too decadent. Sherlock didn't want to stay in such a decadent environment and walked to the other end of the great hall. An awk waiter walked forward and asked politely, Do you have an appointment? If you don't, we only have rooms available for mathematics and chemistry. For other rooms, you may have to wait. The shortest wait for a biology room is 30 minutes, and that's if the customer doesn't prolong his study. It's not necessary. I'm a happy member. Sherlock showed his happy member identity card, and the waiter said nervously, "Please follow me. Who would you like for your advanced tutor? We have various kinds of tutors." "It's not necessary. I'm here to look for your boss. Please follow me." The Auk bowed to Sherlock and led him to another corridor. They arrived at a door, where the waiter bowed to Sherlock before leaving. Sherlock knocked on the door, and a hoarse voice said, "Come in. The door isn't locked." Chapter 349 Not Wearing Pants Strategy Guide on the Ogre Stronghold. Chapter 349 Not Wearing Pants Strategy Guide on the Ogre Stronghold. Sherlock walked into the spacious room that was very dim. Behind the coffee-colored table, a soft leather executive chair turned around slowly, revealing a sludge monster wearing a dark blue checkered western suit. "It has been a long time since we last met, Lord Sherlock." The sludge monster was the creature that Sherlock had looked for previously. "Didn't you intend to leave Winterfell?" Sherlock casually sat down opposite the sludge monster, looking as though he was back at home. The sludge monster stood up and moved to get a cup, then spat a red sticky liquid from his body into it. After, he swallowed a water bottle into his body, and soon hot water flowed out from his body into the teacup. "This is your favorite bloody chrysanthemum tea. Don't be formal, treat this place like your home." The sludge monster placed the sticky cup in front of Sherlock and then dragged his body to the executive chair, leaving a trail of sticky liquid on the ground. Sherlock looked at the strange tea and pushed the cup away with his pinky. "I left. However, after seeing Winterfell encounter such a serious setback, I felt that it was a good opportunity for our group, so we came back." The sludge monster slumped in his chair and asked, "Are you here because of the jailbreak of the plague bearer Polio?" Do you have any news?" Sherlock nodded and asked. "Nothing much. Bencasier's guards are looking for Polio, and the Merchant Alliance is sending out an arrest warrant. I did, however, hear a rumor that you may be interested in." The sludge monster took out a metal stick and lit it with Marna. "The mastermind of the jailbreak may have been Alexandria." The sludge monster placed the hot metal stick into his mouth, and it sizzled. "Alexandria the Baron's son who came to Winterfell, is he related to the ancient gods, believers?" Sherlock stroked his chin and pondered. "From the current situation, he isn't related to them. He was the one who suggested that you defend Winterfell. From my intelligence, he doesn't seem related to the ancient gods, believers. Samael seems related to the ancient gods, but it pertains to the 7 devil kings, of which Samael is a lone ranger. The rest of the devil kings won't allow the ancient gods to return, so we don't have to worry." The sludge monster gave a muffled sound and took out the metal stick, which had extinguished. "Tusk, have you drank too much water recently?" the sludge monster muttered to himself. "Please keep an eye on Alexandria and Polio. Contact me using our old method." Sherlock stood up and positioned his hat properly as he said, "I'm making a move. Keep in contact, Lord Sherlock." The sludge monster smiled, and the metal stick began to heat up again. Not Wearing Pants walked out of the teleport portal and scolded fiercely, "Gosh, I only stayed in the kitchen for a while, so how did they discover my spy status?" Behind Not Wearing Pants were other gamers. Some gamers smiled as they talked. "I feel that the ogres were just hungry. My equipment, it won't be easy for me to steal it from the ogres." "Gosh, you silly dude, Didn't you bury the equipment at a hidden location? Shouldn't you hide the stolen equipment? I didn't manage to steal any equipment. It's frustrating. These gamers were from the ogre's stronghold, and the equipment they were talking about was from the ogres inside it. They had been taking screenshots and collecting intelligence in the ogre's stronghold for the past few days, while the rest of the time was spent thinking about how to obtain equipment. Initially, they went to the chiefs of the ogre tribes to ask for equipment. After all, they had defected and couldn't possibly fight against their enemies with their bare hands. They also claimed to be loyal to the ogres. The gamers obtained intelligence and equipment, but they had to pay a price. First of all, they had to gain the trust of the ogre chiefs by providing valuable information. The gamers were careful about their immersive roles, not forgetting that their faction was the righteous Underworld. They only divulged the number of citizens in Eternal Kingdom and the surface world's Victoria City, as well as the information about the Winterfell intelligence agents stationed outside the stronghold, including that the leader of the agents was Bond. They only managed to gain limited trust with this insignificant intelligence, so a few impatient gamers betrayed Eternal Kingdom by drawing a distorted map of Eternal Kingdom from the discussion forum and handing it over to the ogres. They were rewarded with a piece of excellent equipment. When news of this leaked out, the 100 gamers who faked their defection couldn't resist the temptation. Despite having scolded the gamers who revealed too much the second before, they rushed out to betray Eternal Kingdom for possible rewards from the ogres. They even prepared very detailed maps and a sand table to obtain their rewards. The locations of the guild's commercial area and forging area were given away, and they also revealed information about the NPCs. They said that Beast was betrayed by his father-in-law, that Moros was handpicked, that Simber had a terrible temper and should be killed, and that Shirley had the habit of walking around the dungeon in the afternoon. The gamers received huge amounts of equipment, though those that were slow didn't get any equipment. The situation only lasted for a few days. When the gamers ran out of intelligence to divulge, the tolerance of the ogres dwindled. They were hungry. Finally, the gamers were gathered in the kitchen, and they all soon revived in Eternal Kingdom. Though the gamers only spent a short time at the ogre's stronghold, they had obtained sufficient intelligence. The most important intelligence was sewers. Not every dungeon was as poor as Eternal Kingdom, whose citizens had to go outside the dungeon and dig a pit for their bowel movements. Though the pit had become an important source of raw materials for the bladder bombs, there were sewers below the ogre's stronghold. The sewers were so dirty that normal creatures wouldn't be willing to go in, but it was the fastest way into the ogre's stronghold, and it bypassed the high walls. The gamers shared their intelligence, including the sewer's loophole, on the discussion forum. Within a few days, they had several different invasion plans, with the most popular post being Not Wearing Pants Strategy Guide. Ogre Stronghold, the next battle campaign scenario of Eternal Kingdom. Hello everyone, in Not Wearing Pants. Due to my busy schedule, I have been unable to update my strategy guides. The 15-member instance dungeon is too difficult. After challenging it for more than a month, I feel like I'm going crazy. It's fortunate that there is a new plot, which is specific to Eternal Kingdom. I was lucky enough to be assigned the surveillance mission involving the ogres. I followed the Winterfell intelligence agents and their leader Bond to the ogre stronghold. We traveled for 3 days. Though I have played the game for half a year, this is an illogical design that I have to complain about. Is the game producer a sadist, making us travel in a realistic manner? Is it that difficult for the coder monkey to create a black screen flash to indicate the speeding up of time? There were many accidents during the journey. For instance, the Beetlemans were too small to accommodate 100 of us, so if a gamer wasn't careful, they would fall to the ground upon going offline. The game isn't friendly to nocturnal gamers. During the night, nocturnal gamers couldn't do anything while everyone was resting on the Beetleman. During the day, we had to hold these nocturnal gamers to prevent mishaps. If there was a bump, or when a gamer went offline to perform some errands, an accident like falling from the Beetleman would occur. The situation is as shown in the pictures. Picture. It was fortunate there were no serious casualties. When we arrived at the ogre stronghold, we started our surveillance mission. Using the fake defection, future reversal method, we bypassed the high walls and the fortified city gate and entered the stronghold. I forgot to show you the pictures. Picture. The pictures show the outer walls of the stronghold, which were very grand. If we try to use brute force, it will be difficult for us to win the battle. I won't elaborate on the divulging and obtaining of intelligence. Whatever details we knew about Sherlock, we told the ogres. Don't blame us, it was for the equipment. I will show some pictures of the ogre stronghold. I know you have seen a lot, but if I don't show the pictures, you'll feel that I'm missing a lot of stuff. Picture. If you pay attention, one of the pictures shows the sewers leading to the stronghold. This is the crux to winning the battle. We discussed a battle plan that is appropriate for the Underworld. 1. Enter the sewers. 2. Kill the ogres. 3. Occupy the stronghold and complete the mission. Perfect. Chapter 350 version 0.31 update log. Chapter 350 version 0.31 update log. Saucer Hughes, it's horrible, everything is covered with mistake. I'm unique, I can't fit in with all of you because I'm not silly enough. Super Violent Ghost. The Fried Gamers were the first few to revive back in Eternal Kingdom, followed by the Steamed Gamers. There is one gamer who isn't back yet, he is being prepared as sashimi. Midnight Sprouts. Perfect. I'm unable to overcome my mental block for entering sewers. It's only a wall. If you sneak in using the sewers, won't you get blocked at the exit or be killed off one by one? Those were the replies to not wearing pants plan. Though some gamers objected to the plan, there were gamers who supported the initiative. Like all other plans, there were gamers who agreed and disagreed. Sherlock chose a few plans to analyze, and finally, after Brew's suggestion, Sherlock made a decision and said, let them play by themselves. Lord Sherlock, the gamers prefer a game with total freedom, so there's no need to add restrictions. Even if there is a detailed plan, they may not follow it. Among the 5,000 gamers, only half of them participated in the battle campaign. They can choose different plans to carry out the battle, Brew suggested. Sherlock thought that it was logical. After all, a perfect plan would reduce casualties and that would reduce his income. A good plan and profit didn't go hand in hand. Sherlock decided not to intervene. Once all of the gamers who were performing the surveillance mission returned to Eternal Kingdom, he arranged for a staff meeting. Once Brainiac received notification of the meeting, he took his journal and pen and left the Adventurers Guild, returning to Eternal Kingdom via the Winterfell teleport portal. As Evelyn wasn't a formal employee of Eternal Kingdom, and was just a helper at the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, she didn't receive notification of the meeting. However, from her expression, she wanted to attend. That was something Brainiac shouldn't be worried about. The outside of the Dungeon Lord main hall was filled with numerous gamers, who were discussing the NPCs entering the Dungeon Lord main hall and whether there was going to be a new plot. When they saw Brainiac walk out of the teleport portal main hall, they stared at him mercilessly. Gosh, Brainiac is here too. What kind of a plot is this? Is it that awesome? Oh my god, all of the NPCs are going into the Dungeon Lord main hall. I want to go in too. The little fairy didn't go in. 'Tis special. Brainiac, when are you going to have a relationship with Shirley? That guy's a lunatic, pull him away. The gamers were only allowed outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Brainiac opened the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall, entered, and shut the door. The world became quiet. Take a seat over there, Brainiac. Sherlock looked at Brainiac and pointed to the only empty seat. Inside the Dungeon Lord main hall were Simber, Mufasa, Morose, Yoder, and Beast. They were all of the employees of Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac was the last employee to arrive. He sat down in anticipation. Since all employees are here, we'll begin the meeting. I believe that everyone has heard the latest news from different channels. Sherlock looked at them and said, "We received a mission from the Winterfell Dungeon Lord to become mercenaries and fight against the invading ogres." Everyone looked at Sherlock in silence. Brainiac was, as usual, reticent and without emotion. The other 6 employees were recruited via contracts and could leave after they ended, so how could they be depended on to give suggestions? Eggface was holding a disposable cup in his mouth and 2 pots of water in his claws. He helped pour water for all of them as he bent and distorted his body, looking as though he was about to splash them with the water. "I called all of you here to inform you that we'll be setting off soon. Yoder will take 200 warriors, Brainiac, and Beast to set up an outpost near the ogre stronghold. Then, we will teleport via the Rune Marner formation on the airship." Sherlock continued to explain his plan. "The blacksmith shop and carpenter workshop will be working overtime, so please make your preparations." What about me, Lord Sherlock?" Morose looked enthusiastic as he raised his hand and asked, "Can I participate in the battle, Lord Sherlock? Don't think I'm a vulnerable known. Before I was a security guard in Winterfell, I was a legendary gladiator." "Of course, Morose. When we are out to battle, Eternal Kingdom can't be without any defenses. That is your role. As a legendary gladiator, only you are able to protect Eternal Kingdom while we aren't around. I strongly believe in you." Sherlock looked serious and believed in Morose. He continued to speak, "The goblins need you too. Most of them are without combat experience, and only you can train these novices into strong warriors. To train them rapidly, you may have to work overtime. I hope that you're able to do so." Morro's eyes were red as he was extremely touched. Sherlock summarized their work contributions and expressed his gratitude to them for contributing to the wonderful development of Eternal Kingdom. He was also going to improve the behavior and culture of the citizens so that the employees wouldn't be verbally harassed or physically touched. Sherlock wanted to create a new age dungeon in which everyone sacrificed themselves and worked overtime voluntarily for peace and love. After his speech, Eggface clapped for a long time. The meeting ended, and the employees walked out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Simber was the first to walk out, and it was dead quiet. Mufasa, who was behind Simber, wasn't harassed by the gamers. When Morose walked out, there were some murmurs, while Beast's exit was met with enthusiastic voices discussing mathematical questions. Yoder was immediately hijacked by hemp rope technology and his gang, whereas Brainiac was the last to walk out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. "Brainiac, are there any missions? Is there a plot? What about a plot animation for us to see?" "Brainiac, I want to be a lick. Brainiac, do research on me. When are you going to do research on me? Sherlock looked at the commotion outside the window. Noticing that the gamers were normal and peaceful, he wasn't bothered. He helped Eggface put away the Winterfell-sponsored chairs that were used in the meeting and wash the disposable cups so that they could be reused. After completing his work, Eggface rested comfortably in his chair. He set up his computer and started his routine of 5 hours of computer gaming. As for Sherlock, he accessed the discussion forum and added new content. Version 0.31 update. Though the warriors of Eternal Kingdom stopped Samael's evil plan, the remnants of the ogres have become stronger by the day and are threatening our survival. We can't stand by and do nothing. Added a new game version, Ogre Tribes. Added a new scene, Ogre Fortress. The expanding Ogre Tribes occupied the frontier sentry posts of Winterfell and built a huge Ogre Fortress. Using it as their focal point, the new age of ogres is starting to flourish. Ogre Fortress. This is a location occupied by many strong ogres. Currently, it has become a frightening fortress, attracting even more ogre tribes to join. Powerful weapons, sturdy armor, and even legendary equipment will appear here. Added a new mission, Ogres Invasion. The ogres are expanding and have their sights on the surface world's Victoria City, which has resources that they covet. The ogres' invasion is getting closer and closer. Nobody can be spared the throes of war. Amended the new NPC, Nicholas the Vampire. Nicholas is Eternal Kingdom's strong ally. With Sherlock's recommendation, he has become the Winterfell Dungeon Lord. The activities of our warriors in Winterfell will be sanctioned and more convenient. Added a new empty update. I will add once I think of it. Chapter 351 Appearance of the Ogres. Chapter 351 Appearance of the Ogres. Unknown 3. It's no good without a new bug. Skura idle chat. Don't think that you're safe because of the NPC status. The Winterfell Dungeon Lord has to become part of an instance dungeon eventually. Green spinach predestined 3rd Winterfell crisis. Not daytime. Are the ogres not dead yet? Andrew has been killed, so why are they still alive? The response of the gamers was enthusiastic. Brew was surprised when he saw Sherlock's updates and curiously asked, Lord Sherlock, do you intend to let the gamers from Victoria City participate in this battle? I think that it's a good chance for the two factions to meet. It's a good opportunity to test and do research for future management, Sherlock said directly. This is a good chance. But Lord Sherlock, how do you intend to go about it? First, we have to capture an ogre. Sherlock stood up and chose an old and tattered cloak, then said to Eggface, I'm leaving for a few days to capture an ogre. Take care of the dungeon, Eggface. The eyes of Eggface lit up, and he said, Our Lord Sherlock is going out. Remember to wear more clothes, drink more warm water, and take care of your health. Come back early. Remember to come back early. Sherlock was about to leave, but he paused and looked at Eggface and the computer, saying, I feel that I have to find some work for you. Victoria City had occupied half of the designated location. In actual fact, the city only occupied a small spot in the middle of the forest, with the wooden walls constructed at the boundary of the forest. According to tradition, the gamers gave the woods a nice name, Moonlight Forest. Is it because there is moonlight shining on the forest? Sherlock walked in the woods with 3 dazed ogres following behind him. They were ogres that Sherlock brought from the ogre stronghold. It was a simple process, in which Sherlock found the main gate and snuck in. Then he captured the guards at the gate, which were the 3 ogres. Brew answered Sherlock's question quickly, No, I feel that they want to clear the woods by the end of the month. Is that so? Sherlock pondered for a while, but he didn't intend to probe further. He stood in the woods and surveyed his surroundings. This location is good. I'll set up a few direction indicators. A small black dung beetle was pushing a small ball of feces to the leg of a wooden bed, and next to the bed was a man wearing metal shoes. In the dim room, one could see the deep eye sockets with dark rings on his face, which made him look like a pander. Lancelot sat on the side of the bed and sighed. So tiring. Pom, pom, pom. Hasty door knocks were heard. Lord Lancelot, it's time to get up and work. We're starting work. A commotion was heard outside the door. NPC, come out and work. Why isn't he working? This is cracking me up. In this game, the NPCs have to go to work. Haven't you seen how Simber from Eternal Kingdom threw improved equipment into the furnace and announced improvement failure so that he could leave work on time? Wait, what about the shattering effect? Isn't there a special effect for immediate smelting? Why would I deceive you? The discussion forum members were shocked. That's so funny, ha ha. Lancelot sighed. He thought his job was merely to teach these construction gamers a few combat techniques and how to play war games, but he discovered he was too naive. These citizens weren't construction workers, but lunatics. They didn't feel pain and exhaustion while working every day. Besides working, they would look for him to learn combat techniques. Even when they were wounded during training, they didn't request a rest. Instead, they trained harder until their bodies could no longer take the damage. Then they changed to a new one. Lancelot witnessed trainees identical to those who had just died appear from the teleport portal, and it wasn't only one incident but many incidents. They seemed to have the ability to revive from death. Their corpses would simply transform into marner and vanish. Lancelot would feel that they were devils with human faces, but when he saw them learning diligently to become sacred knights, he dismissed such thoughts. Devils couldn't possibly learn knowledge from the sacred light. But how did they manage to revive frequently? Perhaps it was what the Grand Priest Baldhead had said, that they were God's chosen ones, and what happened to them were miracles. Lancelot couldn't explain the strange happenings any other way. Pom, pom, pom. The frantic door knocks were heard again. Lancelot wore his full body armor and hung his sword by his waist before walking out. Outside the door, the sun had just appeared above the horizon, and the rays were gentle. In the empty space in front of his house was a group of gamers who were bursting with enthusiasm, waiting there in anticipation of a new class. They were the ones who knocked frantically on his door. Lancelot rubbed his pander eyes and patted his face as he walked towards them. Lancelot was familiar with his work. He didn't teach them advanced fighting techniques and instead taught them basic combat postures, vital parts of the body, dodging, and parrying. These techniques weren't complex, and they could master it within an hour. Whether they practiced and became familiar with the moves would be up to them. Before Lancelot ended the first class, he heard someone shout, "Gosh, an ogre! I saw ogres in the forest." His voice was like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives. Victoria City was bursting with excitement as the gamers quickly gathered and followed that man into the forest to look for the ogres. Lancelot wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Thousands of gamers had gathered and walked towards the woods, with even his trainees joining the fray. Lancelot had no choice but to run to the castle to find Duchess Lilo. Ogres were an underworld race, and the appearance of such a race indicated that the tunnel connecting both worlds was discovered by the ogres. The vile and evil underworld creatures could be assembled there, waiting to charge out. Since Victoria City was the closest to the cave, it wouldn't be spared the calamity. Not just Victoria City. The entire human kingdom could be exterminated. As Lancelot ran to the entrance of the castle, he encountered the three hamsters, who were the assistants and spokesmen of Duchess Lilo. After all, the mysterious Duchess Lilo seldom walked out of her small castle. "What are you doing here, Sir Lancelot? Shouldn't you be following your trainees to fight against the ogres?" Big Boss Hamster walked out and asked with a frown. "They are ogres. The underworld creatures must have discovered the tunnel, and if there are ogres, there will be other vile creatures. I suggest we leave this place immediately and seek help from the Duke of York's castle," Lancelot said gravely. "Asking the human lords for help, I don't think." Second Boss hugged his fat tummy and laughed. Before he finished speaking, he was punched in the stomach by Big Boss, stopping him. "Apologies, Sir Lancelot. Though your suggestion is constructive, our great Duchess Lilo will never abandon her territory and citizens." Though Big Boss spoke righteously, his helium voice diminished the importance. But Lancelot was about to respond, but he was interrupted by Big Boss, who said, "No buts. Sir Lancelot, we're now going to the location of the ogres. We have to fight them instead of fleeing." Big Boss announced this loudly. "Wait, aren't we supposed to eat fat?" Atarku asked, bewildered. Lancelot was puzzled and asked, "Wait, only 3 ogres? You already knew about them." Big Boss was taken aback, while Second Boss stammered, "Of course not. How could we know beforehand? It's Duchess Lilo. She's a great magician, and her prediction skill is powerful." "Yes, that's right," Big Boss said quickly. "Can we go for our meal?" Fat Atarku looked on in anticipation. Lancelot felt that the 3 hamsters were behaving suspiciously, but the important thing to do was to deal with the ogres. After pondering, he followed the 3 hamsters and ran deeper into the forest. Chapter 352. Hey, is that customer service? Chapter 352. Hey, is that customer service? The rotting leaves were covered with another thick layer of new leaves. A short figure emitted Zaya sounds and was about to walk forward when someone stopped his advance and gestured nervously. The figure was in a daze and spoke unhappily, "Menu, if there's a problem, ooh." He didn't manage to complete his sentence before someone covered his mouth and pointed nervously to the clearing ahead, where there were 3 ogres talking loudly. However, they could only hear soft voices since it was a distance away. The gamers of Victoria City couldn't understand the language of the ogres. Lancelot squatted nearby and was feeling chills due to the behavior of the gamers. They had been chatting non-stop since they entered the forest. Lancelot wanted to order them to keep quiet, but it was of no use. Soon, the gamers discovered the whereabouts of the ogres. They said, "Gosh, someone on the forum encountered the ogres and was killed there nearby. Find the blood trails, it should be around." For the next hour, they continued chatting. Someone on the forum. The post on the forum. What was discussed on the forum? Forums. What kind of intelligence organization was the forum? Lancelot didn't know. He only knew that these humans, fairies, and elves knew the movements of the ogres. The gamers moved left and maneuvered right while they chatted non-stop. Then, they surrounded the ogres. Yes, they surrounded their prey. Lancelot had never encountered such a strange siege. The gamers chatted as they walked, and occasionally they would lay down on the ground and then get up a minute later. After that, they surrounded the 3 ogres. The gamers didn't intend to remain quiet. A distant person shouted, "We have completed the siege here. Hurry up." The loud shouting alerted the ogres, who stood up and roared furiously. Though there were many gamers around, Lancelot was nervous, and his palms perspired profusely. He wasn't afraid of battle, but the enemies were 4 to 5 meter tall ogres who only appeared in books or legends as evil creatures. But now they stood alive in front of him. As an honorable knight, he felt extremely hot-blooded when faced with such vile creatures. "Warriors!" He raised his sword and shouted to the gamers, "Our enemies are evil underworld creatures, so don't have mercy, attack them bravely." And Lancelot didn't finish his sentence as the gamers had already charged out. Some gamers even started shouting, "Gosh, we are having a plot animation here." But the gamers on the opposite side have already started charging. "Don't do that, the equipment is mine." Equipment. The mission stated that the ogre's equipment would have to be submitted to Duchess Lilo. AI, it's a pity, but we can't expect too much from the opening plot mission. The horde of gamers flooded towards the 3 ogres. Lilo gazed at 3 pieces of flesh that were covered with mosaic. If Sherlock had not informed her about the arrangement of the 3 ogres, she wouldn't suspect those things to be ogres. The gamers before Lilo were all quiet and motionless. Even Lancelot could feel the suppression. It felt as though he was being pressed down. Lancelot didn't know that it was Lilo's dominant aura. "Not bad," Lilo said to the gamer. "Prepare for an attack against the ogre fortress." Wait a moment, Duchess Lilo. "If we don't prepare well and attack the ogres recklessly, we'll have no chance against them." It was a difficult battle against the 3 ogres. Lancelot was full of injuries. If the gamers hadn't used their bodies as shields, Lancelot would be dead. As a human, his strength was inferior to the evil creatures of the underworld. "I understand, but we will not be afraid and we will defeat those ogres. That's all, don't say any more." Lilo raised her hand to stop Lancelot from speaking. Then she returned to the small castle, leaving the 3 hamsters to speak to the gamers. "Prepare for battle, well, prepare the teleport portal." They then followed Lilo and left. The gamers resumed their chattering, while Lancelot was in a daze, recalling the previous events. His eyes lit up as he thought about Grand Priest Baldhead's words. These people were sent by God. They were representing the light races to destroy the evil of the underworld. A long black tail was wavering on a chair. 2 hind legs that were too short to reach the ground were swinging in the air, while a claw manipulated a mouse and clicked furiously to control a woman holding dual guns on a computer screen. Eggface looked at the screen, speaking from time to time. "Anytime, boss." "In there. Shake it, baby." "Yeah, baby." At this moment, a minimized webpage emitted beeping sounds. Eggface mumbled to himself and stopped his computer game, then switched to the webpage. A chat window popped out, and on the right side of the chat window were 2 chat names. Dungeon Customer Service 001. The name below was Winter Lord Overseer. Winter Lord Overseer is anyone around customer service. Eggface took out a piece of paper, which was full of customer service responses. He searched through and copied the relevant parts. Dungeon Customer Service 001. "Yes, dearest. How can I help you?" "Winter Lord Overseer, gosh, does customer service, are you faking it?" Dungeon Customer Service 001. "Dearest, I am new to the job. How can I help you?" Winter Lord Overseer R. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to check out the customer service. I'm surprised. I tried it out and it's for real. Will you be annoyed since you're the only representative?" Dungeon Customer Service 001. No, dearest, I'm now doing on-the-job training, so I only work 1 hour per day. Winter Lord Overseer RIC. Dungeon Customer Service 001. If there's nothing else, I will end the chat. If there are any problems, look for me again, dearest. 3. Eggface closed the chat window in disdain, but just as he was about to resume his computer game, another series of beeping sounds were heard. Eggface switched to the chat window. It was another person. Dragon Roger No. 1 AI Gosh, Customer Service. Dungeon Customer Service 001. Yes, dearest. How can I help you? Dragon Roger No. 1 R. It's nothing. I didn't manage to defeat the ogres. Is there a new ogre plot? Can you provide some equipment? Dungeon Customer Service 001. Dearest, ogres are a high-level race that produces good quality equipment. Please work harder to defeat the ogres and obtain their equipment. Dragon Roger No. 1 No, I just said that I can't defeat the ogres. Dungeon Customer Service 001. Then go and get better equipment. Dragon Roger No. 1 I have to defeat the ogres to obtain good equipment. Dungeon Customer Service 001. Then go and defeat the ogres. Dragon Roger No. 1 I can't defeat the ogres. Dungeon Customer Service 001. Are you fooling me? Dearest, I am ending the chat. Please clear your head before coming back. Who was that? Was that intentional? Eggface muttered to himself, feeling that it was impossible to understand. Right as he was about to resume his computer game, the chat window indicated a new chat. Noon Wartha's Customer Service. Dungeon Customer Service 001. 3. Dearest, how can I help you? Noon, are you a little woman? Dungeon Customer Service 001. Please do not ask questions unrelated to the game, dearest. Noon, your reaction indicates that you're a woman. I love you, little woman. Dungeon Customer Service 001. Dearest, if you are harassing me, I will end the chat. Noon, Miss. Eggface ended the chat decisively. What was that about? Were they that free? Why were they not playing games? Was chatting fun? Eggface was unable to understand. As he was about to resume his computer game, the beeping sounds were heard. Eggface shut off the computer and pushed the keyboard away. Tears welled up as he walked angrily to the nest at the corner, and he snorted indignantly and cried, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Chapter 353. First Contact. Chapter 353. First Contact. ZZZZE. Sherlock opened the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Behind him were moving figures and chatting noises. Once the door was closed, it became quiet again. Sherlock took off his outer coat and cloak. After, magical wind and swirling water appeared from the air and circled the clothes, instantly cleaning the dusty apparel. The room was dark, but Sherlock heard constant breathing sounds. It was Eggface sleeping at the corner. He had a personal nest, but he preferred to sleep here. Was it due to the proximity of his computer? Lord Sherlock, your plan was successful. Eggface has reduced his time playing computer games. Before long, he may not even want to touch the computer. Bruce's voice rang out by Sherlock's ear. I got it. Sherlock nodded as Bruce said, the gamers gave many suggestions regarding problems in the game, and they are concerned about Victoria City having too few plots. Too few plots, what does that mean? Sherlock sat down and accessed the computer. It means that the NPCs aren't enthusiastic, especially Miss Lilo, who seems to be keeping to herself. She is unlike Lord Sherlock, who walks around to check. Miss Lilo is the kind who won't show her face for a few days. Though the three hamsters will shout at the gamers to work hard and go for overtime, It becomes dull after some time, Brew explained. The gamers tried to talk to Miss Lilo regarding this problem, but they were injured. They went to talk with Lilo about what Sherlock was taken aback. Brew said there was no discussion, they were injured. Miss Lilo beat up the gamers who accused her. Though their injuries weren't serious, the chain reactions were severe. What happened? Did the gamers protest and stop working? Did they quit the game? Sherlock accessed the discussion forum and searched for the relevant complaint posts. No, when the gamers discovered that she would beat them up under certain circumstances, they felt excited and curious. They queued up to harass Miss Lilo, and many of them were injured. Sherlock didn't respond. He searched for the relevant posts and read through them. We discovered NPC Lilo's new gameplay under certain conditions. Shall beat you up. I saw some gamers being thrown out of the forest. It's so exciting. I brought along my whip. I wonder if Lilo will whip me. It's cool. The game will lose big time if the gamers are allowed to play it for free. I won't say anymore. I'm going to the entrance of the castle to shout at Lilo and see if I can trigger a hidden plot. Are you a masochist? Why are you looking for a beating? Why did you not call for me to join you? You are such fools. Continue with your silly ways. This game is so realistic, so there will definitely be a hidden impression rating. All of you harassed Lilo every day, so the impression rating will be negative. She won't talk to you anymore. Though there wasn't much content, most of the gamers continued to play the game. They were focused on the coming battle with the ogres. As both factions would be involved in battling the ogres, the gamers discussed how they were going to beat the opposing faction. Many gamers posted their chatting history with a customer service representative, which was Eggface. There were hundreds of posts. Eggface chatted with that many customers. Sherlock pondered as Brew said, yes, the gamers were enthusiastic about Eggface. Before he reports for work, there will be a long queue on the forum waiting for him. I'm relieved to see so many playmates entertaining Eggface. He will have a memorable childhood, Sherlock said with satisfaction. Oh, it can be interpreted that way, Brew replied awkwardly. This is a challenge. This is definitely a challenge. A strong ogre who was tattooed from his bald head to the rest of his body held a huge axe. He stood in a house decorated with bones and said to the other ogres, those weak creatures thought they could fight against us. They even sent 100 clowns to fool us. Well, not let them off. That's right, well, not let them off. We won't let them off. The surround ogres started shouting in agitation. Besides that, they attacked us secretly. Our guards at the entrance gate were all killed, and 3 of our ogre heroes were kidnapped. We'll never forget this insult. That's right, we'll never forget this insult. We'll never forget. The ogres shouted angrily. A few ogres walked out towards the tattooed ogre and spoke to him in a whisper. What? They constructed an outpost. They flew an airship over. The tattooed ogre screamed, prepare to set off. An ogre quickly whispered to the tattooed ogre, who was in shock as he said, what? They constructed 2 outposts. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had constructed 2 outposts that were close by, and Lord Sherlock created a rune marner formation at one of the outposts. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were puzzled about why Sherlock created another rune marner formation when there was already one on the airship. When they saw a human walk out of the teleport portal, they understood. D-men, we have to build a camp for the gamers of Victoria City. A gnome complained as he carried a large rock to create a simple wall around the camp. Previously, we had to draw out the boxes for our stalls. "This isn't much," a gamer smiled and said. On a hill opposite them were a few humans carrying rocks to create their wall. In between the camps were various common underworld creatures, such as dire wolves and underground spiders. The main reason for their appearance were the gamers of Victoria City. The gamers of Victoria City were fond of the underworld creatures, thinking that they were monsters in the wild. Brew also assigned the appropriate mission. Mission title: Clearing the Base. Mission objective: Kill the monsters wandering outside the camp. Mission objectives: Dire Wolves 010. Underground Spiders 010. Mission reward 200 bronze coins. And other similar missions. Most of the gamers performed their missions diligently, but some gamers were more concerned about the gamers from the opposing faction. Arthur, peasant, not wearing pants, Sylvaners, and burning chest hair moved warily towards the opposing faction's camp. Though there were many monsters between the two camps, they were no match for the 5 of them. Moreover, the area was large. As long as they remained hidden, they could evade most of the monsters. While Arthur and his companions were moving towards the Victoria City base camp, Victoria City gamers were moving towards the Eternal Kingdom base camp. Both parties met nearer to the Victoria City base camp. Arthur grasped the hilt of his sword and dipped the blade down as Not Wearing Pants attempted to communicate with the human gamers. The rest of the gamers also chatted noisily, but the two factions discovered that they couldn't communicate with each other. One side was using the Underworld Common Language, while the other was using the Surface World Common Language. They couldn't communicate with each other. Though all of them spoke Chinese, they could only speak Chinese during Marnar incantations. During normal conversation, they were unable to speak Chinese. Since they couldn't communicate with speech, they used words. Not Wearing Pants started writing on the ground. "Greetings in Not Wearing Pants." The other party replied, "Greetings, Pants Bro, we give our regards to you on behalf of Victoria City." From the look of it, the first contact was rather peaceful. But there were incidents of disharmony. In another part of the wilderness, the gnome, called Bt Kangren from Dragon Rajar, held a short bow in his hand. Behind him were a few Dragon Rajar gamers, and before them was a group of human gamers from the Hoodlum Yoder Association. Their leader was a human called Great Centenarian, who was riding a white horse. The gnome, Bt Kangren, was coveting Great Centenarian's horse. He focused on the horse rider and pulled the bowstring. With a swoosh sound, the arrow flew towards Great Centenarian. Chapter 354 Honor Points. Chapter 354 Honor Points. The white horse of Great Centenarian fell to the ground. The arrow had penetrated its eye and brain, so it couldn't be saved. The leg of Great Centenarian was crushed underneath the white horse, the bones fractured. However, he couldn't feel any pain since he had adjusted the pain level to 0. He was overwhelmed by sadness as he stared at the dead horse and screamed in hopelessness. Goblins, gnomes, and hounded men fearlessly charged out, as did the humans, fairies, and elves with their inferior equipment. There were reflections of blades and flashes of swords. Swoosh! Great Centenarian watched his arm fly off. Despite the loss of his arm, he tried his best to slash his sword, the greedy eyes of the gnome before him inflaming his anger. For Victoria City. Great Centenarian screamed in fury as he slashed his greatsword, but he was unable to stop a long sword from penetrating his breastplate. The gnome placed his face close to Great Centenarian and spoke hoarsely in the Underworld Common Language. In gnome language, he was saying, "Gosh, my horse, why did I kill it?" Demon Great Centenarian could only scream at the gnome called Bt Kangren. Before he could spit at Bt Kangren, his strength faded and he lost consciousness. 10 minutes later, there was a post on the forum titled, "This is War. I am Great Centenarian, a member of higher management in the Hoodlum Yoga Association Guild. I feel indignant about being ambushed by the scum of Eternal Kingdom. Picture. We are facing the same threat from the ogres, and we should be united, but you killed my horse. You dared to kill my horse. We, the Hoodlum Yoga Association, formally declare war on the Eternal Kingdom faction. We will form a team to kill off all of the darting birds. Wait for your deaths, as well as the deaths of your birds will crush your houndheads. Killing members of the opposite faction will yield equipment. I know this because all of my equipment is gone. I won't say anymore, as I am going into the game to rob them of their equipment." Besides the post by Great Centenarian, there were other posts that were highly provocative. The first contact between the two factions was like igniting a barrel of explosives, which ended in a massive explosion. They are a warmongering race. Are they also that aggressive in the other world? Sherlock asked curiously as he looked at the discussion forum that was filled with accusations and declarations of war. In the other world, they have exterminated millions of animals and conducted racial massacres. They have had 2 world wars, and then, with 2 explosions, their history became a history of war. They enjoy war, so it's not too far off to describe them as warlike, Brew replied quickly. But most importantly, in this game, they are free from all restraints. Instead of sitting down and negotiating or holding hands merrily, they prefer to hack, kill, and pillage. This kind of brutal game is much more attractive. Sherlock nodded. Yes, from the large number of war-themed computer games, they do seem to like conflict. He then said, "Let them have more opportunities for entertainment. It will save me some money too. I will provide an avenue, one that is similar to an arena, to promote their conflict, a place they can hone their combat skills and entertain themselves at the same time. It's perfect. They can submit any looted equipment to us for rewards since they can't use their enemy's equipment anyway. Then, we'll transport them back to the surface world and put them on sale. Let them construct a fortified outpost before launching an attack on the ogres. The mission will follow the plan that we discussed before," Sherlock ordered. Brew quickly replied, "Lord Sherlock, your plan is flawless." Eggface was behind them typing furiously. He was chatting with the gamers who were complaining or giving suggestions. Eggface frowned, deeply focused as he typed on the keyboard. He had been working diligently for the past few days. Sherlock was pleased. He felt he had enriched Eggface's childhood. Lancelot felt that he was going crazy. He had agreed to Duchess Lilo's mission to follow the gamers through the teleport portal to visit the Underworld. He saw legendary strange creatures like dire wolves, underground spiders, the green-skinned goblins, gnomes, and hounded men. He could even hear the roars of the ogres coming from the large fortress. Lancelot felt that he was insane. This is miraculous. It's God's gift." Grand Priest Balded looked impassioned as he stood before Lancelot. He gazed at Lancelot and said, "It's God's will to let them destroy evil. We are counting the days to the end of the devil." Grand Priest Balded muttered and prayed before leaving. Lancelot could no longer treat Grand Priest Balded like a nutcase. He could no longer rebuke Grand Priest Balded's words after witnessing the half-naked humans, fairies, and elves charging at the opposite outpost while screaming things like "Kill Eternal Kingdom," for the equipment, and for the Holy Lord for the unified quadratic equations. Perhaps it really was God's will. Peasant held a shield and screamed as he charged at the humans. As a hounded man, His constitution was slightly inferior to humans, but his equipment and rich combat experience gave him an edge. The enemy was a female human armed with a bow and a quiver full of arrows, though she wasn't wearing any armor since she was worried about losing her equipment if she perished. She released an arrow with her eyes closed, making no attempt to aim. Since she was being targeted by one of the famous 5 peasant, she had to flee immediately. Shooting the arrow was only to slow down peasant's pace. It was of no use, though, because a gnome assassin covered with gray cloth was laying an ambush behind her. When the female human ran, she saw the moving gray cloth and the green words, "Valiant Burning Chest Hair and Pioneer Alliance." Behind her, peasant was hot on her heels, so she had nowhere to run. She shouted at Burning Chest Hair in the surface world common language, "Demon Chest Hair, are you trying to crack me up? I'm going to capture a screenshot and post it on the forum." Burning Chest Hair couldn't understand what she was blabbering about. He held his breath, about to execute a series of stealth attacks. He grabbed some dust in his hand as he peered out from 2 small holes. He noticed she was coming closer and aiming at him, which meant that he had been discovered. Burning Chest Hair tossed his gray cloth while dodging to his left as she released her arrow. That was her blind spot, so she couldn't possibly hit PFFF. An arrow landed on Burning Chest Hair's chest. The female archer didn't expect to hit the bullseye. The arrow was slanted and off-target when she released it, but Burning Chest Hair seemed to have caught the arrow when he rolled. Burning Chest Hair frowned. This female archer wasn't as simple as she looked. "Lightning dash," he shouted as he grasped his 2 daggers and charged at the archer. While she was frantically reloading her bow, Burning Chest Hair threw his gray cloth over and shouted, "Blinding move." Burning Chest Hair leaped into the air and elbowed the archer in the chest. Neck twist. He landed on the ground. To prevent her from escaping, he lifted his leg to the height of her knees and said, "Leg kick." Then he rolled on the ground to her exposed side and stabbed at her. Backstabbing. Good, it was his final move. Burning Chest Hair focused his attention, grasping his daggers tightly. He aimed at her kidney and was about to. Swoosh! An arrow penetrated the throat of the female archer, who struggled before collapsing to the ground. Then, her body disintegrated into minor particles before vanishing. "What are you doing, Chest Hair? Why the drummer are there such skills? I haven't heard of them before." An ugly gnome, Sylvaners, who was dressed in a heroic ranger costume, stood on a nearby slope and said to Burning Chest Hair, "Your drummer is giving me chills. Warvarners, you stole my prize." Burning Chest Hair waved his daggers and protested against Sylvaners. Arthur walked over and checked the short bow and arrows on the ground. Not wearing pants glanced at the loot and said, "It's ordinary white equipment. The quality is trash. Victoria City has just started developing. What can you expect for their equipment?" Sylvaners put away her short bow. As she walked over, she was befuddled and shouted, "Gosh, honor points." End Vol 4 Part 1.